Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, checking in with you here very early in the morning because we got ourselves some NFL action at 10 a.m. on the road in Pittsburgh. Seattle looking to bounce back after a troubling loss to the Niners at home last week. So we'll be doing the live play-by-play reaction here throughout the game, post-game coverage as well when we finish on up. So please do hang with me out here throughout the day as I'm looking forward to seeing if our Seahawks can kind of bounce this back. I hope everyone's having a great Sunday. Please do hit that like button as you come on in the house and, just walk on in. Just hit that little like button. It helps out the channel tremendously. I hope you guys are all having a good morning. It's always a little strange when football's up at this hour, this time, but that's the way it goes. You get a couple of these every year. Megan, it's good to see you, Jo. How you doing? Terry, what's up, Terry? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Shadowbot, let's have it go. Let's go. Nwosu is playing. We're going to give him hell. Nwosu is playing. That can only help out the edge rotational depth, and you just are able to kind of trot a prime guy out there every time to be a true challenge to this Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line that was having its share of struggles in week one, despite the success. 7 a.m. there, huh, Terry? Oof. That's early. That's really early. CMB, how you doing, man? Reese, what's up? Jamie, go Hawks. Go Hawks, go Hawks. One's having a good one there. Make sure here, hold on one sec. There's no problem here. Okay. We're almost starting up here. What are you doing? How you doing, Robert? It's good to see you, brother. How you doing, Adam Baum? Paul Susia? Did the O-line rating go up? Did the O-line PFF rating go up? Well, there were some guys that had some pretty decent scores. So it was, there was a little bit of a mixed bag. There were some that didn't do as well. Sundell and Lucas had a tough day out there. Cross had a better day. Bradford was rated better a little bit on that side. Frogman says, time to get the W. Stick it to them, Steelers. Let's go, Frogman. I love that energy. Come on. George Samuel, my man from Egypt. How you doing? No Limit James. Go Hawks. Brian Kennicott. We're never going to forget here. Nicholas Newton. It's good to see you. C-Lo to Bravos. Historically great quarterback, but a doofus. That's very true. All-time great talent, but he's definitely a little bit of a march to his own beat kind of drummer boy on that. Devo Martzall, thank you for the $10 donation. Devo starting us off right here at the Hawks Nest. Let's go. Thank you for that. Dropping the $10 says, let's go. We can do this. Hey, we got this. We can win this game. This is it's going to be a tough challenge, but there's no way we can't come out and take this victory, especially because Steelers are also not coming at this at necessarily their full strength. They've got some key injuries at certain spots. Sean Elliott missing their first round pick on that defensive line. But we are also down a couple guys too with Spoon and Nick Hurt, as Sean Lee's mentioned in there. So, but I'm feeling good about it. Let's get this dub, Devo. Let's get this dub. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Thank you for the donation and all your support. I know you're also a patron to the main channel over there. Let me get my cast up here. Oh no, what just happened here? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Just a quick word here from sponsor of the show, which has been so kind to sponsor us out throughout this year, and that's going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is a wonderful new app here that I know right now in Washington you guys are not able to use this, and it's going to be, though I'm told, opened up. So Sleeper is the best way to experience and connect over sports together. It's a one-stop shop for all of your sports needs. You can celebrate and chat on games in real time with other users, get the fastest scores, blazing fast news and alerts right at your fingertips, play in fantasy leagues, and win real money and pick contests. So you can enjoy sports the way it was meant to be. You can enjoy sports the way it was meant to be. It's early. My tongue's not awake yet. Together. Download the #1 sports app today And you can match with my code using 100% of your first deposit. You get $100 back in your pocket, up to $100 for that first deposit. All you got to do is use my code NEST. So yes, I know right now in Washington it's hard to use unless you're in a casino. You can't use the app in full. But I am being told in October that this app is going to be set up and you're going to be able to use some of the functionality of this coming into that point. So this is a little bit of prep on their part, the company here at Sleeper, to let the people know out there in Washington what's going on. My picks for today, 27.5 yards over for Jonnu Smith, as well with DK Metcalf. I'm a big over guy, okay? If you can't tell, I like my overs. Charbonnet with 46.5 yards and Jaylen Warren receiving 12.5 yards. That's my four ticket there. So I'm hoping I can cash that $5 in for a 50 if I can turn that back the other way. Not a bad return on that side of it. But thank you to Sleeper. Terms and conditions do apply. See Sleeper's website for details. All right, we're about to kick this thing off here any moment. Any moment. Thank you, Fabrice. Appreciate you. Yeah, Sealord, they're definitely sponsoring a lot of different podcasts. And that's because of that Washington aspect that the app's opening up in Washington, because everything's been so restricted there as far as betting apps go. So it's just a kind of a reaction to that. I don't need that. Tell you what, this stream looks a lot better than the one last week with the Peacock. All right, so the Seahawks are going to receive the kickoff to open up this game. Received in about the 3-yard line by George Holani. He's going to take it up from there, and he's going to cut it back across the field a little bit there. Kind of widen that thing out and got himself a nice little extended, nice return there. Get up around about the 34-yard line or so, I would guess. Somewhere in that neighborhood of things. Megan, my lady from Dan Enda, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, the Hawks Nest, 3 a.m. here, yet to go to bed. Don't say I don't love you in the 12s. I won't say it. I won't say it indeed. And big on you to get up and show out in that way, Megan, and show the support for the team. Pitch play here wide to Walker. Big surprise. There's penetration all over the place to the pitch side of the play. He has to route it back inside, and he's able to maybe give a yard or two on the play. But boy, once again, just an avalanche of defenders as Walker gets the pitch. You are without both Witherspoon and Emowari today on the defensive side of the ball. Offense maybe in a little bit of a better position health-wise as we go. I thank you, Megan, for that donation, and you being a trooper today. Kupp goes in motion here with a 3 wide receiver look on second down. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's going to hit Kupp wide here for a quick completion of about 3 yards or so. Quick short completion there. Captain Kali, thank you for the $10 donation, Captain Kali. He says, I wish us all a great bounce back game. Me as well, man. That would make, I think, the fan base feel so much better to come back off that real tough loss against a division rival and find some footing in this one. Just kind of rediscover a little bit here. It was a little bit of a search mode, it felt like last week, offensively and defensively. We've got a 3rd and 6. Steelers showing a pressure look here. Darnold wary of it. Looks like they're bringing it. He drops back to throw. They find Jackson Smith and Jigba. And we might have a fumble, but they're saying it was on the ground. It looked like the ground did cause the fumble on the play as he was falling to the ground there. Get up and get this snapped quickly, though. Jackson, just a nice release there. Really good run route. Jalen Ramsey that's a tough pull for Jalen Ramsey to try to get that kind of guy there. 1st and 10, though. Nice completion. Yeah, Walker, loose up in the field there. Walker with a nice run. 12, 13 yards right up through the B gap there. His best run of the year so far. Nice little run there by Walker. Seahawks got a drive working. 1st down. Ball about the 32-yard line here. Another handoff here to Walker. He bounces it out. He's only going to get about right back to the line of scrimmage there. Wish they'd show a little bit of the replay on these run plays so you can just see where the push is coming in the backfield there. I think that might have been Zabel got pushed back there a little bit on that play. And just that reroute, you see the difference between the three runs there. When Walker's got a little hole and he can go, and then versus, okay, the hole's here and there's guys standing in the hole. I got to reroute it back around. Pitch play out wide here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet, nowhere to go. Steelers were all over that play. Patrick Queen makes the tackle. Nice pursuit by him. This will bring this up to a 3rd and 10 for the Seahawks. Steelers show a 5-man pressure front. Darnold dropping back to throw, quickly gets the ball out of his hands. He's got Jackson Smith-Njigba for a first down. Jackson wheeled around, finally brought down. He's not going down. He's going to keep his feet, but a great job there by Jackson. And again, Darnold's looking one way, man. He's got one man he's wanted to go to from the game one here, and that's obvious, but it's working. Just a very simple route where he's got nobody aligned off of him off the line of scrimmage, gets a free release, and then just kind of winds into his route without the defender being a little slow to pick him up. 1st and 10. Let's go. Nice opening drive here by the Seahawks. Dropping back to throw is Darnold. He's going through a couple of different reads. He's got a touchdown! Seahawks! Torrey Horton with the TD, his first of his career. Darnold standing back there tall in the pocket with poise and moxie and delivers the ball on time, the right spot. Horton wide open on what looked like a crossing route there for an initial touchdown for your Seahawks. Indeed, just running a long crossing route. You can really feel a little bit of his speed as he gets across the field quickly there. Darnold smacked in the face on the throw, gets his helmet hit, should have been called, wasn't. But just a tough man standing in the pocket and delivering right there. And the streak is indeed broken. Extra point is up, and it is good. 22 straight opening drives to start out a football game for your Seattle Seahawks without a touchdown until that drive just right there. Well, that's a hell of an answer, Captain Khalil. There we go. That's a nice little, hey, we ain't going nowhere. We're here. We're here. We're here. And how about Horton? First catch of his career is a touchdown. I think that's a good omen, huh? Not a bad little omen there at all. I needed that too, Paul. Rundaz, I need that too, man. What a start there. A couple of 3rd down conversions. A little bit of running. Darnold tough. Let's go. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. Nolan says, keep the ball, young man. First of many. Go Hawks. I sure hope so. I watching him in camp and what he was doing out there, and in addition to knowing the reports you're hearing outside of the days I was in at camp, and just how much he flashed and showed up, and just it's a guy like that in camp to do that much, you just really are drawn to say that there's something real in this. This isn't just a guy try hard in camp who's just trying to, do everything he can on. It is that, but it's also in addition that this kid's got some legitimate talent. And though it's not it's a play there where the Steelers are kind of probably forgetting a little bit about him on the crossing route. That's a long developing route that, is easy for, especially in zone coverage, you to have the guy just get kind of lost in the shuffle. But as well, if you have a guy that can run that crosser with that kind of speed across the field, you saw Darnold didn't have a long time in that pocket. So you take a longer developing route and you speed it up just a little bit, and you make the quarterback's job easier, and you start standing wide open down the field like that. So it's wonderful. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Megan says, no, I won't be trading JSN or Torrey in Fantasy Boys. Your JSN pick's looking awfully smart here off the initial game and first drive, Megan, is Darnold is going to definitely be looking to go to this guy. There is going to be certainly a very like, hey, I'm definitely going to work you, man. So get that head turned around because that ball's coming. It's coming. But maybe 2 good picks for you there. Torrey might develop here in this way. Me, Thank you for the $20 donation, me. I really appreciate that. Very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. He says, did we just witness a play action passing touchdown? Let's go Hawks. That's right, man. That's right. And this is, you see the why there were so many calls of us out there last week is we've got the kickoff going to the Steelers here at about the 2-yard line. They're going to take it up from there. Seahawks come up and field it well, drop him at about the 23-yard line. Nicely done by the special teams unit. But this is why we were harping on it last week, right? Where we said, man, it stands out that only 8% of your plays were 8% were you in play action, and very rarely on that under center stuff. And this offense is driven by it. You're going to see the Steelers team utilizing it to the utmost today, and that they're really going to lean on that. And partially, yeah, because it's effective in kind of holding linebackers, but it's also partially effective at holding that pass rush and making them have to kind of hold it a second there and be sure about what they're seeing. And that half second makes such a big difference when it comes to rushing the passer. 1st and 10 for Rodgers. He's going to start out in shotgun here. They're going to throw a little flip play out to Jaylen Warren. He's going to take this up the field for a gain of about 12 or 13 yards. Working the running back out of the backfield. This is a big commonality of what you see with offenses in dealing with Mike McDonald's scheme. It seems to be one of those places where there's a little bit of that vulnerability teams feel like they can go after. Certainly last week we saw that with McCaffrey, and what do you have, eight catches last week? $9:47 to go here. Steelers on the 36-yard line to their own territory. Handoff inside here to Jaylen Warren. He spins through some traffic there, but a good job of making the tackle there for a short gain. He's about 2nd and 7 or 8. Rick Woolen out there starting with Josh Jobe. Number 1, is that Kendrick, I think? They got in the slot here. 2nd 6. Wow, they gave him 4. Shotgun look here for Rodgers. Handoff to Gainwell. He's going to be pulled right down to the ground by Byron Murphy. Nice play and getting in the backfield by Murphy there. He sliced up his blocker and was able to cut into the backfield and pull him down right where he stood. Third and a long 6 here. See if Mike dials up a little bit of something here. He's got a little bit of a pressure look here off the rip. 5-man front. Ernest Jones in the B gap. Press coverage on the outside. Rodgers dropping back. He's under pressure. He breaks the pocket. We've got a flag. Rodgers is going to let this go down the football field. Incomplete. Julian Love down there making a nice play. We do have a flag here, though it was thrown in the place of usually offensive holding. Nope, they're going to get Seattle for defensive holding. Got Rick Woolen there in the slot. It's a good call. Rick yanked the back of the jersey and brought the receiver to a knee mid-route. And he's operating in press coverage. So when you operate in press coverage, there's a little bit of the threat that this is going to happen, that you get a little too much in the press grabby. And he's got Austin a tough matchup there, but that's an auto first. Ball at the 45-yard line here in Pittsburgh territory. Dropping back to pass under some pressure. Rodgers is able to get around the pressure, much like we saw with Purdy last week. Back-to-back plays here where you are getting pressure, but you're just not able to make it really stick. Come on, we got to track this old-ass dude down. Can't be letting him pull these shenanigans. He can't move well anymore. We can't make him look like he's prime Rodgers moving back there. 3-4 look from the Seahawks here on 2nd and 3. Rodgers under center. Handoff here to Warren. Warren swallowed up by Jarran Reed. He was standing there waiting for him in the hole. Brings him down to the ground, and this will bring up another 3rd and short here for the Seahawks. Nice play by Reed. 7:11 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0. Got a 3rd and 2 here. This might be 2 down territory for the Steelers where they're landing on the field here. Well, maybe. They're right at the midfield stripe, so. Rodgers in shotgun. This feels like a run. This just feels like a run. And it is. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to get the first down. Boy, they were feeling and showing their hand on that early. Just the body language of Rodgers said run to me on that one. So Steelers got a drive matching the Seahawks opening drive here against this defense. Methodically moving the ball down the field. Shotgun look again here. They've stayed a lot in that here early on, have they? Another handoff inside to Gainwell. Gainwell drugged down at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go. Good play by Derek Hall in there. Collapsing down the pocket, or collapsing down to where the runner was trying to get to. Just being strong. Boy, DK and Enrique Wallen going at it. Whew. 5:40 in the first quarter. Long-ass drive here by the Steelers. Rodgers dropping back to throw. Again, hits his running back out in space. He leaps over the top of Shaquille Griffin. Then he'll be brought down there after about a 6-7 yard gain. Bring up another 3rd and short. Well, Steelers taking a bit of the playbook here out of the 49ers last week with just nice balance and then get the ball out quick and let your man work. 3rd down and 2. Empty look here for Rodgers, 5 wide. He's dropping back to throw again, pressure. And that's going to be throw a little bit too wide on that. Boye Mafe able to create some heat. And the Steelers are going to go ahead and take the field goal here. So Seahawks get stifling here when they need to. Nice job by Boye Mafe to create the quick pressure there. You can see with this offensive line, the Steelers, they're definitely going to be kind of holding on today. They're going to need to have to run the ball. They're going to need to have to try to protect Rodgers on that because he did a good job of getting around some of the pressure there on that first drive. 48-yard attempt for Boswell. He made 2 last week, 56 and 60. The kick is up. The kick looks and is good. Nicely done there. Thank you again, me, for that big old $20 drop. Mr. Dog, thank you for becoming a member. Ramadeep Bara, thank you for subscribing up to the channel. Folks, if you can for me, maybe hit that like button, sub on up if you get a chance. We are about right now as we start today, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 170 away from 20,000 subscribers. So we are right on the door. We're knocking. Can you hear me knocking? So please do join Ramadeep today and subscribe on up if you get a chance. Sanchez, thank you for 35 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate you for that. Where the heck was this last week? Yeah, the play action's looking nice on that, isn't it? I mean, you were definitely working JSN last week, but that will make such a big difference, the play action alone and what you can do. And it's going to lead to guys being kind of wide open like you saw at Horton. And it's just a good counterbalance in this offense to always be leaning back into. You don't have to run it 24/7 by any means, but just continually lean back into, we got to make this kind of one of the centerpiece points of this offense to make this offense the best it can be. And last week was just so far beyond the pale of acceptability for that because you can't be a league worst unit using it then in that way. So, yeah, it's a breath of fresh air, shows the effect of it. And now hopefully Sanchez, they just stay with it. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, do my eyes deceive me? An opening drive touchdown completed using a play action pass? Oh yes, I'll have some of that. Now defense, let's get a stop. Well, they got themselves a stop. Keep them to field goals, not touchdowns on the day. That'll go a long way. The Steelers team's going to find times it's going to move the ball offensively. They've got, too many good parts out there not to, find some footing with that, but keep them to field goals. You go get touchdowns. Let that be the difference in this game when it all kind of winds down. But your eyes do not deceive you. You got to see a little bit of that play action on that play. You got to see a guy running wide open out there in the field. What seemed like almost just about nobody picked him up, partly on the back of the Steelers initially. With that play action, you got to kind of stop and watch for a second. And in football, everything's happening so fast on the field. A stop and watch moment, a blink of the eye moment like that can be such a big deal in the grand scheme of things in having a successful play. Versus a player being able to get to his spot instantaneously off, dropping into coverage and space. It's just such a big deal. That's why we hammer it. You saw it on that first touchdown. But how about that, huh? An opening touchdown drive. First time Martin in 22 opening drives. So quite a few games we've had to wait for something like that, huh? 10-play, 46-yard drive for the Steelers, consuming 5 minutes and 36 seconds of the clock. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Nolan, are they moving Reek away from Metcalf? I wasn't locking in too much on that. I mean, I did see that he was over on Austin at one point and on Austin in the slot. We got the return back to the 29-yard line here for your Seattle Seahawks. So I'm not sure if there is a little bit of that intention to do that here. We'll have to kind of see. I would say that at the very least, you might be a little worried with the fact that DK blocks like a demon and Reek doesn't always get off blocks like a demon. And so that's a place that maybe you're worried about the Steelers being able to isolate you a little bit with that to a degree maybe. But they did have him on there for a second. Metcalf was giving him the business on one of the cut-ups a second ago there, Nolan, where he was getting up into his head and by the end of the rep, Reek's woolen was on the back of his forehead. Play action pass, dropping back is Darnold. He lets this thing rip, and that ball is going to be picked off. Jalen Ramsey. Maybe not the guy I would look to target there. Yow. I wish they would just show us one shot of this stuff before they got to go to commercial where you can see what causes. They got this close up of the guy making the catch. It's such a useless shot. The people that produce these things now and I swear it's what are they doing? Man, that was awful. There was no separation on Cooper Kupp, and then he threw it a little bit almost late, it looked like, and then threw it a little bit behind him. I'm not sure what Darnold saw in that play. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Let's have Sam pull a Daniel Jones and score every possession of the game. I'd like to see it. Goodness. Guess we're not. Not after that. Yeah, they need the commercial breaks. It's dude, I get the commercial breaks, but then they're going to come back from a commercial right as they're snapping the ball for the Steelers offense. And you're like, dude, you guys, we'd kind of like to see a replay to see what happened. That's kind of what you're doing with the telecast, just showing us. They used to do this where you'd see it, but they're so in a rush to commercials now you don't see it. And I'm just trying to understand what Darnold saw, because on the throw, it just looks like Ramsey's draped all over him, And Keon Lund with a $2 donation. Thank you, Keon. He says, never mind. Yeah, he tried to force that. Throw it away. First down. If it's too tight in coverage, I don't know what's taking him as well to targeting Jalen Ramsey. The Steelers secondary does not have a lot of guys that you're worried about danger-wise. I don't know if I like the Cooper Kupp Jalen Ramsey matchup is the one I'm going to go and attack. And boy, Kupp, if there is the questions about where he's at right now, and I don't know here. We'll see. It's early though. I don't think we know he's washed yet. Let's see where he's at here. I would like to just see a little bit of a replay, but they're going to run the long commercials on this one, so we're not going to get none of that. Yeah, I don't think that was on Kupp either. You'd like to see him get a little more separation in his route, but I can't think that the 22 is going to show him as having separation and then Ramsey closed the distance. Here we go. Finally, there we go. So you got Ramsey in off coverage. Oh, Ramsey just recovered really well. I mean, he got him. I'm sure what he did is he saw Kupp make the cut, and Kupp made a nice cut and then had Ramsey stumbling, and you throw it on the stumble, and then Ramsey picks back up the speed, just makes a great play on the ball there. Not that it's a great throw. I'm not letting Sam off the hook with it, but you see what he saw there on that. That's why you like to have that all 22 angle a little bit to see what's, going on there. He made a nice cut and got him stumbling, but just it didn't equate to him then keeping the separation. Yeah, I think Jesse's right where it looks like maybe Sam there just as much underthrew him. Maybe it's a good read there, not the worst of routes, and just Sam's got to put that thing more out in front and lead him away, or find a way to put it in a place where only Kupp can go get it. All right, Steelers into the Seahawks side of the football field here with a 2nd and 1 after a nice successful first down play. Handoff out of shotgun. Jalen Warren's going to stretch this out wide and get a short gain, but a first down at that. .339 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-3 here. Art says, Brandon's feed's faster than mine today. I like it. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I'm usually always behind. Maybe YouTube's speeding it up this year a little bit with their connectivity. Warren, 5 carries, 27 yards here to start things off. Rodgers in shoddy. And indeed, you do have Reek Woolen line to one side. They've got Job up on DK. Dropping back to throw. Little errant pass there by Aaron Rodgers trying to hit the tight end. He wanted a hold on the play, and he didn't get it. He might have had a case there. It was subtle. It was subtle by Jones. It wasn't like a blatant. It was a vet hold, He knows right where that line is. 2nd and 10. Rodgers and shotgun, 3 wide. Handoff. Oh, there we go. Nice play by Ernest Jones. He's all over Caleb Johnson there. Great play. Nicely done. 3rd down. 3rd and long. Here we go, D. Come on. Field goals, not touchdowns. Field goals, not touchdowns. Darian Kendrick, a little feisty. I like that. 3rd down and 9. Jones threading a blitz, pulls out of it. Pressure coming. Rodgers drugged down as he throws the ball. That will be incomplete. I think Leonard Williams got his hand on the shoulder pad of Rodgers and was able to rip him down as he was flying past him, and that affected the throw by Rodgers. Yeah, nice job. No horse collar in the pocket, so you're able to come back and reach the back of that jersey and pull him back like that in the pocket. Smart play there by Leonard Williams. All right, now it comes another field goal attempt here, and that will be up and through. So the Steelers get a little bit closer to the Seahawks, 7-6, but a very good job by the defense there of holding them down there to just the field goal attempt on the back of the INT. Like that play. Yeah, Kendrick's looking pretty good, man. Deion Kendrick not looking too bad out there. They're definitely protecting DK, I think, or protecting Reek up against DK. They've got Job, it looks like, traveling with DK as much as anything at this point. Max says, fun fact, Miami's let the opponent score on every drive this year. It's going to be a rough year for the Miami Dolphins. They're in for it, I think. The Rams are up in the first quarter on the Titans. No shocker there. Jaguars up on the Bengals 7-0. We got the Browns down to the Baltimore Ravens 3-0. Buffalo Bills up 10-0 on the Jets. New England 12-0 on the Dolphins. No score in the New Orleans and San Francisco game. 3-0 Giants over the Cowboys. The Cowboys and Detroit and Chicago are tied up 7-7 as it stands right now throughout the league. Time possession right now, That's a good question. Thing up here. Why does this look weird? Let's see if I can get the stats up on this thing here. ESPN's having a problem here. So yeah, it doesn't want to show me the weird. What is going on here? There we go. Yeah, it's like for some reason the ESPN's having some issues here, so it's not letting me see the time possession. It's definitely a little bit swung in the Steelers' favor at this point. Yeah, Kendrick might be good. He's played some good football. I think he had an injury last year as much as anything that was really holding him up. First head coach get fired as Dolphins, says Charlie. I think Mike McDaniels is probably heading down that road. Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to avoid that one. Jeff says Woolen's out there spectating on the run. Oh, he's not the biggest guy when it comes to playing the run. That's for sure. It's not his MO. All right, third kickoff here of the game for the Seahawks already here in the first quarter. Olani brings it back, picking his way through traffic, and he'll get this up to the 30-yard line here where the Seahawks will take over. Let's see what Seattle comes out with here. 2:08 to go in the first quarter. 7-6 Seattle. Man, Charbonnet's got nowhere to go. Patrick Queen drags him down in the backfield. Steelers showing a real heavy front there on first down. They've got like 3 defensive tackles out there on that line of scrimmage there. They brought all the linebackers up around the line of scrimmage. I mean, they saw that as being a run all the way. Just hate watching defenses be able to pick up so easily when you're running and when you're passing like that. You lose a yard on the play there to Charbonnet. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's got Cooper Kupp. Kupp makes the catch, still on his feet, fighting through traffic. Nice run after the catch there by Kupp. First down, Seahawks. Good find there by Darnold. It's a good first down. Ball at the 46-yard line. Back under center here. Fake pitch play. Coming back out wide. Arroyo wide open in space, and Arroyo's running down the football field. Big play for Arroyo to the 30-yard line. And how about that play action rollout back across the formation? Steelers weren't ready for it. I was noting earlier on the drive, you could just feel them really targeting into the run. And you had a first down there, which like earlier on the drive where they just came up with the linebackers and they were really bought into stopping the run. It was similar feeling there on that play. Seattle set it up really well to make it look like it was going to be another pitch play going to the other side of the field. And then you roll Sam Darnold back across. Arroyo's wide open, coming back across the formation. Whew, what a breath of fresh air those type of plays are in this offense. So your biggest plays in the game coming off the back of that play action. Empty look here for Sam. Dropping back to throw. Got a incomplete pass. Throws a little bit behind Cooper Kupp. We do have a flag on the play. It's kind of a messy looking play there on that one. Looks like they're going to get A.J. Barner for a false start there. Barner's like, what'd I do? I didn't do none. Wasn't me. First and 10. Darnold in shotgun look. First and 15, sorry. Handoff inside here to Charbonnet. Man, that handoff took forever. He's going to gain about a yard or so. Watt on the tackle. And that will be the end of the first quarter. Seahawks maintaining a 7-6 lead. 2nd and 14 when we get back. Sounds like it wasn't even a false start. That sucks. Oh, Darnold thought Kupp was going to stop on that play. That makes sense why I was a little bit behind him. Yeah, that whole running play, Sealord, was just off, wasn't it? Like, just so much of this is timing, and you just felt like something got a little stuttered there. Why run on 1st and 15? I'm not too sure. It was kind of an odd call. The run game's looking a little bit rough. I'll say the Steelers what they're doing is kind of loading up and not full loading the box with like the eighth defender in the box, but they're definitely bringing a lot of that heat down by the line of scrimmage to sort of challenge Seattle to throw the ball, sort of to give them looks saying, you want to run into the teeth of the defense or you want to try to throw. And that's where you have to end up coming back to, no matter what your intention is to run the ball, if the defense is going to take those kind of strong steps. And part of the reason the Steelers are taking these strong steps is because they're coming in this game shorthanded, is because they're aware of the fact the Jets ran on them last week. It's not as much as you're now being forced to go after, the strength of their team in the secondary at that point. It's that they're trying to protect their weakness. And so, you want to run the ball in these games, but as well, you want to counter to what the defense is doing. And if they're going to lean one way, hit them the other way. And I'm sure Kubiak going to probably realize as this goes along in the game, if the Steelers are going to kind of stay at this sort of pace and really loading up for that run. Yeah, Dave, they're stopping the run. They've put that at the forefront of this game that we're not, I'm sure I'd do the same thing. Well, we're going to make Sam Darnold beat us. That's exactly what you'd do. But then you can't just try to just hammer the run to nowhere at that point if that's what they're doing. You got to strike where the weakness is at. Yeah, Byron, it's not really the running backs. Kind of like the point I was making last week, and I'll be consistent with this. When I said last week when Charbonnet had more yard per carry average than Walker, that it was not either back really doing anything special. There's no blocking. That's the problem. And this week right now, when Walker's got more of a yard per carry average than Charbonnet, I'd come back and say it's not really the running backs. It's the blocking. You got to open some holes. You got to stop the penetration. First quarter stats, 92 yards passing for the Seahawks, 26 for the Steelers, 7 minutes in time of possession for the Hawks, about 8 minutes here for the Steelers, so fairly even here. Sam's coming out in a 2nd and 14, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. He's in shotgun with Walker to his side. Horton goes in motion. Bubble screen out here to Jackson Smith and Jigba tries to fight off the tackle. He's going to gain himself about 3 yards. Not a bad play there to get you into a little bit more of a stabilized field goal range here if you can't convert on 3rd down. Darnold 6 of 7, 92 yards, a touchdown and an INT to start this off. They're going to go empty here. Steelers showing a bit of a blitz. Horton goes in motion. Darnold dropping back to throw. Finds Horton. Horton cut down. What a great tackle by the Steeler defender there. Horton made a nice catch, and he was right there on the edge of getting the first down. This is where maybe you look at a Jalen Milroe push play. Bring Jalen on and have him push this. But great job by the Steeler defender there to come in and just cut him down so quickly. Looked like he was going to be able to turn this up and go get the first. 4th down and 1 for the Seahawks. They're going to go for it here. They're showing Barner as the tush-push guy. Barner gets the first down. Let's go. Held up at first, and then he got the push on the back, and the push and the forward momentum was enough to go get him the first down. Woo! Nicely done, Barner. Just keep driving. Keep those legs driving. Just keep paddling those feet. Even if you get held up at first. 1st and 10, Seahawks. Darnold back under center here. Charbonnet in the backfield. 1 wide receiver. 2 wide. Oh, no, 3 tight end. Royal drops back, makes the catch. He's smacked by Ramsey, who knocks the ball free. Ramsey's just a hell of a player. He really is. He's still at his age. He is just on it. Second down and 10. Steelers, again, bringing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage if you're going to try to run this. Charbonnet runs it up into the hole there, and there's nowhere to go. He gets about 2.5 yards, but Steelers are not going to let the Hawks run the ball on them today. They are just showing you at the fronts that it's not happening. So 3rd and 8. Seahawks have had some success today in converting these 3rd downs. Even the 3rd and longs, they've had a couple of conversions here. Let's see if they can pull it off here. Darnold in shotgun. 3 wide. Charbonnet to his left. Dropping back to throw. Darnold. Run it. Oh, he's got a guy going. Oh, he throws it up over as he's crossing the line of scrimmage and throws it away. Looked like he wanted to maybe run it, but just couldn't find anything. And so the Seahawks are going to have to settle for a field goal attempt here. Let's see what we got here. Kind of a little pressure, kind of flushed him from the pocket a little early there. Good job being aware of the backside guy closing in on him. Sometimes those quarterbacks forget about the backside defender, and the guy comes through and rips the ball out, makes him fumble. 36-yard attempt here from Myers. Snap, hold down, kick up. Kick is not good. He doinks it. Jeez. Good hold. He just yanked the ever-loving crap out of the ball. He just yanked that thing super strong. Keon Lund. Oh, I got another donation from him. Sorry, Keon, one sec. Justin Ogden. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Justin. Folks, do please hit that like button. Sub up like Justin is. I really appreciate him doing that. Or Mag Survival. Appreciate you as well for subbing up the channel. Very kind of you. Brandon Taylor. Thanks for the $5 donation, Brandon. If you were calling for Charbonnet to be the starter 1 week, to be the starter 1 week one, to be the starter, one Walker. Charbonnet is 3 for 0 and Walker is 3 for 14. O-line is the issue, not Walker. Amen, man. Preach, Brandon. It's one of those places that I've gotten myself into a little bit of a frustration because so many have gotten so caught up and it's like, Charbonnet's got to be the number 1 back. Charbonnet's got to take all these carries. And I get the thinking and where they're at coming from because on the surface of it, it can look like he's being a little more effective, but it's not the case. And these are both very good backs and they're both very capable of doing damage against defenses. But if you have an offensive line that can't open holes and that is allowing penetration and that's getting pushed into the backfield, it doesn't matter how talented the running back is. This has been proven in the NFL so many times in recent years, so many different ways in recent years. It just doesn't matter. There's only so much they can really do at the end of the day. And today, it's not even as much to me of the offensive line unable to open holes. That's a little bit of it. But some of it's the Steelers putting so much of the onus upon stopping the run and making that, hey, Sam Darnold can't beat us. We don't think he can do that. That's what the Steelers are basically telling you with this. And so it'll remain to be seen if we can, and this is how teams are going to formulaically try to go at the Seattle Seahawks throughout this year. And this is going to be the way they're going to roll with it because they know we got the talented backs. They know we're capable of doing some damage if they let that get out of control, especially a Steelers team that is a little weak in that respect of things. They're definitely, not the strongest to stop the run. But well said, Brandon Taylor. Thank you for the $5. And, it wasn't last week representation of it. It ain't this week representation of it being that this running back's better than that back. It's quite simply your offensive line needs to open some holes up for these guys. Running backs are not built to where they do all the work on their own. They need the 11 guys up front to handle their business, the 10 guys up front to handle their business, or 9 guys up front, no quarterback, to handle their business, to get the job done. Now, Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, Keon. Have we seen a deep shot this season? No, you have not seen one deep shot this season here from your Seattle Seahawks. They've kept things to the intermediate portion of the passing game. We got a 1st and 10. Uchenna Nwosu out with some of his first action. A little bit of a wide throw there to DK Metcalf. He's unable to bring that in. Rodgers on some of his accuracy here early on. Yeah, that's one where DK's got to catch that. That'd be one that'd be just so much for that. We've seen many of those. That's the DK Metcalf special. It hits you in both of your two hands, and I mean that throw's fine. He's not got a defender on him. You got to make that catch. 2nd and 10. Shotgun look here for Rodgers. Austin going in motion. Handoff inside here to Warren. He'll be pulled down after a short game by Byron Murphy. Nice job by Byron there. 3 or 4 yards on the play. But yeah, Keon, no deep shot yet, man. Not one attempt down the field. See if we do it in this game at some point. Third down for the Steelers. McDonald's kept everything pretty clean up front as far as the blitz game goes, showing a four-man front here again. So just kind of staying back in coverage, understandable. Rodgers stepping up in the pocket. He's going to be brought down to the ground by Jaron Reed. Reed able to get a big old paw on him as he was trying to get away. And he says, not so fast, Aaron. Brings him down right there. Nice sack on the play. Good job in coverage by the Seattle Seahawks. They had a couple guys there on DK floating around him. I think that's where Rodgers wanted to go, was bouncing that back over to him, and they had that thing closed up. They knew where the primary read was going to go on that play. Here's the punt now. Seahawks bringing some pressure. Horton got the first grab. He's got a little bit of room to work with. Horton cuts it wide. Horton just needs to go down. He gets it to 26-27. A lot of reversing field and back and forth, but the Seahawks will take over offensively there with the defense starting to find a little bit of rhythm here maybe. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Myers' curse strikes again. Well, indeed, we did worry about this being a Mr. Hyde season. We've joked about it. It's been a truth throughout his career. Last year was a Dr. Jekyll. Last year, he was doing good service. He was helping patients survive. He was bringing people back from the brink. This year, he's taken lives. It's just the Myers, revolving wheel of pain and goodness. So hopefully not this year. Hopefully not. But that's a tough opening look there where he misses a pretty easy kick on that one. And again, the snaps down, holds up. Everything looks good on that. I hope not, MJ Seahawk. Jeff Jennings, thanks for the $2 donation, says, come on, y'all. They're stacking the box. Patience. Yeah, this is understandable that you're not going to get anywhere run the ball when teams are going to stack the box. That's just, it's going to be tough sledding to make that happen. If you do, you're a real good run team. If you can, find effectiveness to run the ball when they're putting so much beef down there to, shore that specific spot up. And it will be interesting to see. I think you saw even on the last drive there with Darnold and has been in this game a little bit, willingness to throw on first down. That's one of your great indicators here that Kubiak's recognizing the fact that they are trying to load up and they're trying to kind of play the odds of, okay, first down likely to be a run play. So if we're going to put an onus on stopping the run, then certainly on first down, we're going to put a huge onus then upon making sure that, we're loaded up for that. We're taking that away from them on first down. So he's doing some adjustments to it on his side of it. And this is that back and forth you get throughout a game on that from a strategy standpoint. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Mr. Hyde never fails. Saw this one coming. we might have to go for it a little bit more this year. To your point, Phoebe. If we're stuck we might be stuck in a little bit of the mess of it. We might have to just roll with it a bit, Mr. Hyde never fails. It's wild watching his career because it's just, you can time it by year quotient, and the guy's played for like 10 years. So it's just good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, great, bad, great, bad, great, bad, great, year by year. So for the first 3 drives for your Seahawks: touchdown, interception, missed field goal. 8-play drive and 11-play drive. So you have found some consistency and outside of that interception, moving the ball a little bit, which has been very good. Let's see what they got dialed up here on 1st and 10. Steelers showing a 3-4 look, bringing another defender down on the line of scrimmage. They are loading up right here for the run play. Pitch to the other side of the field here to Walker. Walker bounces his way through and finds a little bit of room. The Steelers blitz from one side of the formation. They pitched the ball to Walker to the other side of the formation, and he got himself 9 yards. Nice job being quick to the hole there by Walker. Got Jack Sawyer out there, huh? And Herbig out there. I think that's interesting. So no Watt or Highsmith right now on the field for the Steelers. Maybe they're just giving him a rotational thing, you know. Hand off here to Walker. Walker in the backfield. Surprise, surprise. Slides off of it, keeps his feet moving, falls forward for a first down. And a nice long drive here. Be really nice. Just keep the defense a little fresh. Get into the Steelers defense a bit. Yeah, no Highsmith and no Watt on the field right now. Play action pass. Darnold dropping back. He's under pressure. He's brought down to the ground. Nice blitz set up by the Steelers. Instantaneous pressure, and then the blitzer linebacker Wilson came right up the middle to finish the deal. Steelers were all over that one. Who blew the pressure so quickly on that? Holy moly. Well, that was Barner. Barner just struggled off that line to stay with the guy. And that forced Darnold up into the pocket. Well, you got to figure once you get Watt or Highsmith off the field, you're going to go to a little bit more of some creative packages. 2nd down, 18. Darnold dropping back to throw. Gets it to JSN. JSN trying to extend the run here. Nowhere to really go. It's going to be a very short gain. 4 yards. Alan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, bro, I'm tired of Jason Myers always missing for 3. It sucks that you pay a guy $7 million that there is a little bit of this back and forth year by year thing. I've thought this where it's like, if you're going to pay that guy money, you really want to, and kicker's hard because it's just such a up and down position in general. 3rd and 14, 4 wide receivers to one side of the field, all aligned around each other for the Seattle Seahawks. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's got some time. He's going to throw this back to Walker. Walker trying to do something in space, and Walker down near a first down. Oh, man, he got in there close. And Mike McDonald's got a bit of an interesting call on his hands here with a 4th and 2. You're at the midfield stripe. You're probably feeling like you want to trust your defense here, and that's what he's going to do. So nice job by Darnold just under pressure to find Walker, kind of just flick it out there in space, and Walker almost able to make it happen there. Joe being out Dixon here for a 4th and 2. Got to trust your defense in a game like this. How they're playing. See if you can pin them back. Come on, Dixon. Come on, Dixon. There we go. That'll work. About the 12-yard line or so. 12, 13-yard line there for Dixon. So, yeah, I'm in that place too, Alan, with it a little bit, where it's frustrating for a guy you're paying that kind of money because he's being paid as well as any kicker in this sport. And you do just those kind of kicks, especially where it's an easy peasy one. You get the 50-yarders you miss. I mean, those are going to be, hit or miss at times. But the ones where they're, very close to almost chip shot range, you go, come on, buddy. Especially if it's a good hold. Jonathan Salazar, thanks for a $2 donation as well. Says the defense obviously wants the game. Come on, O. Hey, come on, offense. Let's go. Let's pick this defense up like they're picking you up. You gave them an interception on their side of the field, short field. They've kept them to field goals. Come on, let's reward them for this stuff. Steelers aren't going to sit down and be held down forever in this way, offensively speaking. So we know we got to lean on our D this year. We do, but offense, keep the end of the bargain going, keep the drives going, get some first downs every time. Obviously, the turnovers are the real tough one there, but we're in this. We're operating. Martin, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it, Martin. We have quality running backs. Steelers have gone all in on stopping the run. If today is Walker's day, then so be it. Who cares as long as we win? Amen. That's the sort of the hot hand theory on this as well. You have two backs you like. Certain back may be a little bit more effective against this defense than the other back, week in and week out. Lean to the back that's most effective on the given day. Kind of pick and choose as you go through to feel that out a little bit and still keep a bit of balance. Both guys still get their share of touches, but you go with the hot hand theory. I like the hot hand theory. That should be the benefit of having kind of two backs like this that are a little bit different, and that's the way you'd like to use them, I think, a bit. But yeah, the Steelers are loading up on stopping the Hawks run game. I mean, they really are. You got a 9-yard run there with Walker where they not only had the 3-4 look, but they brought the safety down in the on the line of scrimmage prior to the snap. So to say that they are gearing up for it is almost an understatement in a way. So yeah, it's the counter of this is going to be back to how we pass the ball today at this point. It's really not on how we run the ball just because they're just not going to let you do it. Dat Boy, thank you for the $2 donation. He says they're giving Ramsey a blocked field goal, not on Myers. Oh, okay. Didn't look like it was blocked, but maybe got a hand in there. Definitely possible. Very possible. They changed it. Wasn't blocked after all, Sinagasa. All right. Yeah, I didn't. He definitely had his hand up, but it looked like it was pretty cleanly kicked. 1st and 10, Rodgers under center pitch play. Out wide here. Nice job defensively by the Seattle Seahawks. Is that Mike Morris there making the play? How about Mike Morris? Cuts him down right at the line of scrimmage. Playing strong. Off the edge. They're giving him a yard. That's generous. 6:44 to go here in the second quarter. Ball at the 14-yard line in Steelers territory. Play action pass. Looking to hit his man out in space. Doesn't find him. Comes back to DK. DK again with another drop. Matched up on, they're running zone there in Seattle. So DK just sits down in the zone right where you want him to be. You got to catch that. This would be the maddening thing with DK at times. It's just that he's had 2 in this game. You got to cap that. 3rd down and 9. Press look for Seattle. 4-man front. Rodgers, deep drop in the pocket. He's going to let this fly. Tipped up. And good job by Kobe Bryant there to not try to pick that ball up. I think that was Darian Kendrick, who's had a really good game, man. He's playing well. But a very nice job there it's tipped up in the air. The receiver there for the Steelers has a chance to then go make a catch after the play. A lot of defenders there now will try to go get that interception. But Bryant feels the receiver there next to him, feels the threat of that. It's 3rd down. Know you're down in distance and situations. Know what's going on game situation-wise. We get this stop. We're getting the ball back right around midfield. So, is the interception nice? Sure. But don't allow the guy to get the reception there. Deep punt here to Torrey Horton. He's got a little bit of space to work with, and he does a very nice job there of getting up the field to about that 48-yard line, still in Seahawks territory, but a good punt return, just what you want to see there in that moment. But very smart play there by Kobe Bryant, very heady. It's almost the opposite of what you got from Woolen last week, where you want Woolen to knock that ball down in the back of the end zone, force them to have to do either go for it or 4th down or take the field goal. Instead, he's trying to go for the interception. And you saw last week when you have a defender trying to go for that interception in that moment, rather than knock it down, another player's competing to go for it. It's a lot more of a known incompletion if you can come down and just windmill down the ball and just say, bang, I'm knocking this thing down, call it a day. But smart, heady play there by Kobe Bryant. 1st down for the Seahawks. They're going to go with the 2 tight end look, play action pass, rolling back in space. Nowhere to really go here for Darnold. Oh, he's going to find Jackson late down the field. The play action rollouts are working. I would be staying with that heavily, especially with the Steelers stepping so consistently towards the line of scrimmage in anticipation of the run game, especially on 1st down, as they have. First and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks into Steelers territory. Jackson has been worked here by Darnold early on. He's in shotgun as Darnold. 3-4 look from the Steelers. They're going to try to run into it. Good run there by Charbonnet, maybe his best of the game. Ooh, cross. Hopefully he's okay. Got a leg landed on there, stretched out, but he gets up okay. He's got some flexibility. He's pliable. 5:15 to go here. Wouldn't mind just bleeding this clock all the way down to just about nothing if you can here on this one. Darnold back under center. Another 3-4 look from the defense here. Again, they're anticipating run, and again, you're just running into too much of the teeth of the defense there. It's just not going to, it ain't happening, Captain. Charbonnet is lucky to have it just be a negative 2-yard loss, but I'm not sure the reasoning behind trying to run there with they're bringing a 3-4 and they're pulling a safety into the box off the 3-4 look. So you're ending up with, the 8 players really all close around the line of scrimmage. There's not going to be anywhere to go there. Seattle 2 of 5 today on third downs. Steelers 1 of 5. It's been tough sledding in that respect of things. Darnold under center here. Jackson goes in motion. Steelers showing a blitz look. You're going to Charbonnet. Charbonnet fighting hard. He's going to be down just short of the first down, and the Seattle Seahawks have a decision here to try to go with what they want to do. He's going to be a long yard and a half short. So even maybe a little bit too far away for a tush push. Seattle's going to go for it. Yeah, maybe we're going to get a timeout here where they'll think about this one, which I like. Let's think this through, Let's turn this one over a little bit on what we want to do and how we want to play this. I do agree with, I think, most of what people are saying in there. Probably go for it. You got an opportunity here to get a first down. You get a first down, you can bleed down this clock further. You can put yourself potentially in a position to go get not only a touchdown, but take the clock down to nothing and not give the Steelers one more possession this half. They get the ball after halftime, but at least get your defense that long blow and then roll it this way. And I would think, too, by the way, with it being a long yard and a half, I would run a play-action rollout here and have Sam very, very keen to keeping it on a play-action rollout kind of play. Roll it out in space, have one of those easy guys coming back on a drag route. Steelers are loading up on the run game. They're going to be all deep on that. And I might look to do that. It could go with a shove. It is 1 yard, so it is in the Pike Place push realm of things for a possibility here. The salmon slide, the salmon shoot. Fourth down and 1. Darnold's going to come up under center here. Steelers, they think it's going to be a push. They got a lot of guys in that line of scrimmage right now. Play action rollout, just what I was hoping for. Tipped up in the air, it's going to be interception. Jeez. Steelers were all over it. Well, I guess that's why I'm not an offensive coordinator. I had the right call on it, and it didn't work. Jeez. Just the completely blown block there. It's got to be laid. Like Robbie Oots completely blows it. It's a tough block. You're trying to lay a cut block on Cameron Hayward. I mean, that's going to be a tough pull. It is. But you got to lay that block and give your quarterback a little bit of clarity coming off the rollout there. Or at least get in his way a little bit more than that. He just allowed almost for Hayward to have a free run back at Darnold. And Darnold tried to make a play. Probably shouldn't have. Not a good play by Darnold's point, but you're 4th down too. It's one of those like just try to do something, 1st and 10. Rodgers pump action coming back. Well defended there. Tyrese Knight was all over that play. Byron Murphy supplying some pass rush. They tried to do a little bit of like fake one way, come back to the other side of the field, and Seattle was not tricked. Dat Boy, thank you for the $2 donation. Dat Boy says they're giving Ramsey a blocked field goal, not on Myers. I was hearing it was taken off, but we may have to wait till the end of the game to see how they officially mark it. It's unclear to me on that if it was a block or not. 2nd and 10 for the Steelers from the 21-yard line in Seattle's territory. Oh, shoot. Ochuna Nwosu was offsides. Rodgers is a master at this. He's going to go complete it there to DK. He knows he's got a free play to DK at that point, just throws it up for there. DK makes the catch, 1st down. Rodgers has been a master at drawing people offsides like that before in the past. Richard Stewardson, thank you for 10 months as a Hawks Nest member. I didn't have any message in there, Richard, for you on that, but thank you for the long-time support, almost a year here. Appreciate you for that. Michael Austin, thanks for the $5 donation. Says, hey, Brando, let's get this win. Come on, everybody over 700 in here. Like and sub up for my man here. Love the content, B. Oh, well, thank you for that. I really appreciate it, Michael, and all your support through the years, too, as well. We got a 3rd and 1 for the Steelers because they're going to decline the penalty, which is interesting enough here. So this gives them a 3rd and 1. Let's see what they are going to maybe do here. Big player. If you get a stop, you can hold him to a field goal potentially. Hand off inside. Nope, not happening. Good job by Jalen Warren there. Jones tried to cut him down in the backfield, but he was able to sidestep him and go pick up the 1st down. Appreciate you, Michael. Just echo his thoughts on that as well. We got actually well over 800 now in the chat. If you can for me, please do hit that like button. Sub on up. We're trying to get to 20,000 here. We're about 160 away or so. So you can help us get a little closer today by subbing on up, and I'd really appreciate it. But thank you, Michael. I appreciate you too, brother. All right, 1st and goal for the Steelers. Clock continues to wind. 2:28 to go here in the first half. Seahawks have all 3 of their timeouts. Handoff inside, big hole. Nice gain by Warren. He'll take this down to the 2 or 3 yard line. I'd call it timeout. Maybe if I'm Seattle here, think about it. And they're not going to. They're going to let this go down to the 2-minute warning, I'm guessing. A little feisty after the play. Barry Soy Toro, long time, one of our longest members of this channel, and one of my OG original subscribers back in the day. Thank you for the $5 donation, Barry. I appreciate it. And didn't have any note or message in your donation there on that one, Barry. So I think we got one above on that one where they got you on it. But thank you for that first. Don't know. Appreciate you for that. 2-minute warning here. We'll go to commercial. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. Hear me out. I believe it used to be called an audible. It's where you switch to a play that doesn't do exactly what the defense is expecting. That is, I understand that you do have those in the playbook. And I would really like to be able to have my quarterback. I don't need you to always be on point to have to change plays every which way but loose and always be operating from a standpoint of not just executing the play that you've driven up, that you've drawn up and like let it go. But I think also when you have a defense that's leaning so hard in this direction like the Steelers are, that you would have some kind of counterbalance checks to give to Darnold to say, okay, if we've got the 3-4 look, which remember with 3-4 looks not run predominantly in the NFL right now, that so many teams, even if you're in base, are not going to be in that 3-4. If they're going to lean this much, if you're going to have those linebackers stepping up 1-2 steps towards the line of scrimmage on these early, especially early rundown type plays as a threat, not even that you're running the ball, but just that they're then give them a little bit of the ability to audible out of it. Yeah, I like that. I agree with that. And maybe a little bit of a nice place of an adjustment that Kubiak can build into this a little bit now as we go forward. I believe it's called an audible. I see what you did there, Nolan. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, and that's why you don't eat ice cream in the car, as to how he got the $5 Phantom donation put on the channel. Hey, the ice cream's working in my favor. I think everybody's got to be eating ice cream today on that then. It was going to go like that, Barry. Hey, hopefully at least it was delicious, When it's that good, you just can't be bothered with phones and buttons and all that stuff. I appreciate you, though, brother. And again, one of my original OG folks back 6 years ago, subbed the channel. He's been riding with me ever since over here on this. I appreciate you for that, Barry. Thank you for the double donation. Carol Beard, K.O. Ryan, thank you for hearing the call and answering and heeding that call, getting subbed on up to the channel. I really, really do appreciate you for doing that. Chris Gary, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, this offense, rolling his eyes. It's a frustrating one. There's some good stuff here in this half to look at that you feel good about, but it is a little bit of when it's going bad right now, it's going to the complete worst case scenario of bad. And it's not that it's sliding there constantly. The offense has got some things to hang their hat on, some drives in this game, but you can't have turnovers. You can't have turnovers on the road. These are just death knells for a team, especially when you get to the multiple angle of it. Second down and goal, 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Like a false start there by the Steelers, didn't get called. Seahawks stymie the run there. Call a timeout, Mike. See, this is where I don't like that it takes you. You're not calling the timeout. Why wouldn't you call a timeout here? You're going to let him bring this down to 1:30, Mike? All right. I would be calling timeout here, but okay. Interesting. Catch, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I don't know what you all expected. Cheapest offense in the NFL. That's true. You're not spending a ton of money on this offense. Third down and goal for Rodgers. Shotgun look. Seahawks threatening a blitz. Drop out of it. Rodgers goes up, hits DK Metcalf, trust ball. He makes the catch on Kobe Bryant, climbs the ladder, makes the catch. Touchdown, Steelers. They will take the lead. Ouch. But indeed, catch, you pay for what you get, I guess, you pay for what you put in. And certainly there is less money on this offense. I will say some of it has to do a little bit too with the fact that you've had to eat so much dead money on this offense from guys that aren't here, that like DK Metcalf, like Tyler Lockett, like a Geno Smith. There's got to be a bit of consideration of the fact that that's also money that's on the books too that was sort of accounted towards your offense. But it's also fair to say, well, that's not a success of the general manager then, that he's going cheap on offense because he's got a bunch of guys that he's let walk out the door. Kobe made a good try, and that's just a mismatch there with Kobe Bryant on DK. You got a safety matched up against their number one wide receiver. That's going to work in their favor every time. Seahawks let the clock roll down to 1 minute and 9 seconds there. They do have all three of their timeouts, but let the clock kind of roll a little bit on that one. Empty look here for Rodgers, going for a 2-point conversion. Rodgers dropping back to throw. He's going to throw another little fade ball there, easily completed on Josh Jobe. Seattle defender's not looking to make a play on the ball here. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $2 donation. We are beating ourselves in this game. Come on, Hawks. It is what you're doing, man. Interceptions like this, having turnovers on the road, a tough game, tough to win this anyway. It's hard to pull this off. We did see the Niners able to do it in our house last week, but it's not the way you want to try to go get that W. And they've got their work cut out for them now. Coming into the second half, we'll see if they can do something here at the end of the half to just maybe go get up and at least go get some field goal and get this a little closer. But the Steelers get the ball at halftime too. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Always take the points until you have to go for it. That's fair enough. I think that's fair enough there on that. I can kind of see why Mike did it there with a few of the other factors kind of there at play too, just being that you didn't want to give the Steelers the ball back if you could hope to avoid it. But I could be kind of talked into both ways on it there, David, myself. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. Offense be moving. They just keep shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, accurate. You've got some ability here where there's, I'm not going to say the run game's been good. It hasn't been great, but you maybe found a couple moments here and there with the run game working just a little bit here and there. But the passing game, 136 yards in the first half already here, on 15 attempts. So you are finding some headway there with that. But admittedly speaking, you are shooting yourself in the foot. That's an accurate way of putting it. Barry Soy Toro, thank you for the $10 donation. Barry, I appreciate all of your donos today, brother. Thank you so much. Pro tip, cooking bacon in the oven is the superior method. Yeah, especially if you're going to get that crispy bacon, right? I'm all about the crispy bacon. I can't do that. You bacon eaters that like it chewy, there's something odd about you folks. It's got to be crispy. It's got to be like I drop it on my plate and it shatters crispy. But I have heard that the oven is a little bit better way than doing the old, frying up on the skillet kind of thing, Making me hungry for some bacon now, Barry. You got ice cream going and bacon on the mind, man. Well, we drop it in there for like $4.50 for 15 minutes or something like that. Shadowbot says, we need pumpkin. I know, I do need pumpkin. Let me go get her. Maybe we need to enlist her in this. You want it. You want it. You. All right, George Alani takes it up to about the 28-yard line, 1:04 to go in this half. We need your luck. We need the pumpkin luck. Shadowbot is calling for you. You will be the key to this win. You'll be the key to this win. Shotgun look here for Donald. Dropping back to throw. He's got a nice pocket. Comes back to Cooper Kupp on the backside. Cooper Kupp, nice run after the catch there. He'll get himself about a 16, 17-yard gain there. Clock continues to wind. "46 seconds to go here in the second half. Steelers bring in some blitz. Darnold dropping back to throw. Tries to hit Horton. The ball's going to be knocked away there. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the $2 donation, Richard. I really appreciate it. Nice play there by the defender there. Horton had a catch. It just got knocked right out. 37 seconds to go here. Darnold, empty look. Worry about a guy like Watt here. They get a nice chip. Completed ball. Jeez Louise. Darnold, got to get it up the field a little bit more than a 4-yard pass, buddy. It's going to take a little bit more than that with 30 seconds. Like, we eventually got to start to try to push the ball up the field here, guys. Like, I understand it's hard, but piecemealing it up the field on little 6-yard routes with so little time on the clock is not going to accomplish much. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $2 donation. Schneider has to answer for letting Geno go. Very well, maybe a place we look at in the offseason and saying, boy, we took a big step back quarterback potentially. I'm not fully there ready yet to say that. I do think, though, that that's going to be one of those decisions that's going to be looked at very closely. I think the key thing to me with that too, Janeth, is also the age aspect with Geno and does he hold up for a whole season? And, is that a part that we want to kind of consider on that? 3rd down and 6. Steelers threatening a blitz. They drop out of it. Darnold lets it go up over the top to Nowheresville. Miscommunication between him and the wide receiver, I guess. And rough half for the Seahawks offense overall. I mean, you've got some movement of the ball, but the interceptions stand out. And still just an offense that just doesn't have any kind of, still just finding itself, figuring out how it's doing what it's doing. Goodness gracious. But Janeth, we'll see on that, where it all lands on that. I think there's a bit of a part of it too, which is that, Geno wanted to also go to the Raiders and, be with Coach Carroll too. If you paid him more and you're willing to break the bank for him, would he have been willing to stay? Maybe. Maybe that would have been the factor that would have allowed for that to happen. Kind of hard to say. Jesse Flores. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Jesse. Appreciate you doing that. Seahawks with the punt here. No doubt the Steelers will probably just lay on this when they come back out for the offense. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, the offense is pretty terrible here through the first week and a half. I think the word I would use is disjointed. And definitely kind of in a searching for itself kind of mode of things and how it feels. They're just kind of not sure what works and what doesn't work or how they want to counter these defenses. Darnold's going to have to push the ball down the field at some point. He's not going to be able to just dink and dunk his way through every drive. Like these defenses are going to force him at one point or another to make a throw where you're pushing up the field here. And I'm not talking like that last throw where he just threw it to Nowheresville. I mean, I'm talking got to make a throw here, buddy. Got to try to make a toss. That last drive there was very safe approach there from Darnold in his positioning there. Like Steelers are actually going to try to maybe move the ball. They got 3 timeouts here, so they're going to see if maybe they can do something. Rodgers dropping back to pass, and he's going to be sacked. Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams there. Nicely done by those two. They share a sack on the play. And the Steelers will go ahead and call it a day on that one. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. So the Seahawks win the time of possession war, 17 minutes to 13 minutes in this first half, but got more total yards, but you turn the ball over, and that sort of is a neutralizing factor to anything else. And you got to put him on Darnold with both the picks. There are factors at play that made the picks happen outside of his control, but at the end of the day, like, this is the difference in this football game as much as anything. And you got to know coming into it, I got to play it clean. Got to play it clean. TWB, mystery. I have a bad feeling this is going to be a 4 to 5 win season. It's possible at this rate. We'll see. I think they're a better team than that, but this offense needs to find some juice. They need the juice. And losing the turnover battle in back-to-back weeks is, I guess you got 2 picks last week, so you didn't technically, well, you had the fumble though too, so you did lose it last week, technically speaking. Boy, beautiful catch by Neighbors on a touchdown. What a catch. Trayvon Diggs was like trying to knock that out. He's right there. Hell of a grab. Hell of a grab there. We got first half action here. Tennessee is tied with the Rams 10-10. Jacksonville Jaguars are up 17-10 on the Bengals. The Ravens are up 10-3 on Baltimore. Buffalo Bills up 20-3 on the Jets. New England is up 15-14 on the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins coming back in that game. We got 9-7. The Niners over the Saints right now. Giants 13-10 over the Cowboys. Detroit Lions up 21-7 there in the second quarter of that game as well. Some interesting action going down. I'm going to be right back here. I'm going to give myself a little bit more coffee, and I know we got a couple donos here, so I will catch those in just 1 second. Oh no, Joe Burrow's being taken back limping into the locker room. There goes my fantasy season. Jeez. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, appreciate all your support today. Says we're leading in total yards, passing yards, time of possession, first downs, and we're losing 14-7. Our offense is destroying us, not them. It's very true. And it's a very frustrating part with this is that you are finding it's not that you've completely gone nowhere offensively and you can't seem to, you just can't seem to find any footing. Like you're moving the ball, you're finding some successes. You got a touchdown even. It's just that this is the neutralizing factor of interceptions. And this is why there are so many coaches out there that put so much of the onus upon be safe with the ball. And, you're going to be the type of design team that we're going to be when you look at this game in this first half. You're going to be a team that's going to lead with this defense, and we can see this team leads with its defense, and that's what's going to carry the day. Well, then you've got to control time of possession, done that. Get some first downs, done that. But then the other things that have to go in conjunction with that are then that you've got to limit down the turnovers and not put your defense on short fields, not make their job then harder at that point to get the job done. And what they're already having to carry so much of the sort of the baggage of the team to get them through on that. And then you also, of course, put that in addition to then missing a field goal attempt, because that's the other part of this formula is that your special teams unit's got to be another kind of dominant aspect of this team. This is part of the plan. The plan's never that the offense was going to be dominant, but that these are the factors that have to come in play every week for you to go get wins. That's the formula. And right now, the formula is not being, utilized to the utmost today. And that's kind of what's held you back on this one, where you can still have those factors you talk about where you're winning the game on all of those other fronts, but it just is enough to just upend everything else. So, yeah, I agree. Offense has kind of done the shit. Someone else said below on this, Martin, shooting yourself in the foot a bit, where there's some things you can control on this and you're kind of letting it happen that way, HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, so it's agreed. John Schneider is the issue. I mean, I don't know on that. The thing that I think has happened this offseason with the HHG, and I know I had us at 11 wins and getting to the playoffs this year, but I didn't have us getting to the division title this year in my prognostication. 11 wins would have only been one more win over what we were last year. And the reason I did go there is because you did do the bit of the step back this season for the long-term health of the team and that to have the best fits and everything work the right way. And, I think that was what I said at the start of the offseason, which was I said two things. I said, I'm in favor right now of taking a step back to take the 2 steps forward for the long term. And that meant no contract extension for the DK or the Geno or in letting Tyler go, getting the bad money out now. And let's turn this over. And look, there was a hope there that if you do take the 1 step back, you could be ready to take the step forward quickly, that you could turn around fast. But there's the threat in taking the step back that the upcoming season is going to be one where you're going to be kind of wish-washy maybe, and that you may find some up and down nature the way that the team's playing. The good news is that you don't put yourself into contracts that beyond this season limit you in your ability to eventually become a contender. And that's why you made those choices this offseason, in my opinion, to take a bit of that step back was with the viewpoint of it ain't about to getting to a good state or a little bit better than average or to be flirting with the playoffs every year. It's to become a contending team. And so I'm not completely blown away then if this year doesn't take off in that way. And then commiserately on that HHG, I would just say that being that that's the case, I'm not as then driven to the, John Schneider on a head, on a platter kind of feel to where I stand on this, on it myself as well with it. It's not going to do us any good with going down the road of, John's got to go. John's bad. John's out. Like they just gave him an extension. The ownership would not agree with us on that. And so it's kind of a nowhere, discussion because there's just he's here for the next couple of years. Yeah. And David, thank you for the $2 donation, David. He says, need to use the tight ends more. It's infuriating. Indeed. Yeah. You have, I again, love like deep routes you could hit, like try to find Arroyo up the seam maybe at times against some of these defensive looks that you're getting. But Barner has been completely a non-factor here to start this year out. And there seems to be no real purposeful place to get him in. You got Arroyo, the one catch, and on the 4th down and 1, they were trying to roll it back across the formation to get it back to Arroyo again. But to your point, I think we've got 4 targets through 5 quarters here to the tight ends, and it's supposed to be a relatively tight end friendly offense and how it's designed with. So I think that's on point, David. Definitely some more room to utilize them a little bit more, especially again with the rollouts back in space a little bit. I know it didn't work on the interception. I was made to look dumb on that one because I was asking him to do it. He did it and caused an interception. But I still think that in theory, it still is smart to lean in and to utilize that as you can. Ethan, thank you for the $5 donation, Ethan. Just tuning in. Thoughts on the first half? Thanks for the coverage. Go Hawks. Yeah, frustrating first half. You feel like offensively you're able to find some movement of the football. Steelers are loading up to stop the run, so they're going to put it on Darnold to throw the ball. And in doing that, that's kind of led to 2 interceptions for Darnold in this first half. So the Steelers have been able to kind of say, look, we're not going to let you beat us running the ball. We're going to make you prove to us that Sam Darnold can beat us. And in the first half, Sam Darnold has said, I'm not up to being able to do that. It's hard on Darnold when you don't have a running game to fall back on, when you're sitting there in third and longs a lot. It makes it tougher to execute from what you're doing. But at the end of the day, that's as much the big difference here as anything else. Your defense has played pretty stout and pretty solidly. It's not been perfect, but they've been put on short field a couple of different times and asked to, kind of carry a bit of a burden on this one. So, it's not been perfect with the defense, but they've gotten some pressure on Rodgers. They've done a good job of stopping the run themselves and not allowing the Steelers to lean on that with a 3.3 yard per carry average in the first half. So they've really done their job, but it's just, interceptions on the road in a tough environment. Sometimes in games like football, like with all of the complicated things that lead to a win or loss, like it can all just be kind of distilled down to that when there is that discrepancy of, hey, we lost it twice and they didn't lose it at all. They played it very clean. But go Hawks, Ethan. You still got a second half here, a long part of this game left to be played. The story's not told or said yet on this football game, but Hawks offense is still just trying to kind of find its identity. You can just feel them still just kind of searching, kind of looking. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. I really appreciate that, man. Very, very, very kind of you for that. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. Hard to win, especially in Pittsburgh, with 2 picks and a missed field goal in the first half. But it's still just a 1-score game. Defense will keep us in it. I think the 4th down call was right. Play action boot away from Watt. Need to stick with it and execute. I'm glad to hear we're all in agreement all the way down the line on this one, Randall, with all of your thoughts in regards to that. It's just so hard to win with those factors at the forefront of this. And we'll see if that ends up kind of weighing over the top of the second half a little bit, those interceptions, that missed field goal. But to your point, are still within 1 score here on this game. And the defense seems like it's up to the task today to keep them in it. You've kept the time possession in a relatively good spot. You're up on that. So you're not, theoretically going to be worn down as we get in the second half, defensively speaking. But I agree with you. I was calling for that call, literally, a rollout back off a play action. I thought the Steelers were going to be loaded up 100% to stop the run, and that they weren't going to be thinking pass at all. And they kind of got you. Good on the Steelers there. But to your point, still, I think the approach was smart, and still leaning in that into the second half. You also got the 20-yarder there to Arroyo down the field on the same kind of play. So it also has brought some good stuff with it too as well. I think leaning into that in the second half, probably pretty smart, Randall. So I'm in alignment with you all the way down the line on that. And we're in this still. Yeah, it's a little ugly in that first half for those turnovers, but we are in this still. Fig Nuts, thank you for subscribing. And Randall, thank you again, man, for that big old $20 drop. Appreciate you for doing that, Fig Nuts. Please do, folks, hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance to, maybe. We're trying to get to 20,000. We're almost within just about 100 to get into 20,000 subscribers. We are on the doorstep. You can help us get past by subbing up today. Thank you, though. Brittany and Joe, thank you for the $5 donation. Brittany and Joe says, our offense is soft, weak, soft. I don't think we win 5 games this year. It was mentioned below on that as well that someone else was looking in the comments or was speaking on the same point of that there, Brittany and Joe, as far as that maybe this is a team that's not going to get past even 5 wins, and that this offense will be just not good enough and is holding it back too much to make it happen. And, look, it's possible. I think we're going to win more than that. I'm not seeing a 5-win team myself here. I'm going to still stay with my original prediction and hope that this thing can, kind of eventually get itself sorted out as we got the opening kickoff here of the second half. Steelers will field it at the 3-yard line and bring it up from there. Looking to bring this wide across the field. Great tackle in space by Mike Morris. He's having a good game out there. Played the run well and out there making a special teams tackle there, knocking him down about the 18-yard line. Well done. Well done. But I can understand people's feeling on this. If you don't have an offense that's workable, if you've got turnovers popping up, it's hard to see the success for a season on that. You need to have something more functional. And I'm going to just trust a little bit in the fact it's new. The guys are still learning the ropes on this. It should get better as the year goes along. But I can understand some trepidation looking at this team right now and going, boo, maybe I got to recalibrate my outlook on them for the season. I get it. I do, Brittany, Joe. Thank you for the donation. All right, Rodgers under center. He's going to hand off here to Warren. Almost tackling the backfield, able to route around it. He scoots forward for about a gain of 5 or 6 yards there. Seahawks had some penetration in the backfield, just couldn't bring him down. Steelers got 14 straight wins when leading at halftime. That's the second longest streak in the NFL, next to the Lions at 16. So the Seattle Seahawks have their work cut out for them here in this half. Play action pass here. Oh my God, Rodgers completely fooled everybody. Jeez. Nice hit out there by Josh Jobe. Keeps him short of the first down. Very nice hit. Well, boy, Rodgers with a hell of a play fake there. I mean, he had guys turning around, looking left, looking right. Which way did they go? Which way did they go? Able to find a wide open receiver out there. 3rd down and 1 here for Rodgers. He's under center here. Seahawks bring another man up around the line of scrimmage. Rodgers brings the tight end in motion. Hand off inside here. He's going to go and get the first down. Short gain, but it's enough. Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I'm not too upset. I thought we would struggle taking a step back, and we aren't giving massive contracts out while finding our footing. Go Hawks. Beautifully put, man. And that's my outlook of it as well. It's hard to make those kind of pivots and turns. We've seen so many teams that will just do the thing that's the safe, lazy decision a little bit with that, and not necessarily the decision that's going to drive them towards ultimate success. First down, shotgun look here for Rodgers at a 28-yard line in their own territory. Hand off. Be a gain well of about 4 or 5 yards there on the inside zone run. But I think that's where so many teams that get stuck into that purgatory make those moves where they just sign the deals, where they just, well, DK's been here forever, we got to sign him. Well, Gino's here where he's at, he's been so good, we got to sign him. And there's a lot of argument for favor of signing him. It's not that it's not completely an argument where there's not some strength behind it, some solidity behind it. But sometimes in making the tough decisions, it means you're going to have to suffer a little bit of the brunt of the pain on the front side of it, but the benefits on the back end are going to be worth it. Delayed gratification, so to speak. 2nd and 6. Rodgers going to throw a little bubble screen here out to the tight end in space. Seahawks defend it well, and it will be a gain of about 3 or 4 yards, but Steelers doing a good job of getting themselves into 3rd and short situations here. Thank you, though, Catalyst. I agree 100%, man. Third down and 2. 11:35 to go here in the third quarter. Good opening drive here by the Steelers. Come on, Seahawks. Rodgers dropping back to throw. He's got pressure. He gets out of it somehow, just gets away from Derek Hall. We've got a flag. Boy, Rodgers just has gotten away from heat. Looks like it's a hold. That's why he got away from it, as the guy had to hold him to let him get away for it. Big time stop by the Seahawks defense, though. Nicely done. Yeah, that's a hold. That's a good. I'm glad they grabbed it. That's why he got away. Great little spin there by Rodgers. Nifty little move in the pocket for an old man there. But definitely a little bit of a hold there as well. So the Seahawks defense is giving the Seahawks offense a chance in this football game. You got to give them that. Horton driven back, and this will go through the back of the end zone here. Will be brought out to the 20-yard line. Here we go. Here we go. It's a nice little time here too. I'm going to grab my... There we go. Be right back. We're going to run a little bit of a shout out to the sponsor here of the show, which is Sleeper with my folks over here at Hog Media helping hook us up. We got them locked in here. Just going to run a quick little ad and I'll be right back.
Sleeper is the #1 fantasy sports app. It pays to know sports. Pick more or less on top players. Your first pick is on us, so start winning now. Play in Texas, Georgia, Minnesota, and 27 more states. Pick anytime across all sports, pregame or live. Over 10 million players are already on Sleeper. Make your picks count. Score up to 1,000 times your cash. Join today. Get up to $100 credit using code NEST. Call your shot on Sleeper. Download now.
Big shout out to them. Terms and conditions do apply, but use my code today with Sleeper. It's going to be NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST, and they will get you hooked on up here with a 100% match up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100 there. And it is opening up in the state of Washington shortly, by the way. So people are a little bit wondering on that. It's been closed down to be able to use these kind of apps, but in October, it's supposed to be opening up for you guys. You use my code today, get $100 in your pocket, also support the show at the very same time. That's what we call a win-win-win. And I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Pumpkin appreciates it too, don't you? Yeah, I know you appreciate it. I know. Can you say Sleeper? There we go. Oh, there we go. Got you up. Got you up there. We got well over 700 folks in here. If you hit that like button and sub on up, I would really appreciate it. I know. I'm going to win this one today. What are your thoughts? Maybe? Okay, kitty. It's a little over the top, but all right. No, they had to show 2006 Super Bowl. Of course they did. Of course they did. Well, the regular season is tied 10-10 between these two teams. All right, Darnold under center. 3 tight end look here for the Seattle Seahawks. Handoff. Walker with the carry. Nice carry by Walker. He's going to get 9 yards up the field. Boy, that'd be nice if we could get the running game going, wouldn't it? That would be pretty cool. Seattle just going big there. Bradford up there getting the job done. Lucas with close to a hold there. Didn't get called, but was right on the line there being close. Well, Walker, another handoff here. I love it. Great job by Walker, fighting through. Walker still keeping his feet, driving hard for a first down. He said, the first down's not enough for me. I want more. I want more. Nice run there by Walker. Here we go. First and 10 for the Seahawks. Ball at 44-yard line, still in their own territory. Another heavy look here with the tight ends, fullbacks. Charbonnet trying to find some daylight. There is nothing to be had. Steelers were all over that play. Patrick Queen played a pretty good game out there, coming up, squeezing his hand, but he's made some good plays in space in this game. Loss of 1 on the play. Yeah, the O-lines had struggled on those pitch plays today with the Steelers. You've just had no success with that thing. 2nd 11, Darnold dropping back to throw, going through his reads. Finds that tight end. There we go. Arroyo with the catch. Nice job there. Let's bring up a third down. 3rd and 4. Good, smart, quick decision making there by Darnold. And a nice grab falling forward there by Arroyo. Come on, Seattle. Okay. Shotgun look here for Darnold. Steelers showing a blitz. They don't come with it. Darnold's got some time. Finds his man Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp keeping his feet. Finally being driven down to the ground. Jalen Ramsey was trying to rip that ball out. Kupp kept just driving his feet. He kept trying to rip it out, kept driving his feet. And Kupp was able to extend that a little bit there. Interesting matchup between those two. Ramsey's trying to line up with Kupp out of the slot. He did great on him earlier on that pick. Kupp with 54 yards receiving today. Much better than last week. Play action pass. Lets it rip. Wide open is Kupp off the play action. Let's go. Down to the 16-yard line. Seahawks offense finding some footing. Play action froze the defenders. And you see the benefits of it right there where the linebacker comes up by that couple of yards of space and Darnold throws it right over the top of his head to Kupp. First down and 10. Handoff. Walker. Just running over, cross blocking to get some more yards. He's running hard as Walker. Good gain on the play. Maybe he's starting to find a little bit of rhythm too as well. 2nd down and 5. Here we go, Cougs. Here we go, Cougs. 7:03 to go in the 3rd quarter. Seahawks down 14-7. 7-play, 68-yard drive undertaken here. Ball at the 12-yard line. Darnold under center. Hand off here to Walker. Walker dancing his way through traffic. Another very nice play. Seahawks getting some push at the line of scrimmage now on this Steelers team. They're starting to get some movement. Such an important drive here, especially with the way the defense held things up for you at the start of the half. First down and goal. Ball at about the 7.5-yard line. 3 wide here for the Seahawks. Darnold just drops right back to pass. Finds his man for a touchdown, Seahawks. A.J. Barner on a stop route. Great call there. You've been loading up on some of the runs early downs on this drive. Steelers got to be thinking run there. And then you come right out of it. No even play action. You just feel like you got them, kind of bought into the fact it was going to be a run play. And Darnold snapped that throw out there to Barner quickly. Nice job. Quick decision-making, rhythm passer, back foot. That's the good of what you get with Darnold when it's working right. He can be an effective passer even down in the red zone in a way that a lot of other quarterbacks can't be with that decision-making at times. Where for a lot of quarterbacks, it gets harder. You get down there to try to, complete balls down in that red zone, but his arm strength, arm talent down there on those kind of throws, and then just makes quick decisions. Nice job. 14-14. Let's go. Let's go. Come on now. LL, thank you for subscribing to the channel, LL. I really appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. You're the man. You're the man. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I was going to go to bed, but I'll wait. And we got to keep in mind, folks, Megan's got the 2 a.m. rise call to watch this game out where she's located. So yeah, it's not only adventure, it's a commitment if you're going to be an Australian Seattle Seahawks fan. You got to be in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Running up the gut is way more effective this week. It has been a lot more effective this week, that's for sure. And you have in the Steelers a team that is down, I think, some defensive tackles up front there. I know that they've at least got Harmon out. I think they had the nose tackle maybe potentially down there as well. So, they are trotting up a little that lightness of talent there on the defensive line from what they normally have. And we've seen them try to, soup that up by really loading up the box and really trying to take that part of it away. But maybe now we're starting to get a little bit more movement. We're starting to kind of get into this defense a little bit. And maybe, God forbid, even, wear them down a little bit as this game goes along. That would certainly be nice. But nice to see Walker going too. 5 carries. Freddie got more than 5 carries. And ESPN site's like updating slow. So Walker, 9 carries, 60 yards for a 6.7 yard per carry average here this week. Darnold, 17 to 23, 204 yards, 2 touchdowns. Got the 2 interceptions look bad, but it ain't all bad with him today. I mean, there's some good here on that. You look at that conversely to the other side. Aaron Rodgers, 7 of 15 for 45 yards today on the other side of it. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the best OCs adjust at halftime. They do indeed. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think you want to feel what a defense is doing. And with the Steelers, I don't feel like they're doing a lot of extra stuff. With the last week, the Niners, it was a little bit of a cat and mouse game between overthinking things and stacked boxes and what was a blitz and what was not going to be a blitz. This week it's a little bit more of, I think, the Steelers playing things a bit straight up. And, they're going to bring some extra beef down on the defensive line to try to take that part away. But they have given you a little bit of, here's our hand today. Here's how we're going to try to do this. And give Kubiak then some potential adjustments within that. And it seems like he's doing it. Yeah, great point, Jeff. Kickoff here will go short down at the 9. And kind of purposeful. Looked like they had the Hawk coverage unit down there. Mike Morris in on it again down there. But it looked like they did that as kind of a purposeful curveball there. 9-play, 80-yard drive, consuming 5 minutes and 1 second of the clock. And culminating in Sam Darnold's 100th career touchdown pass. See if the defense can use this momentum on his back. That's it. I mean, a turnover. Turnover wouldn't be bad here, huh? We could all go for something like that, huh? Maybe. Sean's feeling me. 1st and 10. Aaron back in shotgun, 4 wide for the Steelers. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's under a little bit of pressure. Nice job finding the running back out of the backfield, still on his feet. Seahawks can't tackle him, and he is still running down the field. Oh, my God. Jaylen Warren's going to maybe score. My goodness. Just no one able to tackle Jaylen Warren in the open field. And the biggest play of the game for the Steelers by far on a broken play. You had the coverage with Knight. Rodgers has done an amazing job in this game of breaking the pocket. And I'll say it's like one of the things you've got through the first 2 weeks with the Seahawks defensive line and generating the pressure from the front 4 looks as they're trying to do so often. You are getting pressure, but you also are getting guys sometimes rushing outside of the rush lanes and losing the integrity. And you were looping a defender in there, and another defender did not loop outside to contain Rodgers there. Allowed him to break the pocket, allowed him to extend the play, and allowed him to make the completion. 1st and goal from the 5 quickly here. Rodgers hit as he throws. Derek Hall in the backfield instantaneously and just creates a dead play there on the incompletion. Hall was like, I don't care about the run. I'm coming for you. I like that approach too, by the way. Just smack Rodgers if he's going to do that play action stuff every time. Take it as a free opportunity. Second down and goal. 5:04 to go here in the third quarter. Rodgers in shotgun. Handoff inside of the back here. Gainwell, he's going nowhere. Leonard Williams, the big cat, gets a hold of him, pulls him backwards, says, no, 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 no forward momentum for you, sucker. Third down and goal. Come on, Seahawks D, let's get a stop here. Come on. Nothing doing. Third down and goal. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Rodgers in shotgun. He's directing traffic, making a pre-snap adjustment to the right side. Flush from the pocket. Is it intercepted? Is that picked? I can't tell. They're celebrating like we picked it. The cameraman was late getting the camera over to see what happened on the play. He was still on Rodgers forever. Guess the cameraman's infatuation. Was that Kendrick made the pick? Ball's tipped up. Yes, Kendrick makes the interception. That's clean, baby. That's clean. Beautiful play. I think that's Josh Jobe tips it up. Darian Kendrick, who's played a whale of a football game out there today, already has one tip where he almost tipped it up and allowed an interception for us to be able to grab on the other side, but tips it up in the end zone. And how about the defense? There's a hell of a time to come up with a play like that. Let's go. Let's go. That's worth a... Yeah, we need the Seahawks chant on that one here. Where's my chant? Where's my chant? Come on. That's football for you right there. Turn the momentum and how it can twist and turn and how you can be sure about where things are maybe kind of headed on a day. Not the luck. And then, they get down that play with Warren and you're like, oh man, just as our offense starts to get some momentum, you get the ball back to him and like, now you're going to let him, pop it in here and throw another touchdown up. And wow, not even a field goal. You get an interception back the other way. Let's go. Kendrick looking good. Kendrick looking like a guy who's going to earn himself some more playing time into the future if he keeps doing like he's going here. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Nolan, he says, apparently it's me. I had to take a work call and I come back to a touchdown. I guess back to work. Hey, with these forces of the universe, we don't know the rhyme or reason to them, but we recognize the forces at play when they're operating, right, Nolan? You recognized it right there. Hold on. The second I go to do the work thing and I look away from the game, now we start to do well. And look, I'm sorry it's this way, but you're going to have to watch this on replay at this point. This has been probably proven now by that. And that I think it's the cause. We need Nolan working for the Hawks offense to be working. I can't explain it. I don't know the ethereal forces here that are making it happen, but I can see that it's occurring. So Nolan, you're going to have to work for the next hour and a half here. Make sure we get this dub, buddy. Frogman46, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, when the offense clicks, boy, it clicks. It's the part where maybe we want to give it some time, with this, and that there's the bit of the wanting to jump in the first game or two to conclusions, but it is a new offensive scheme. It's an offensive scheme that is quite different from the one that we've run prior. And Rodgers is barking at his guys. He's unhappy at his receiver there. We're getting Rodgers moody. A moody Rodgers is a good moody Rodgers for the Seahawks. Hand off here to Charbonnet. He's got some penetration in the backfield. Stop me if you've heard this one before. They're trying to run an outside zone there with Charbonnet. It's just not happening. Patrick Queen playing a really good game. Just anything to the edges for Patrick Queen in this game. He is eaten up alive. He is not letting you get to width. He's not letting you get lateral. And boy, Charbonnet was right there after the handoff, trying to stiff arm him instantaneously just after the handoff. 2nd down and 10. Darnold under center here. Charbonnet is going to go in motion. Darnold drops back to throw. He's looking. He's going to take a shot deep. And not even close there on the play. I at least liked seeing him take a shot deep, I'll say that. Yeah, first deep shot of the year there. Like it a little closer, but... Third down and 10. Cooper Kupp coming back in motion here. A little bit of disconnection from the Hawks here. Yeesh, quick snap. Seahawks just call a timeout. Smartly done. That was just a mess there. McDonald recognized it. Things just got real messy there off the snap and had to kind of get it. It was not going to end up in a good play. J.J. Watt basically had Lucas beat clean. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, picked off Kendrick. That's right. Beautiful job. Kid's playing like he wants to be on this active roster for the rest of the year. That's for sure. Let's go. Third down and 10. Tough down and distance to convert. Empty look here for Darnold. Steelers bringing the heat. Darnold breaks the pocket, flips it forward, and it'll be just incomplete, just trying to throw it forward to throw it away there. As the pressure mounted, I don't think he was seeing as much of that blitz coming like it came here at that moment. I think he got caught off guard on that one just a tiny bit. And Zabel just completely whiffed on the linebacker blitzing through the hole there. They're down in 10s are going to be tough. So Dixon will see if he can flip the field here. Come on, Dixon. Give me one of those bombs. And Steelers will receive it at about the 38-yard line in their own territory. Thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. She got my voodoo doll ready for Rodgers B. I'm just get to stabbing right now. I want pinpricks all over that thing right now. Just, pepper that thing, Megan. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. Not impressed with Mike's defense. Horrible. Well, I definitely, it's not been perfect today, but I mean, they played pretty solidly when you look at everything kind of all in line. You've got Rodgers with less than 100 yards, or you got 110 yards passing here, and we're at 309 in the third quarter. They've averaged 3.2 yards on the ground. You've got a turnover. I think they played pretty solidly. Got Rodgers at a 60 rating as far as a quarterback goes. You don't want the Jalen Warren big play, but before that, a couple times this game you've been put on short fields due to your offense. They're playing pretty good to me. We're getting some pressure. We got here in this game. So 5 quarterback hits, 2 sacks. I'm sure there's a ton of pressures. Megan sent me her Aaron Rodgers voodoo doll picture. Get it, Megan. Get it. But thank you, Rodney, for the $2 dono. It's not perfect, that's for sure, but they are giving our offense a chance in this game. They've given them a couple of chances in this game to come back and let's go. Guys, start taking control of this thing. Let's see if they've got another stop in them here. Mick Brewer, thank you for the $2 donation. I might have to buy an Etsy witch so we can get a win. It may be the requirement at this point. Everybody's doing that stuff, I guess, now. It's very common. I heard somebody was trying to work off of one of our curses with that on the football side. But it goes back and forth. You get people paying for the curse, then undo the curse. We could just chase our tail on that one forever. But it may be the requirement, Mick. Desperate times, desperate measures. Chris says, when are you going to replace Metcalf jersey with a Murphy jersey? People don't like the Metcalf jersey back there. I might have to move it out. I've gotten some blowback from the fans on it. I don't want to see it back there. Maybe off too soon, to your point on that one. All right, the Steelers are going to come out now. See what they can get done here with their third possession of this half. 3:09 to go. Play action pass by Rodgers. He's under some heat, and he's going to just dirt that up. The Seahawks were all over that. And again, Darian Kendrick in the right place, the right time, taking away the screen pass the Steelers were trying to set up on that play. Rodgers just shaking his head as Seahawks weren't really buying in too much on the run play there. And I think they're kind of doing what I was thinking last drive, a little bit of, hey, if he's going to go and run this play action so much, just go at Aaron. And now that play action is going to kind of work against him a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers come back at the run here, though, noticing that from an OC perspective and Arthur Smith. Like, wait, they're getting upfield a little bit too much. We got to come back to the run play. And that's just what they do. Seattle's on it, though. Seattle's on it. There we go. Byron Murphy playing a good game. It helped to make the tackle back there. Tyree Snipe back there as well. Yeah, Steelers feeling that, they're not playing the play action, so let's go back to run. But then a good job by the Seahawks defensively to be stout there against the run on that play as that counter. 3rd down and 10. 2:38 to go here in the third quarter. Rodgers and shotgun. Seahawks, 4-man front. It's kind of how they've kept it here. Ooh, you got Tyree Snipe drifting up towards the line of scrimmage. Rodgers might have caught it. He stays off. Stays out. Rodgers takes down the check down in there. Come on, bring him down. They do bring him down right there. That'll be a 4th down. 4th and 1. Let's see what the Steelers decide to do here. Golly, you would like to knock you up to 9 yards there if you can. I think the Steelers are going to try to trust their defense. Beware of the fake here. All right, no? They're going to go for it? Looks like Rodgers was walking off the... No, they got the punter out there. Beware of the fake. Beware of the fake. All right. We don't get it. Good. Torrey Horton's going to fair catch call this one at the 9. That's where he'll field it. Seahawks offense takes over. So come on, Defense is giving you those opportunities now. They're giving you the chances to go out there and take this game. Let's go take this thing now. Let's go set up a nice long drive. Long drive. Be right back here, folks. Wow, quick snap. So we got a 7-yard play there. And then time to come back here. Hand off to Walker. Walker dancing around. Dancing. Good job by Walker. Wow. It looked for a second like he spent a little bit too much time dancing behind the line of scrimmage there, but he was just picking his spot. He's just picking his hole. And once it finally opened up, he squirted through there and got that 4 yards for a first. Nice little run there by Walker. Boy, it would be nice to just keep being able to stay with the run play, run game here against the Steeler team. 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Game tied up, 14-14. Seahawks deep in their own territory with a first down and an I formation look. Play action pass here to Walker. Heat right in the face of Darnold. There's not a fumble. It's an incomplete pass. Thank you. Steelers kind of taking a page out of the Seahawks playbook there where defensive line was not playing the play action. It was just going after the quarterback there. And you had instantaneous heat in the kitchen of Darnold there post-snap. Second down and 10. Horton in motion. 3 wide receiver look here. Out to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Good blocking up there for Jackson. Jackson lowers his head there, finishes the run nice, and gets himself about 7 or 8 yards. And that will take us to the end of the third quarter. Okay. Seahawks will have a 3rd and short when we come back. JRD243, thank you for the 6 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, need something from our offense. Our defense has been amazing. Indeed, the defense has held up well. This is a Jets team. I know it was the Jets, or on the Jets defense, they put this on, the Steelers did, but they hung over 30 on them on week 1, and that you see a defense that's holding the line well, and you've had 2 turnovers on the road, and yet you find yourself tied in this game as you're going into the fourth quarter. And that's been on the back of what this defense has supplied you mainly to get there. And the offense has done its part too. It's found some successful drives. It's found some moving of the chains a little more consistently, I'd say, this week than we saw from last week's team. But they're giving you that chance. Reward them at this point. They're playing their ass off. They played their ass off last week with the 2 interceptions, and it wasn't perfect defense, but they gave you the opportunity last week as well. And if the defense is giving that to you as an offense, go take it. They give you multiple opportunities, go take it. Let's see if they got it here, man. They're definitely being given that chance. Defense is setting them up. If you folks can for me, if you haven't already, hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. Helps out the channel tremendously. Pumpkin-powered offense. Let's go. Joe Smith, all right. We got a winner here. Hit that like button. Thank you, Joe, for reminding me that. Please do if you can. Hit that like. Helps out the channel. Makes me show on the old algorithm when you do it. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Titans to have taken the lead in the third quarter against the Rams, 16-13. Oh, nope. Rams came back, 2016. They got a quick touchdown, it looks like. So they're right there as well in that one. Jacksonville up on Cincinnati. And we've got Cleveland here on... Cleveland down to Baltimore 20-3. Buffalo up 23-3. New England down to Miami 15-20. Kind of a surprise there. Niners holding on over the top. New Orleans 19-14. The Giants also leading against the Dallas Cowboys, or down to the Dallas Cowboys now 16-17. Bears coming back a little bit against Detroit 14-31. All right, 3rd and 1 here. Shotgun look for Seattle. Rare shotgun look and 3rd and short here from them. Steelers threatening a little bit of a blitz. They drop out of it. Damn, so I'm looking. Whew, nice catch by Cooper Kupp. Sam looking through, went through about 3-4 reads, came back, let it rip. And a nice catch there by Kupp. Good throw there by Darnold because he throws it away from the defender closing in on Kupp. It looks like a throw where you could say a little bit behind him, but he's actually throwing that away from a leverage standpoint, away from the defender that's closing in on that side. Very nice throw by Sam. Ball at the 40-yard line now, under center. Hand off to Walker. Walker on the open field. Walker's loose. Walker running down the field, and he's still going before he's finally cut down with a nice little run there by Walker, looking explosive, looking fast. Let's go. Right over Zabel and crosses side out of an I formation look. Get downhill. Fullback clears the linebacker out of the hole beautifully. Oh, we got a little bit of oots love coming, baby. We got a little bit of oots. Go. Go. Clear that linebacker out of that hole. 13:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Back to Walker. Let him run. Let him go. He's cutting. He's feeling good. There we go. He's in the flow here now a little bit. Only a 3-yard gain, but nicely done there by Walker. Nicely done there by Walker. Alex Highsmith and Isaiah Loudermilk for the Steelers are now out of this football game. That's on their defense in addition to that's in addition to Joey Porter Jr. and Deshaun Elliott. in this game. So Steelers getting a little thinner right now on that defensive front, along with their secondary. 2nd down and 7, 13 minutes to go in this football game. 2 tight ends, fullback, heavy look, play action pass. Darnold's just got to dirt this one up. He's just got to dirt this one up as, again, on that play action. Steelers are really not playing to the run game there. You can feel them in certain respects here trying to just, you can just feel them in certain respects here of just they're loading up to go after the passer here on that play action. Not the greatest job by Lucas of even getting a hand on Watt. He kind of almost gave Watt the free run there to the quarterback. 3rd down and 7. 4 of 10 today are the Seattle Seahawks on 3rd downs. Steelers threading a blitz, dropping out of it. Sam, miscommunication between him and the receiver there. He thought JSN was going to twist one way. JSN twisted another way. And this is going to bring on the field goal unit for your Seattle Seahawks. You got those option routes, and when you're running them, it's got to have both the quarterback and the receiver have got to be on the same page. All right, Jason. Missed a 36-yarder earlier. This is going to be a lot longer, 54-yard attempt. Holds down, kick is up, kick's drifting. He got it. All right. Whoo, that thing was, there was a, it was doing one of those moves, you know. It was just like, man, that's a long kick. Boy, that's a long kick. That's got to float in the air for a very long period of time. Please, God, go through. Kick is good. Whew. All right. Boss Train, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Boss Train. Helping us get a little closer as we are right on the edge of breaking through that 20,000 mark on the subscriber front. And you're very kind for doing so. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's go! Win this effing game. Let's go get this. Come on, Seahawks. Come on. Get this done. Defense now, you got a little bit of wind at your back here. It's still Rodgers. It's still the Steeler offense. It's not going to be easy. But does feel like Mike's getting a little bit of a firmer grasp around what they're trying to do throughout the course of this game. Save for that big Jaylen Warren bust-out play, the 65-yarder to Jaylen Warren. You've kept everything fairly under wraps as far as the Steelers offense goes for the most part. Let's go win this effing game, Randall. Come on. Let's go take this thing. Michael Bicknell, thanks for the $5 donation. That was beautiful seeing Oots with the 2-for-1 block. Indeed, while he's smashing Peyton Wilson to the ground on a great block, meeting him right in the hole, he's able to cut off that other backside defender, cut off that other backside linebacker. And you get the 2-for-1, and then that's how you get a breakout run in those kind of situations where it's just everything's really tight. There's a lot of bodies around each other. There's not always a pathway to the ball carrier. When there's so many big bodies down there blocking like that, it's one of the benefits of how this can work, and sometimes why this can even work when you've got a heavier front of a Steelers defensive line that you're dealing with. We got a little bit of a Poochie kind of kick here. Oh. Wait a second. Touchdown Seahawks? Wait a second. What just happened? What just happened? Wait a second here. What was just are they going to let that stand? The kick was pooched. It went through the hands of the up kick man, Caleb Johnson. I don't know if he touched it or not, though. I don't know. This is going to be reviewed. I don't know if he touched it or not. It went in the backfield after he touched it. It rolled into the back of the end zone. A Seahawks player, George Holani, came back there, jumped on the ball in the back of the end zone. The official signaled touchdown on the play. Did this touch him? I don't know how you can say that. I don't know with that angle how you can say it's conclusive that it didn't touch him. And he jumps on it. It's going to stand. It's going to stand. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. 24-14 Seahawks on one of the flukier plays you're going to see. Yes. Heads up play by George Holani to keep running through the fullness of that play. To get to the ball is rolling into the back of the end zone, and it's right there on the edge of rolling out of bounds, and he jumps on the thing just as it's about to roll out of bounds. But it's what a job by Myers on the kick. That kick couldn't have taken a more beautiful angle of a bounce on the kick returner, because he's thinking the ball's going to bounce and go right here, and it's one of those moves like when you're an infielder in baseball and you're tracking the ball and it's bop, 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 bop. And then suddenly it takes this wild ass bounce where like the spin catches up to it and it's suddenly past your shoulder. That's exactly what happened there. And it's just a great bounce by Myers. Smart heads up play by George Holani to make sure that he was hustling all the way through, get possession in bounds as well, first and foremost. And that's just what he did. Wow. They're going to do it to the kid again. They squib it again. He's going to try to bring this back out here as Gainwell. He's up to the 25-yard line. He'll be drugged down there. Big play in this football game. Big play in this football game. 24-14 Seahawks. Woo! Are you not entertained? Hell yeah. Boy, we needed one of those, didn't we? We kind of just needed one of those. It's fluky play, but it's just like, man, that feels good. Rodgers setting up in shotgun. Steelers suddenly down 10 points here. He's going to drop back to pass. Looking to flip it out here to Jalen Warren. Tyrese Knight right there in space to make the tackle and not let him get very much after the catch. Very short gain. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, let's go. Let's go, Ski. Let's go. Thank you for the $10 drop. Woo. I like this kind of Potter. 12:05 to go. Ball at the 30-yard line here for the Steelers, 2nd and 8. Rodgers, going to let her rip again here. Short pass, short completion. Again, Seattle Seahawks, Julian Love and Tyrese Knight right there in Gainwell after the short catch. This will bring up a 3rd down for the Steelers. 3rd and 2. They've done a good job of getting into 3rd and shorts a lot throughout this day. Seahawks showing a 5-man front here on 3rd and 2. Press coverage on the outside. Rodgers under pressure. Ball's going to wobble up in the air and he somehow completes it. My God, how did he complete that ball? Pressure bearing down behind him, knocks him as he throws. The ball's wobbling in the air. Somehow gets just enough oomph in that 41-year-old arm to get it out there to him. Leonard Williams just whooped his man's butt. Hall coming around the back. What a completion there. And he put it in a good spot. Love is in relatively tight coverage there. Great catch by Fairmouth, though. 1st and 10. Steelers suddenly onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 44-yard line. Steelers are going to stay in shotgun. Catches to DK Metcalf on a little slant route for about 7 or 8 yards. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we refuse to learn lessons. Chip their best pass rushers. Indeed, especially with Highsmith out the game, it really does come down to Watt, Sanchez. And like we had last week with Bosa, if you've got a defensive line that's really going to be living on trying to generate pressure by blitzing, or they've just got one big horse that's going to make it happen, commit to the chip aspect of things. I agree. 2nd and 1. Shotgun look here. Pitch play here to Warren. He's only going to get about a yard or so on the play, but that will be enough for a first down. 9:58 to go on the fourth quarter clock. Yeah, I'd like to see a little more chip put to the Watt. He's getting that free run, and it's like he's this especially the time of the game where that guy's setting up his tackles for a move there, you know. Rodgers, 13-24, 156 yards, a touchdown and an interception. He's going to be in shotgun here now. 1st and 10. Checks the play at the line of scrimmage, moves the running back into slide motion there, post snap. He's going to go hit the man. Ooh, try to hit him out in space. Gainwell just didn't get his head turned around. Rodgers threw it a little bit too quick, too fast for him to be able to catch it. Got to get your head turned around, young man. It's coming fast. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brandon, what does this offense need most right now? Hard to say. It's a good question. 2nd and 10. Let me think about it for a second there, Noah. 2nd and 10. 4-man front on the Seahawks defensive line. They're going to play it straight up with the coverages on the back. Rodgers doing a lot of just kind of flicking out into space to the running backs here. He completes it. It will be a short gain. It will bring up a 3rd down. 3rd and 6 now. Time to get a stop and get a field goal attempt here. Third and 6. Seahawks showing some pressure. 5-man look here. Jones looks like he might drop out of it. He's kind of playing games with Rodgers. He drops out of it off the blitz. Pressure again. Rodgers is going to be able to go get this first down. Oh! Ooh, no, he's not. Well, this will bring up 4th down. Great job by Leonard Williams to track him down. I think that was Drake Thomas or Tyakata that came up as well to finish him off. Bad looking hit there on Rodgers. And that's where just you feel father time, where if that's a 27, 28-year-old Aaron Rodgers, he runs for that first down without problem. But you can just see him, you know, trying to kind of get there, and he just can't quite get there. Just doesn't have the wheels anymore, you know. That Achilles injury and getting older. Field goal attempt here by the Steelers, down 10. Boswell's made both of his 2 kicks. This one is up, and it is good. So the Seattle Seahawks, 24-17. Opportunity to make some noise here. Noah, I think that when it comes to what I think this team probably needs as far as, you know, most at the head of this, I would say in just general terms, man, it's hard because I don't know if there's a pinpointed one item. And some of this is hard because you're still kind of learning about what you have personnel-wise as far as like, what's our tight end room really look like? You didn't get much out in the first week. It's been a bit better this week. You know, can it maybe continue to improve with time? I suppose a deep threat would maybe be the one thing that somebody would say, something that could really stretch a defense and put the fear of God in them as far as that deep threat goes and making them, you know, I mean, you can see that maybe a way that this is going to go for the Hawks going in the future of the season is the teams are going to really load up and to stop that run, knowing we want to do it, knowing that's where we're most dangerous. And then that's going to come down to you passing. And then that's going to come down to you being able to make them pay the price if they're going to go out of those 2 high looks and they're going to go to more single high stuff. And so probably a deep threat is as much anything you could use, but I'm not as certain on it, Noah, at this point, really, because there are a couple of other things that could end up superseding that. But I think in general terms, it does feel like we're getting a little squishing going on with defenses early on against our Hawk offense and how they're playing them. And things are just a little condensed. And then if they're willing to condense things like that, then there should be some openings up on the back end if it, you know, goes that way. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, hell yeah, I'll take it, B. Very fortuitous. Yeah, that fumble was at the absolute most wonderful time that could happen for your Hawk team. They needed a break in this game. They needed some free money in this game, and they got some there. And hopefully that can weigh in hugely on this game as we go through the rest of this thing. HHG says, give Dixon the gold jacket for that. Well, I think it was Myers that did it, HHG, wasn't it? I don't think it was Dixon. If it was Dixon, then he does get credit. A gold jacket all the way, because that was a hell of that bounce and that roll was, it hit, and that thing just had a life of its own. It suddenly became sentient. It's like, I want to go this way. I'm going this way. Kick returner's like, what the hell just happened? MJC Hawk, thank you for that $10 donation, MJC Hawk. He says, wow, heads up special teams play. Great job, D and special teams. They're holding it down in this game. You got the one missed kick, but hey, other than that, special teams has been all the way good throughout in all other capacities of it. And the defense, you got to give a tip of the cap today to them. They've done a really good job overall in keeping the Steeler offense held down. It hasn't always been made easy for them with the short fields they've been put on at times. But let's see if we can go make it stick now. Let's see if we can go make it stick now, MJ. And hell of a heads-up special teams play there by George Holani. There's a lot of defenders there that would kind of get lazy with it or wouldn't try to, have that kind of willingness to try to get up there and go get that ball like he did. Holani's going to bring this kickoff back now, and he's going to be brought down at about the 26-yard line or so. We got some little bit of post-fighting going on amongst the teams. But that's a very smart play on his part. Smart kickoff by Myers. Love that. Let's get some more of that. And great play by Holani. So smart. So bloody smart. All right, Seahawks offense comes out. 7:44 to go in the fourth quarter. Can they put a close-it-out kind of drive together here? One of those long 10, 11-play drives that just eats the clock up. I formation look here, Charbonnet in the backfield. Steelers, heavy front, saying, no, we ain't letting you run against this front. And there are no holes to be had against that front. It's going to go for maybe a yard there. You can just see, man, they're putting so many bodies up around that line of scrimmage are the Steelers throughout this game. They have signaled and indicated throughout. We got a guy down here for the Hawks. And Jalen Sundell is down, reaching towards his right, to the side of his right leg. Olatimi will probably be coming out here. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Now eat Rodgers' soul with the pass rush. More of those hits on the last drive are going to certainly start to get Aaron to a point again to being in diminishing returns. And they've been hitting him pretty hard here throughout this game. He's gotten whacked quite a bit. So hopefully you can keep dialing that up when you're playing him. It seems like it's getting more and more towards him here. You're up to 7 quarterback hits, 2 sacks, but you have hit him a bunch. Sundell walking off the field. That's a very good sign for the Seattle Seahawks there. He's kind of carrying that leg, though, so it might be a done day for him on that side of it, too. Let's get that soul, Randy. Let's get that soul. I want your soul. I want your Rodgers. And Sundell looks like he's just going to walk right back to the locker room there. So Oluwatimi comes out. A position where the Seahawks have some depth there. Tough to come out in the fourth quarter as a center, though. Cold all game. That's rough. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation, R. DeLevy. Not going to lie, as a Hawkeye and Seahawks fan, watching KJ make that blunder was heartbreaking. But he's a big boy in the NFL now, and we need this win. Sacrifices have to be made, DeLevy. Another inside handoff here to Charbonnet. No real, I'm not sure the thinking here. It's kind of conservative. Sharp's just nowhere to go in this game. No holes, he's had nothing to work with. He's got 10 carries for 10 yards, 11 carries for 11 yards now. Third down and 9. God, you're going to have to call a timeout. Quick snap. Just a mess of a play. They get out to Barner, broken play. Barner's going to get up the field down to the 48-yard line. Better to be lucky than good sometimes. Seahawks had a complete mess on that play prior to the snap. Disjointed, disconnected, confusion. Darnold just has to rush to get the snap up. He's got instant pressure off the blitz in his face. Somehow finds a way to wind to his left. And then he just kind of finds Barner leaking out after Barner hit the chip block. That works. First down. Let's go. Up around midfield. Nice little pirouette move there by Darnold. He's in a pistol look here with a two-man backfield. More Charbonnet here. I guess Walker must be dinged up. Big throw up over the top here. He completed it to JSN. Deep throw right down the middle of the field to JSN like a dagger through the heart of the Steeler defense. First down, Seahawks knocking on the door. Jalen Ramsey matched up. Jackson Smith just running pure down the field. Ramsey struggling to stay up with him, pulling on his jersey, tugging on it. Jack says, I don't care. I'm still catching this ball. Let's go. Hell of a throw by Darnold, right on the right spot there. Beautiful pass. 8 catches, 100 yards here for Jackson. First and 10 Seahawks at the 10-yard line here. Hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet hit in the backfield. Hit again in the backfield. Tackled in the backfield. Nowhere to go. It's going to be tough here from a Seahawks perspective if you're a play caller in Kubiak, especially I'm sure with McDonald in his ear here, which is we get a field goal attempt here. We go up by 10 here. We get this clock down to 3 minutes here. And we've got this in a very close to maybe a closeout kind of position of things as it stands a bit with this. It's going to be interesting to see the call from the Seahawks perspective on this one. If he goes super conservative just to bleed that clock down, or if you attempt to do a little bit more here. No, he's going to throw it. Oh, and he's going to get sacked. Steelers starting to dial up some pressure looks here. They haven't blitzed as much, but on this drive, perhaps sensing a bit of sense of urgency that they've got to start dialing this up a little bit more, and they're bringing those linebackers now. So this is where I would go, third and basically goal. This is where I would take the quick and easy play. Just take the 45 seconds here. You're not going to get maybe a big carry on this play. You got to just trust in the field goal attempt at that point. Try to make it a little easier if you can here on Jason Myers. Walker in the backfield. They're going to pitch this over to Walker. Stay in bounds, kid. Walker stays in bounds. Busts it through for a touchdown. Says, no, I'm not done. I'm not going down easy. He says, I'm going to go get me my tutty. Walker with a touchdown on a beautiful run shot out of a cannon. My man had TNT on his back on that play. Loading him up with some of that Simtech. Some of that plastique. Don't know why the Steelers seem to be caught off guard. They're not expecting the run. They're all sitting back in sort of a pass coverage set post-snap. And nobody got over with any urgency, and Walker's just so fast up the football field. He cleared it. He just cleared the traffic, but they had stuck back. The key on that from the Steelers' standpoint is they stuck back in coverage there. The extra point is up and good. Let's go Seahawks. What a drive. What a drive. And a hell of a game for a guy in Walker that a lot of this fan base was questioning this past week. A lot of the fan base was saying, this guy's a shell of himself. This guy can't do it. This guy's not it. Sharps is obviously the guy that you got to give the rock to. Why are we giving this guy carries? And hopefully he can show some of those folks that had sold on him and bailed on him and said he'll never be healthy enough to go, that this is why you've trusted in Walker. This is why this guy is going to have more touches at the end of the year than anybody else. Because he provides a dynamic, game-breaking element that you don't have, maybe perhaps in a lot of the other places on this offense, with the save of a guy like a Jackson Smith and Jigba. But a hell of a game here from Walker, used in that mix and match point of things, 13 carries, 105 yards, averaging 8.1 yards per carry on the day. That's a good day. That's a nice cube. It was a good day. Averaging 8.1 yard per carry. I got to say, it was a good day. Let's go. Let's go walk. 31-17 Seahawks on the road in the fourth quarter, 2-touchdown lead against the Steelers with 2 interceptions thrown on the day. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? And DeLevy, I'm sorry, your guy, Caleb Johnson, had to suffer that blunder, but it will be for the benefit of us at the end of the day, so it'll be worth it. His sacrifice will not have been in vain. Thank you for that $5. I appreciate you for that, brother. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Get to you just one sec. Got a quick snap here from the Steelers. They're in shotgun, 4 wide. A lot of work to do. Seahawks bringing the pressure. Rodgers has got a long period of time. He's going to be drugged to the ground by Byron Murphy with a sack. Murphy already had a half sack on the day. Let's throw another one up on the board for him. So he goes and gets it done. Yeah, Seahawks aligning Josh Jobe in press coverage on DK and then rolling the safety over the top. That's automatic at this point. 2nd and 19, quick throw, quick completion, brought down instantaneously by Tyrese Knight for only about a 3-yard gain there. This is going to bring up 3rd and very, very long for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3 minutes to go in this football game. The clock continues to wind after that completion. Come on, let's go, let's go. They're going to huddle up. They're huddling up. Okay. Rodgers dropping back to throw. We've got a flag. Ball's going to be completed short there to DK Metcalf. Short of the first down. 2:28 to go. We do have a flag prior to the snap. Let's see what that's about. Looks like it's on the Steelers. Legal shift. Steelers. Boy, the decision there to go to a huddle and burn off 30 seconds of the clock. Interesting decision by the Steelers there. Is that kind of a signal of like, that was weird. Nice job by DeMarcus Lawrence to force the pressure there, and looks like he hit Rodgers' hand. 3rd down and 20. Good job to avoid the head, though. Rodgers dropping back to throw. He completes it super short. That's not going to get the job done, and this will bring us down to 4th down and maybe game time. Clock is going to continue to roll as he is tackled inbounds on the play. Great job by Jobe. He's played another great game. Hell of a tackle there. Inbounds. What a tackle. Clock's almost at 2 minutes. I don't think Aaron's aware of it rolling down close. Yes, he is. Good job there, Aaron, getting that clock off. 4th and 13. He's looking around. He's going to heave it and let it go, and he's got it completed. Oh, brutal. Completes the ball there for a first down. Rodgers still shaking that hand. He got hit by DeMarcus Lawrence. It's not 100%. Alan Brassi, thank you for that $5 donation, says DK got clamped. And Big Cat snapped almost Aaron Rodgers like a number 2 pencil. Just kidding. No, he kind of did, man. That Aaron's going to be sore after this game. Great stop on defense. Come on offense. Well, the offense made it stick. They made it stand, Allen. They said, all right, we got to reward you guys for this effort today and what you've done through these first 2 weeks of this season. And they made it stand on that, but a hell of a job by the defense today. We got a lot to talk about what they've done in this day. Let's hope we can make sure we let it stand. It's still down the wire here on this one, but hopefully they make it stand. It's been a great effort on their part. This was a mighty challenge coming into this game, playing on the road like this in the East Coast. And the team really rose up all the way around on this one. Very impressive to see. Especially overcoming the 2 interceptions. That's very hard to do on the road. But I love it, man. Yeah, DK definitely was not able to go off. I thought you could write him down for an easy 60, 70 yards in this game where they would try to target him and get him acclimated in here. But 5 targets, 3 catches. There really hasn't been as much of a seemingly driven game plan by the Steelers to look to feature him as much in this game, quite honestly. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, B, do you know the rule if the returner ran back and picked up the ball in the end zone and then got tackled, would it be a touchdown or a safety? It would be a safety, Michael. But the thing that the guy's trying to do, and you could see it in his body language, is he's trying to do that thing of, I know the ball just grazed my helmet. And I know that that's the case, or I'm not even sure if the ball really hit me. Either of those two, but you saw him start to do that move where if it had hit you, you'll have that first move to go and pick the ball up. Like, oh crap, the ball hit me and it's now in the end zone. That's a safety waiting to happen if I don't go get that sucker. But then he had kind of the recognition that if I go and get that ball, it's going to be a safety. First, I might get away with this if I just let it bounce and maybe it'll roll through the back of the end zone and no one will notice, kind of thing. I believe too, though, I can't say this for sure, but I think too, if it hits his head and it just rolls to the back of the end zone, I think it's just a pure safety at that point. I do believe it also goes, if it's that too as well, if it just rolls back and they determine he touched it, then it's 2 points and we get the ball. But it would have been a safety if he fell on it back there, that's for sure. Thank you, Michael. Jordan, thanks for the $5 donation. The people saying Sharp is better, keep that same energy. Both are good. Yeah, that's where we're consistent on that. The people that are pro Walker people, we're not anti-Charbonnet people. He's a good back too. His day-to-day has not been a tale of him not able to run the ball well. He's in the same position Walker was last week. There haven't been holes there for him when he's tried to run the ball. It's been penetration. It's been trying to use him to the outside, which isn't where he's at his best. 1st and 10, ball at the 46-yard line in the Seahawks territory here. Rodgers dropping back to pass. Lets this rip over to DK Metcalf. Metcalf not able to reel it in. Josh Jobe, again, tremendously tight out there in coverage. Another throw there to DK that looked like maybe he could have reeled that one in. But boy, Jobe having a hell of a game here. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Steelers have all 3 of their timeouts. Seattle Seahawks up 31-17 in this football game. Very entertaining game. Rodgers trying to get himself a quick score here. Dropping back to throw on 2nd and 10. Rodgers just kind of rolls the ball away. Mike McDonald wants a. Yeah, I think the officials got to get together on that one. He just sort of just threw it at the ground. He's not throwing it to anybody there. Boy, Jobe doing a great job on DK down the field. Just a great job. How is that not? Oh, come on now. That's got to be a... Roger's like, I got a guy over there. Like, he just threw it at the turf. Derek Hall comes off the field limping a little bit there on that play, so stop the action for a second here. He's kind of gingerly walking on his foot there a bit. We got 141, 3rd and 10. But agreed to, Jordan, man. Both these backs are good. Both these backs are going to be effective for us. Both these backs can help us win football games. It doesn't have to be either or, but both is the answer. Love your thoughts on that, man. That's right. Officials are doing some talking and discussing here. Not sure what's going on. My stupid thing. Boy, the ESPN site's having some problems today. It's actually not the worst thing for the Hawks defense here to get a little bit of a blow. I guess they're talking about whether it was intentional grounding or not. It took a lot of discussion to get there. Third down and 10. Yeah, long period of time here as they're trying to kind of figure out how to get the ball snapped again back to the deal. They're just kind of, is the play clock broken maybe? Is that what's happening here? Is they having an issue with the play clock? And they're taking a long time. Seahawks champ breaking on Pittsburgh. Let's go. Okay, so now they are going to call it intentional grounding. Wild. It should have been in the first place. So he did his Rodgers move where there's nobody there he's throwing to. He just doesn't want to get sacked, and he doesn't want to take the negative play. And he just kind of there's the guy's 15 yards away. You know, you got to get it within 10 yards. That's not 10 yards. So good call by the officials. They get it right here. Took them a long time, but they get it right. Seahawks do have a timeout that's taken. They're down to their last timeout as they had to do it for Derek Hall with under 2 minutes and an injury. 3rd and 21 is what this will now change this to for Rodgers. Let's close this out, D. Come on, close this out. Rodgers dropping back to throw. He completes it quickly here. He's trying to get a few yards back to make this more of a makeable 3rd down. Clock will continue to roll. Come on, just wind, clock. Wind. 1:33 to go here in the 4th quarter. Rodgers directing traffic here. 4th and 10. Game on the line. He's setting things up here. He's trying to get it all right and perfect. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's got it over the top. Kobe Bryant with the interception. Kobe's got the ball and he's getting up the football field and he wants something. He says, I'm hungry. Let's go, Kobe. Rodgers got to throw it, got to make an attempt, just trying to throw a pass that's in a tight coverage, in a tight space. He wants a holding call in the secondary from the officials. He's not going to get it. And your Seattle Seahawks are going to walk away with a win in Pittsburgh. Kobe was lurking the whole way. He sensed what was coming. He sensed the throw was going up over the top there. He kind of baited Rodgers into it a little bit and then just drifted right over the top to go grab the ball when he saw it. Nice play there. Out comes Darnold here. They're going to try to roll this thing out. 3 timeouts still for the Steelers, so they can do a bunch of timeout calls and whatnot here. Holy crap. Loss of 7 there on Charbonnet. Is there no better representation there of a play like that with Charbonnet on what he's dealt with today and trying to run the ball, where it just is the absolute nowhere to go. That guy was in the backfield just like at a free run. It's wild to watch. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Meg's wearing the hat this week. So worth it, B. Indeed, yeah, I got to wear the Niner hat on the round table this week due to the bet. And this one's going to make it a little bit more easier to swallow because it was going to be a rough week if we're going to come off another loss. And then I got to wear the hat in addition to it, Megan. I would have gone into a very dark, dark place. Seahawks, again, they're just going to run the ball here. Charbonnet, handoff, nowhere to go, really. Just looking to bleed this clock down, essentially. Pittsburgh's going to try to call another timeout here. They're going to give it a try. Frogman, 46, he says, now this is Seahawks football. Let's go, Frogman. Here's what I got to say to that.
Enough said.
Enough said. Enough said. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, okay, now I'm going to bed. You've earned the right to go to bed, Megan. Good fan, dedicated fan, getting up at the butt crack of dawn to watch the team play, and they reward you for it, which is great to see. Awesome, awesome. 3rd and 16. Seahawks just going to keep running the ball. Charbonnet, he wanted it first. He's like, Walker, I'm going to get my first. Nice little run there by Charbs for about 5 or 6 yards. Final timeout for the Steelers. 53 seconds will remain on the clock. Hope you have some great dreams, Megan. Dreams of awesome seasons and making runs. Something like that. You know what I mean? Barry Satoro, thank you for the $10 donation. Barry, K9 is the best running back on this roster, and it ain't even close. He's got an element that he brings to the game as that dynamic runner as he is. And we're going to get a punt here. Steelers are going to try to block this. Got to get it off fast, Dixon. Just get it off fast, buddy. Boom. Nice job. Great punt by Dixon. It's going to roll out at about the 9-yard line there for the Steelers. And they might just hand this ball off and call it a day. I'm sure they won't, but they want to. But I agree, Barry. Thank you for the $10 donation. I think Charbonnet is still a good back, and there's room here to use both of these two guys. But Walker gives you a capacity that is so game-breaking. You can have a 3rd and 10 pitch play, and not only does he get you the 10 yards, but he goes and gets you a touchdown on the play. He's got that kind of element to him. And today, you actually saw some holes opened up for him. It wasn't at all times. There was times he had to dance behind the line of scrimmage. There was times there was penetration in the backfield. But overall, and the Steelers are actually going to bring out their backup quarterback here, and they are going to hand it off. Love it. Love it. Let's go. Steelers are going to let this clock wind and maybe just call it a day. Oh, they're going to still try here. "21 seconds, throw, complete, knocked out of bounds, short completion." I don't know what the point of this from a Steelers perspective is. But well said, Barry. Very well said on your part. Not even close, man. Well, I think it's not. It is. I think it is. Walker is better. I do just think they're bad, but I do think there's room for both these guys to help this team out, and that they're going to find both their touches throughout the years. And there's going to be games, I think, where one's going to be effective and the other might not be as effective. Partly because they're just such two different backs in their styles too. 2nd down 4. Clock will continue to wind. It's going to throw a little check down here in space. And let's see if the Steelers can call it a day on that. Might as well just let it go here at this point, Mike. You ain't going to get 2 touchdowns in 3 seconds. You know what I'm saying? And they seem to realize that. Let's go. Your Seattle Seahawks. A lot of questions last week after the first game of the season, losing at home against the Niners, a weakened Niner team, a team that had been pulled back in a major way. And yet came back this week and answered the bell in a major way. They brought the intensity on the road. Let's remember what this is a 10 a.m. type game. These are games where you can be a little tired. You can be a little bit morose through the early part of the game before you kind of get it going and you're, wake it up and let's roll. And, today they were out there from the jump. You felt like the intensity was there, that there was a sense of urgency on both sides of the football. The offense had a couple of those interceptions in the first half, but they also still found some work in that first half too. They found some effectiveness in that first half too. And Darnold was able to build upon that in the second half, play himself a really good game out there in this one. When it's all said and done, look, the 2 interceptions are not great, but still comes out with 2 interceptions in almost a 90 rating day where he's 22 of 33 for 295 yards, 2 touchdown passes in addition to that. And Darnold shows you that there's some good parts that he brings to this field as well. People, I think, want to look through him as, he's not one of those superhero quarterbacks. He's not one of those guys that can just throw on the cape and go out there and save the day all on his own. And that may be very well the case, but that's not also how you have theoretically structured this roster and how you're trying to go out there and win. And like today, if the defense can play like they played, like the special teams played like they played, and the offense can find the effectiveness and the moving of the chains and the consistent drives relatively throughout the game, that can be the formula for success. And you don't even have to play it perfectly to find that formula for success under that auspice. It can be where you have a couple of turnovers interception-wise. It can be where you have a missed field goal. It doesn't mean that you got to play perfect because you don't have the superhero quarterback. It just means that we, I think as fans at times that we have this quarterback's the end-all be-all to it, and we don't think as much about the supporting parts to the team, especially in the way that you've kind of designed and set it up for that sort of success. But a hell of a game for your Seahawks. Very well said on your part with the K9 comment. I think certainly he's going to get a lot more people kind of understanding a little bit more as to why this team's had the faith in him, why they've run with him so much. And I think the team's doing a good job of balancing his touches here, not overusing him through the first 2 weeks. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 type of split at times. Let the hot hand, roll with the ball. James McFarland, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, James. I really, really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. We're going to be getting Monday morning PFF scores off to our members of the channel on Monday, and we got a call-in show this Thursday. So Thursday at 5 o'clock, we'll be doing a call-in show as well. For members of the channel, keep an eye, please, out on your community post here on YouTube. That's where I post the benefits for members of the channel. But thank you for that, James. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Murphy had his best game as a pro. I think that that's very fair. Byron Murphy, 5 total tackles in this game, a sack and a half, a tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hits in addition to that. Yeah, I think this was his best game as a pro. I think that the pressure numbers are going to look really good for Murphy too. Where it's going to be, if he's got 3 quarterback hits, he probably has five pressures, 6 pressures in total on top of that. So yeah, this was his best game of the pro. You saw him in a variety of different ways show up, which was really cool to see. And your pass rush today was, I thought, really good. This is one place where sometimes you can come into it and you go, Steeler team against a Jets team that's not good, but the Jets are able to rush the passer every which way but loose in week 1, and you're like, we should be able to get after him, but then you're playing them on the road, and then you suddenly find, oh, well, man, we're not anywhere near what the Jets are doing from a pass rush standpoint. But that wasn't the case today. You were able throughout this game pretty consistently to get the pass rush to him. 9 quarterback hits, maybe 3 sacks, but 9 quarterback hits. The pressure numbers are going to be probably somewhat similar to what we had with Purdy last week. I thought Rodgers did a good job through a lot of this game of avoiding that pressure that was there and finding a way to kind of break his way out the pocket. I thought he did a good job with that. Well said, though, Randall. Good catch on your part. Murphy, definitely best game as a pro there. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Peter, let's effing go, boys. So good to see K9 having a breakout game. Go Hawks. Boy, is it ever. We know that he's got this inside of him. We know he's got these kind of plays there. And when you watch so much of the penetration and so few holes being opened up for him, it just frustrates you like hell because once you give him that little sliver of daylight, it's the old Gale Sayers. What do you say? Just give me 18 inches of daylight. That's all I need. And that's a little bit like with Walker. Just get him a little bit of that daylight, and you will see the returns from this kid. You'll see those kind of game-changing plays. You'll see the easy 9-yard runs. You'll see an easy touchdown run on a 3rd and 12 right around just on the outside inside the red zone. He's got this in him to do that. And hell of a game for him. Really cool to see him go off. And Darnold finds some footing in this game. And Byron Murphy finds some footing in this game. Some of these guys that we know are very talented that we're just, let's see it kind of come together for you a little bit. Kind of start to finish on one of these games. And it did today. Very impressive, but very cool to see because this is a development we need. We need these playmakers to emerge on offense. We saw that we can find JSN down the field, and he can still be that dynamic element for us as a receiver out of the slot. And Cooper Kupp's got a little bit of something left in the tank. I think he's showing you here. Maybe he's not prime Kupp, but he's going to be able to supply something. Torrey Horton on the touchdown catch. But you just need all of the parts working together offensively to get the most out of this offense. And K9 is that element that he supplies is as vital as anything else, in my opinion. And he showed it to you today. Barry Sotoro has been celebrating 49 months. I said, man, you're one of my OGs in this channel, brother. 49 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for Barry, that long time, amazing support. It's been a lot of fun riding with you here throughout the years on the channel here. And I really thank you for it, man. It tells you how long we've been going on this channel. We got members that have been members this long on that side of it. And you're very kind for doing so, Barry. You are the man, as well as all of the donations and support to the channel. I really appreciate you. Hitman Thornton, thank you for becoming a member of the channel as well, Hitman Thornton. Again, to just keep an eye, if you can, for me on your community post. That's where I post the membership benefits over there, or the patron benefits. I do the patron side too as well. But I will be on Monday morning tomorrow for members of the channel. We're going to be getting off the PFF scores from this football game to you first thing Monday morning. And then we do have a call-in show here on Thursday at 5 o'clock. And I'll get that posted up and sent out, if not tonight, tomorrow to you guys. So we can get that all locked in. But thank you for that, Hitman Thornton. Welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest, and thank you for all that support. Austin Parrott, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. We had a lot of new subscribers today. Really appreciate all those folks who've jumped aboard the Hawks Nest on this wonderful football game. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers. We're just about 100 away, a mere 100 away from getting over the top of that 20,000 mark. Would love to clear it if we can. You're helping us get a little closer there, Austin, with that sub. I really do thank you for it. I really appreciate it. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Huddling up to burn clock. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Hold on, I got my deal here, Nolan. I got my deal here.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Steelers a little bit on those last couple of drives, not exactly operating, as I talk about, urgency, with any kind of sense of urgency in their approach there a little bit. And the burning of the clock and Rodgers taking a little bit of the extra time, kind of a little bit of the tuck in the tail a little bit in how you felt. Probably can't blame him as much. That Seahawks defense was suffocating throughout this day. This never made it feel like, from Aaron Rodgers' standpoint, that he could be comfortable in the pocket, say nothing of being in rhythm in the pocket. I think he was probably by that, and how could he not by that third, fourth quarter, especially this being the second straight game this has happened, that it also occurred with the Jets, that it starts to just build up over time. You get jumpy in the pocket, and people joke about ghosts, and I don't think you're seeing ghosts. I think he was smartly operating around the pressure today, was Rodgers. But it did seem like at the end that they were kind of, sort of signaling no mas, Nolan. Like, we've had enough. It's not our day. And you got to feel like that kickoff after the field goal, when you go up by 3 and it goes through the hands of Caleb Johnson and you give the Seahawks a free touchdown like that. I mean, that's a backbreaker. That's just, that tears your sails apart. The wind might be going through them, but it's just blowing right through the other side of it. So it feel like that took a lot of the life away from that Steelers team. I know they still got down the field a little bit after that, but it did feel like a little bit of it kind of robbed a bit of whatever momentum they might have had there to kind of answer back there. What a huge play in that game. I mean, just what a big, big play in that football game. I'll tell you what. But it was running 45 seconds off where you have the no timeouts left and you're trying to get the field is at that point, just, at that point, just run the ball. Just call it a day at that point. Why even risk it? Why even get your quarterback Rodgers hurt at that point, trying to throw a ball and Lawrence smacks his hand, if that's going to be kind of the way you're going to approach it. Alan, thank you for another $5 donation. Alan Brazzi, appreciate that. I tried making a case against Josh Jobs, but he beat me. Damn it. Let him play. Let's effing go, Seahawks. Hey, Job was in DK's pocket all day. Somebody was asking earlier, and it was well spotted earlier, that Seahawks were not putting as much of Woolen up on DK. They had sometimes they were matched up in this game here and there, but there was much more of an onus driven, it seems like, to get Job up on DK. And he gave it to him. It seemed like he was in his tight in his hip pocket. I think the Seahawks were rolling a lot of that deep coverage to DK's side when he was going deep with the safety stuff. They didn't blitz a lot. And I think this is where Mike is really smart. He's got a lot of like stacked boxes and he's simulated pressures and creative stuff that he can drive. But he also understood and talked about this week the fact that Rodgers has seen it all. You're not going to confuse or trick this guy. You got to kind of throw some of the trickeration out the door when you're going to play a guy like this and play it a little bit more straight up. But the benefit of that then is your front four's trying to rush. You got more guys in the back end to cover it up. You've got the safety help to roll to DK's side when you need to. And so he played it really well in that press. They did a lot of the press and trail coverage stuff with Job today with that safety up over the top, and he was awesome in it. Got a good press, stayed in the hip pocket of DK through the whole route, and just gave him nowhere to really go. Hell of a defensive effort, though, in general today when you consider, no Emawari, no Witherspoon in this game either. So you were going to be a little susceptible in the slot, theoretically, in this game. Didn't feel any of that, though. Didn't miss a beat. And another guy we got to give a big tip of the cap to is Darian Kendrick. The interception in the back of the end zone, the chipping it up on the third down play there where you forced the punt off the back of it. Here's another guy that was picked up off the Rams practice squad, and a lot of people thought that maybe what we're trying to do here is troll the Rams. And well, we're going to take your linebacker, we're going to take your cornerback, but instead of that, maybe it was more of, hey, no, we actually like this kid, and he can do a little bit of something for us. And he looks like a player. He looks like a player, which is a great development for us because we need some more corners here to kind of be developing through, especially if we can't be as relying on Woolen out there. I don't think Woolen had a bad day. I don't even know if he was targeted out there. I think he had a hold, but outside of that, I don't think there was a lot they did going after Woolen in this game. But let's effing go, Allen. Victory feels so much better, doesn't it? Especially after you lose to your rival last week. That's so much better. Whew. A.A. Joss. Thank you for the $5 donation, Joss. Did you see Zabel rumbling all the way down to the goal line to throw the final block on K9's touchdown? Like a bowling ball. He's a finisher. You have your offensive linemen out there that can be those guys that want to do just enough. They're just waiting for the whistle to be called. And then you have those guys that, as they say, will play beyond the echo of the whistle. And Zabel is a beyond the echo of a whistle kind of guy. And you can see that just from the 22 tape that you've seen from him running through preseason and the regular season. He's finishing blocks. He's staying on them all the way through. He's not going to give up. So it's, seeing him do that on that K9 run, knowing he did that and going down there, that just fits up to more of what he does on tape. And I think he's played solidly for you through the first 2 weeks, considering this is his first 2 starts as a pro. You got guys like, Cameron Hayward there this week on you, and that's a tough task. I think he held up pretty well. I think his grades are going to be pretty solid here through the first couple of weeks. And what a difference it makes, isn't it, Joss, going from Laken Tomlinson at left guard to a guy like Zabel, because Laken ain't getting his big fat ass up the field on that block. I'll tell you that. There's no way he's laying that same kind of block. But great catch on your part. And Zabel, yeah, another guy you give a tip of the nod to on this one, going, great job, man. Did a great job on your part. Julio Melendez, thank you for subscribing to the channel, answering that call, helping us get a little closer to 20,000. I appreciate it. Russ is trying to bring back this Giants. Oh, Russ with a deep moon ball to go win it against the Cowboys. Russell Wilson with a deep 60-yard moon ball to Malik Neighbors. That thing touched the top of the stratosphere. Coming back down. Let's go, Russ. Let's go. What a throw by Russ, huh? He put that thing up there. That was vintage. That was vintage moonball Russ right there. He just won the game. That's 25 seconds to go, a 55-yard pass. Right through the heart. Right through the heart. What a throw, Russ. Hell yeah. That's with the game on the line. Defense is kind of expecting it with the 25 seconds to go. You need a touchdown there. That's an awful point of coverage by the Cowboys. That's one of those ones that the Cowboys go, what's the coverage there? Nice catch by Neighbors, too. He got smacked in the head with that ball coming down. Kyer Elam, not one of my best draft. Like both the safety and the corner were just, what are you guys doing? Ugh, Cowboys. Let's go, Russ. Thank you, though, Julio. Appreciate you getting us a little close to that 20,000 mark. You are the man. Mark Sanchez, thanks for the $2 donation. Job needs to be a starter when Spoon gets back. Yeah, I think that I'm going to struggle at this point keeping him off the football field. And if you're going to be at one point with two outside corners out there right now, I don't know how you don't make the argument that Job is the guy that's earned his way to be that outside corner over where, Woolen's been at that. And I would love to give Woolen the opportunity, but this is partly more of just Job seizing the opportunity as it is Woolen taking a step back. And that would be as much as what informs me. I mean, how can you take this guy off the football field at this point with the way he's playing? He's out there hungry. He's out there feisty. He's operating in the manner of just how you want to see from your corner out there and the way he's going about his business. It's going to be a tough call, but it's a good problem to have too, Mark. We got too many decent corners out there. We got to decide on one versus we don't got no corners. How about Russ? 433 yards passing in this game for the Giants. 3 touchdowns. Wow. A little bit of that old-timey magic in the Russ arm today. Shadowbot, thank you for this $1 donation. Picked off by Kobe. No better way to finish a football game than with an interception. Is there, Shadowbot? My man's got ball skills. He showed you there that he can kind of set quarterbacks up from the safety position, which is interesting because he's not a natural safety. But you've seen at times that you saw in the Cardinal game last year where he undercut the route that Kyler threw for the pick. He had some near miss picks last year that were the same kind of way, sort of just kind of baiting that quarterback into it and then jumping the route. And he knew what the quarterback wanted to try to do there. He knew what the intention was. And be aware in the situation and what's going on. And Kobe played a great game. Another place where Kobe goes for the pick there, but early in the game, you got to give Kobe a lot of credit for not going for the pick on that third down where Darian Kendrick tips the ball up. And you have a receiver right there with Kobe jostling for that ball there. And if sometimes as a defensive back, you'll try to go and get that interception there. That's at the forefront of your brain. And then you leave the offensive player an opportunity to also go make the catch. And Kobe didn't in that play, which was great on his part. But a hell of a way to seal it there, Shadowbot. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, dreams of the DeLorean. 11 days to go. Hell yeah, Megan, you're almost there on that one. You're going to have such a great time with that. It's going to be so much fun. So much fun. Thank you for your donations and support, as well as doing all the mod stuff in here today, Megan. Always kind of you on that front. Appreciate you. Michael, thank you for the $5 donation. I know Derek Hall doesn't get a home a lot, but he is still young, and boy, is he disruptive these past few weeks. Power wins in the NFL. Let's give him time. I agree with you, man. I mean, let young pass rushers develop. and give them that opportunity to understand that what you come in the year one's not who you're going to be. Year two is not who you're going to be. Year three, you're going to continue to grow as you get closer and closer to your prime. And the thing I will say about Derek Hall that is something that he's operating within the context of this defense's requirements, which are then at times a little bit in driving to what he's doing. What I mean by that is that you line up as a wide 10, wide 11, you're in this real widened technique. And this is what McDonald used to do with Clowney in Baltimore, is you get this big bruising edge lined extra wide out. Then off the snap, what you're telling him to do is run as hard as he can into the face of that tackle. I want you to get up to as fast, full speed as you can on that collision point. And then you're just walking him back with that natural strength and power that you possess. And what that then has that defensive end do is kind of get boxed in what you're telling them to do. You're just coming back there to basically screw the whole play up. You're just, oh my God, we got this guy pushing this guy in the backfield there. But it also then doesn't always allow you to be in a position to then make the tackle or to get the sack. But you're doing what the context of the defense is asking you to do. You're being that initial spark point to hopefully force that quarterback or reroute that ball carrier to the place where you've got the cavalry ready to arrive. And so this is a purposeful nature in how they run Derek Hall in that way off the edge. He's well suited to do it because he really does mainly work off of power. It's a requirement within this defense. And the way you put it, disruptive is really at the heart of what you're trying to do with him operating from that technique. Be disruptive here. We want to throw timing off. We want to throw the play designs off a little bit. It doesn't mean that we're going to get a negative play or a tackle for loss, but it means that we can kind of destroy this whole play before even getting to the point of the tackle and making the play and stopping the guy. We'll break down the play in the initial stages of it, and that'll be enough to disrupt this stuff. Wow, Cowboys came back and got a field goal attempt against the Giants. They got up the field and hit a long field goal attempt for a tie game, 37-37. Wow. Both fan bases right now have got to be just tying up nooses, It's like, oh, this season. Golly, he hit a deep old field goal in that one. But power wins in the NFL right now, Michael. You remember here, and I'm sure you heard you had the little soundbite of Teron Armstead, talking about dealing with Jared Verse and the power that he brought and how difficult that can be. And, like one of the contributing factors to make him want to retire. And it's a big deal, that power, especially when you can allow that guy that extra width off the edge to rush, because now you're giving him an extra 1 or 2 steps to get that explosiveness into the power, where now my speed goes into my natural power in my hands because I've got that speed upon impact. You're getting me when I'm fully up to speed. First, when you have the guy in more of like, let's say a 5 or, a kind of 7-ish technique, those guys are a little tighter in there. It's a little harder for them to get the build-up speed to the power on that. But it's a very unique little thing that Mike does in his defense specifically in that way. And watching Clowney do it at Baltimore, it was a big driving force that helped make that Baltimore defense so good. He told Clowney, I want you to take bodies and just run them into that backfield. I just want you to just clog things. I don't care if you even find the ball carrier. Just clog everything up out there. Just muck it up. That's all I want you to do. Sean Gallahan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Sean, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you for helping us get a little bit closer to that 20,000 mark. I appreciate you for that. You're very kind. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation and all of your support today. Mark, you are awesome as ever, brother. Says, damn B, awesome win on the road. Go Hawks, 1-1. Hey, new season. And make no mistake about it, this is a big win for your Seattle Seahawks. You're going to lose them at home at times. You're going to lose games you maybe feel like you should be taking. You got to pick that slack up somewhere else there down the line. And the Seattle Seahawks, indeed, were able to do that here today. This is a big win. This is not one that you just get to because somehow maybe the Steelers just didn't show up today. I think the Steelers showed up today. I think you wanted it more. I think you operated with that sense of urgency that you need to have on the road at 10 a.m. You don't have that at 10 a.m. on the road. You're going through the first quarter and a half, sleepwalking still. You haven't gotten yourself prepared. That's definitely something that can happen. But this team seemed to understand what was at play, seemed to understand what was at stake with this a little bit, and making sure that they brought their best effort to play this upcoming week. Just a bit of an example to me of some of what we've seen from this team and the leadership and the taking on the sense of ownership here and wanting to be great. It's hard to be great. And even wanting to be great, putting in the work to be great isn't always enough. But you got to also have the will just initially too. And you got to have that to get there. And even though you have it, doesn't guarantee it, but you have to at least have it. And I think that this team does show signs of at least having the willingness to put in that work, the willingness to lock it in, get that connectivity between each other. It feels like they got a bit of that spirit to it, and that will help them. It really will. I think that was today. Mike Skinner, thank you for the $2 donation. Mike says, Tariq Woolen should be a trade deadline candidate. With the emergence of the guys you're getting in the secondary right now, I think it's definitely something that's going to be raising up as more of a possibility from John Schneider's position on this one. Certainly around the trade deadline, that's going to be something that every team needs corners out there. There's going to be a variety of teams that are going to look for it, and maybe you can get some value back on that. It certainly seems hard at this point to see where Woolen's going to be able to, and still a long season, he can go still earn that contract to maybe do enough to go get his extension here. That there's still time to turn this around. But if it does fit to how it's kind of started out, and you're getting to that trade deadline and you're going, okay, well, we know we're also not going to be signing him to an extension. And we, rather than just lose him for nothing at that point, you have some offer on the table for some immediate draft returns in the upcoming draft. Especially if it's a decent pick, I could understand John going down that road. I think the team's still probably in that wait and see approach on this, and let's let this thing kind of settle out fully to see who rises to the top, who takes the job. But having a guy like Darian Kendrick come up and like how he today and giving you another body there that looks like he's ready to go a little bit and he can give you something, you would imagine that that's maybe going to move you a little bit closer in that direction if it's a possibility. So something to monitor and track. I have a feeling Woolen's not done, making some kind of noise here. I don't think that he's just, shell of himself or that he's got, nothing to offer. People were noting on the stream today that wasn't always looking engaged in the run game. And look, DK was being mean to Reek today. That was for sure. DK was doing I'm going to beat the hell up of I'm going to pick a cornerback today and beat the hell up of that particular cornerback. And Reek was that guy for today's game on that. And, that's not fun for Reek. I get that. For a guy to like to play the run anyway, dealing with a guy like that must have been tough. But we'll give him some time. We'll see if he can maybe find some footing here. There's still a good deal of time before you get to the trade deadline. But could you see a guy steal, Raiders team with Coach Carroll, who's, like, hey, we'll go make a move for him, and we got the cap space to eventually maybe look and put him on an extension. Maybe they do. Maybe they make a little bit of noise on that. Alan, thank you for the $2 donation. Haven't seen a Steelers terrible towel since the first. True. You didn't give them much reason to be able to wave them out there in this one. They were all drying their tears with their terrible towels today. They were doing a lot of dabbing, Alan. A lot of dabbing around the edges of their eyes. A lot of we lose. A lot of that, a lot of ugly crying. You didn't see a lot of shots of the Steeler fan base in the crowd, and that's because it was ugly tears, shoving hot dog in mouth, ugly tears, hot dog, ugly tears. And they're just like, keep it on the field. We don't need to be showing people that. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, Alan. Thanks for all of your support today. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. Shadowbot. We picked off Aaron Rodgers twice. We did indeed. And you did it on the back of earning the right to be able to do it. Obviously, at the end, Rodgers has got a fourth down play, and he's got to throw a ball up where he's got to kind of throw a trust throw that he's not going to throw through most of the rest of the game in that way. And so, he's just taking a risk, and that's what you want your quarterback to do there. You certainly don't want him just to take a sack, at least make a throw, make a try. But you got him. And that pick in the back of the end zone, Darian Kendrick going in and grabbing the pick off Josh Jobs, knocking it up in the air. How big was that play? That wipes off a field goal. That gets you the ball back at the 20-yard line. I mean, that is game-changing in this one to go get that there. And just shows you a little bit of, I think, the resolve of this defense, where it hasn't always been perfect through the first 2 weeks, but overall they've been very strong because there is that sense of just, they're not going to give you any of the easy paths. Oh, we have a couple of interceptions in the first half after losing our first game on the road. We're going to wilt. We're going to go into our shell. No, you're not. They rise up in that moment. They hold that Steeler team to a field goal on both those times they got down in their territory early on, keeping them to field goals. You get a touchdown, keeping things tight. Defense really wasn't always easy in this game, but they did a good job of staying strong throughout this thing and really giving the offense a chance to find its footing. Promise, thank you for 22 months as a Hawks Nest member. I'm happy we got the W. See, we get it. Let's go, Promise. Let's go. We got the dub by any means necessary. And I am a very happy man that we were able to go get this one. It's the thought of facing 0-2. Not a good thought. It wasn't a good reality that we're maybe facing there with that one. Boy, great play by the corner against the Cowboys receiver there. Russell's going to maybe go get this one yet. Save the Geese. Thank you for the $5 donation. Save the Geese. It's only week 2, but the team really needed this win today. Yeah, you're seeing it the same way that I'm seeing it on this one too, where it's after last week's game and just the way that thing went and where the sort of the vibe and the energy's out on this team and the hopes for this season to start out 0-2 into this thing and set yourself up behind the 8 ball in that way. It wouldn't have been a death. Now, it wouldn't have meant that there's no way we couldn't have overcome it, but this did feel like team really could use this, could really use a little bit of the positive vibes back in their favor on this way, a little bit of momentum moving in the right direction on this one. Go take what other people aren't thinking you're going to be able to go take. And maybe that can give them a little bit of juice, a little bit of electricity here. And now we got the Saints next week, which should be a very, very winnable game for your Seahawks. O'Dwyer, thank you for 31 months, almost 3 years here as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate that long-time support. The second string cornerbacks look good today. You wouldn't know we were missing Spoon and Emawari. Yeah, agreed. 2 starters out of your secondary lost, and it didn't feel like you had missed a beat. I mean, Aaron Rodgers ends up in this game with 203 yards, but it kind of felt like he barely had 100 in how you played him. And it feels like some of those were, kind of empty calorie yards too, as well, in addition to this. Where it's like, okay, you got some freebies down there at the end, but you kept him buttoned up throughout this day. He wasn't comfortable in the pocket. He wasn't seeing things necessarily clearly in the secondary and how you were running it. He had to make some amazing scrambles just to get out of danger, or this would have looked like a much, much worse day. Yeah, well said, O'Dwyer. Big time in the secondary to step up, and very cool that we've got the depth in the secondary to be able to handle this. I don't know if it would have been like that in recent years, that we would have been able to have 2 starters go down and you don't have Rodgers throwing for 300, especially playing on the road. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, says the 49ers barely escaped. Damn. Well, indeed here. Let's take a look at this aspect of things in these first cut up of games here. We got the Ravens just completely mollywopped the Browns 41-17. The Bills take down the Jets 30-10. The Niners did just escape out, 26-21 game for them. Mac Jones throwing for 279 yards, getting the W out there. So they will, the Saints go to 0-2 now. The Dolphins fall to the Patriots. They made it a game. They had it close to throw for over 300 yards, but they couldn't quite get there. The Titans made it interesting in the game against the Rams, but the Rams did get the dub there as well, 33-19. The Lions absolutely handled the Bears 52-21. The Bengals beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 31-27, though I do believe that Burrow was out in that game. Yeah, they're going to Jake Browning in that game, so Burrow may have an injury. The Cardinals in the first quarter on the Panthers are up 10-0. So we may have all NFC West teams winning again this week as it stands. And we've got Russ and company here trying to make it happen. Russ just throwing the ball down the field. He's just hucking it. I love it, man. Let's go, Russ. Let's go, Russ. 49ers barely escaped, though. Big win for them. Losing Purdy like that and coming out of it with the win like that's big time for them. Now, that Saints team ain't a good team, but you lose your quarterback, it's hard. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. Some mistakes, but the process feels right. Just making the right adjustments and the right decisions, it'll pay off in the long run. Well said on your part, Quinn. It is a long season, even though it is 17 games, it's a long season. It's a year where, ups and downs, travails, got to go through, the difficult periods at times. You'd like it to be smoother and quicker and faster coming together than sometimes it is. but it is a process. And I think we do forget about the fact it is a brand new offense here and a brand new quarterback. It's one thing if you're just bringing in a new offense with the same quarterback. It's one thing if you're bringing in a new quarterback with the same offense. But when you have both of those two parts that are new parts to your team for offensively speaking, probably isn't a complete mind-blowing shock if that thing doesn't just take off instantaneously. It's probably well within reason if that thing's going to take you a little bit of time, if it's going to get better as the year goes along. I do think there were some adjustments that were made in this game. I think Clint was making some good adjustments in this game. You got to give him, to me, a lot of credit on being able to, especially kind of realize how much the Steelers were really going to condense down on the run game. And what he did is two different things. Number one, a willingness to throw a little bit more on first down, understanding how much they were going to go overboard to stop the run. But then the second part of it is not then just bailing on the run, finding then some effective runs within how the Steelers were running some of those fronts. They had one big Walker run on a 9-yard run where heavy box, 8 defenders in the box, safety coming up from this side. So you run the pitch play to the other side and you go get the free 9 to the other area. You neutralize that blitzing safety because you're not even going to his edge, to his side of things. So I thought he found some creative ways in the run game to kind of adjust off that a bit. And you hang a hell of a day on the Steelers team. 300 yards passing, and you've got a 100-yard rusher, and you were on the road. Pretty good day for the offense if you can pull that off. Pretty good day. But Quinn, thank you for the $5, man. Well said on your part as well. It's a process, and we are moving, it feels like, in the right direction in general terms. It does. Thomas Cox, leave it to Seattle, and thank you for the 5, Thomas. Says, leave it to Seattle to win today, but lose last week, but to blow the Steelers out says something. Yeah, to win it comfortably like this is, it's not an easy game. I don't think it's a bad Steeler team. We'll see if there's a team Steeler-wise that can press to be a playoff contending team. Maybe they're more middle of the road when we see them. Maybe they're kind of the 10-ish win team, but it's still a solid team. Still a team that can be a hell of a test against you. And you're on the road. You're 10 a.m. Historically, these have been very tough games to go out there and get the win, say nothing of comfortable wins. But I think this team can win in a couple different ways, being the Seahawks. It leads with its defense. But I think today showed you, hey, special teams is a big-time contributing factor to this team and what they're bringing. And offense can find some functionality throughout the game, can find some consistency. It wasn't just the defense being dominant. It was the offense making sure that it was finding consistent drives and moving chains to make sure that you kept the time of possession even, so that even when you weren't necessarily able offensively to light the world on fire, you were at least giving your defense those blows. You're at least giving the defense those times to kind of catch our breath a little bit. Okay, we can ramp this thing back up again for the next series. So it was all of that working together, interworking, and that's the plan at play. It didn't have to be run perfectly today to work, but it was run properly across the board well enough to allow you to have a comfortable win. Frogman46, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Darian Kendrick, standout player of the game. You'd give a tip of the nod as much to him as anybody else. I think the only part that makes it hard for me with him on that is just that you have so many other guys you can go to too in addition to it. There were so many guys balling out there. I mean, as Randy McDaniel said, Byron Murphy, 5 tackles, a sack and a half, a tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hits. Hell of a game for him. Ernest Jones with 10 tackles. Ernest Jones and Knight, 18 tackles between the two of those guys. They were active in the run game. If a guy caught it out in space, he tended to get outside that one Jalen Warren catch. He tended to get brought right down to the ground. Josh Jobe and what he did out there on DK Metcalf and how good he looked out there too as well. There's a lot of candidates out there, but Darian Kendrick was from the jump impressive. He was active in the run, couple passes defensed in this game, tight end coverage. Got the one interception, but tipped up the other ball that almost could have been another interception where he was in the right place in coverage on that one too. Very, very beautiful development for us having Kendrick rise up like this as we've had some questions a little bit with where Reek is in his game. Because the answer, if you couldn't go to Reek, was going to go, okay, Shaquille Griffin. Okay, it's Nehemiah Pritchett, which maybe those guys are fine. But in Kendrick, you feel like maybe there is a little bit something there extra to him in this. Just a bit. Not saying he's a game changer, but maybe there's just a little bit of something there. A little bit extra there. Cowboys and the Giants are still going back and forth in OT here. Tightly played football game. Defense is trying to find some footing here, 4th and 5. They're going to put it back to Russ and company, the Giants. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Russ with 400 yards. Wow. Yeah, he's having a hell of a day. You talk about vintage Russ. He's 29 of 39 for 454 yards. We might see Russ crack 500 yards in this game. They got 3 minutes left and 2 timeouts. Good on Russ. Like right on the edge this past week of people in New York trying to already get Dart in there and, you know. CD Woods, thank you for the $5 donation, CD. Appreciate you. Shout out to the defense. Outside of the Warren play, Rodgers had like 50 yards pre-garbage time. Held to under 3.5 yards per carry. Murph with 2 sacks per PFF. Amen. Amen. Yeah, you'll see 200 yards passing from Rodgers in this game, but there's a lot of empty calorie yards to be had in there at the end of that game where you're dropping into softer coverage. And when it mattered, the game was on the line, he wasn't able to do much throwing the football. I mean, what did he get through the first half? I think we had him at like 50 yards through the first half passing, something like that, 49 yards or something like that. And you created the pressure off the front four, which was good to see. Able to get him uncomfortable without having to blitz him. I think that has stood out through the first couple of weeks. I wasn't the biggest fan of folks necessarily pointing to the pressure numbers solely last week and saying, well, this meant the pass rush was good last week against the Niners. It didn't feel as effective as maybe the numbers and the pressure margin said. It felt effective today. It felt like it actually was disrupting the offense of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But yeah, that Warren play kind of juiced things up. Outside of that, kind of a different day. What a run by Warren there, too. Thank you, though, CD, for the $5, man. And shout out to the defense. Wasn't easy. Put on short fields early in this game. Lesser defense, a weaker mentality of a defense. I think Wiltz kind of rolls over, shows their belly at that time. This defense kind of dug their heels in and let's pick up the offense. You want that mentality. You think that it just goes without saying that you're going to have that mentality on the defensive side of the ball, but it's not always there with every team. Worth noting for that reason. Russ is trying here. Oh, he's throwing it up, man. He's letting it rip. Oh no, Russ got picked. No, Russ. John Naylor. Thank you for the $2 donation, John. He says, better 1-1 than 0-2 facing a 49er hat. Well, indeed, folks. This is the hat that I indeed am going to have to wear for the NFC West Roundtable this week. But at least we got the W. Just barely. What'd you say? What'd you say to me? You just barely got it. You guys are 2 touchdowns. You just barely got it. You guys could just barely beat the Saints. But we won, and we're in first place. Shut up. Not for long. How's your quarterback doing? How's your quarterback doing? Fine, threw for 300 yards. We've got the Mac attack. I don't care. Get out of my face. I am indeed going to have to wear the Niner hat this week, though. I'm not looking forward to that one. This thing's going to look ridiculous on my head. Ridiculous. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation, Tiza. How about Kendrick stepping up? Hell yeah. Big time. Big time. Not only do you fill in, but you fill in saying, hey, and there's a spirit that you can kind of feel, I feel like, from cornerbacks that have struggled to maybe get the opportunities to start in this league. And that it's a position that requires you to be feisty and competitive anyway naturally. But I think that when you have a guy that's on that outside looking in on the depth chart, and he knows where he's at in his career, and he knows that, like, when I get an opportunity, I need to seize that opportunity. I need to play like hell on wheels. Like my hair's on fire. I need to operate out there like, you know, my livelihood's on the line in the way I play. And when you saw Josh Jobe last year in that first Falcons game come in there and step in for your Seahawks, you felt that energy from him. You felt the guy that was well prepared to step in for this opportunity and take full advantage of it. Doesn't mean they're going to be stars, but they're ready to be solid players for you and walk on in there and let it roll. And in Kendrick today, I felt that same spirit and energy from him on the field today throughout the whole game. A guy that was ready for this opportunity, playing fast, playing loose, going for it, letting it rip. Not playing tentative out there like, oh, my guy barely starts. I'm just going to go out here and try not to make a mistake. But going out there and actually making plays, being aggressive. I love to see it. It was very impressive. John Naylor, thank you for another double dip donation, and a $5 and a $2. Thank you for that, man. He says, will Christopher Walken appear with the hat ceremony? I may. I don't know if I can wear the hat and be walking at the same time. He doesn't like it, walking the Niner hat. It affects him badly so many ways. No, he's going to have to maybe step back this week, walking. Brandon's wearing the hat. Makes me sad. It makes walking sad. It just does. Never have I seen him ever before wear that hat. But he will this week. He is a man of his word. That's what he says. Walken's a little off. 4 hours in and stuff, John. Walken feels bad for Brandon. He's got to wear the hat. I wouldn't wear it. He will. I would have welched. He's not. I would have, but he won't. They're going to laugh at him, all of them on the table. It's going to be horrible. John, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, nice. Kubiak got away from the grub playbook. Hey, it's sometimes where you overthink things. It felt like last week's game plan was a definite one that was overthought. You kind of spun yourself maybe in a couple of circles to arrive at the place you arrived, living in shotgun like you lived, the infrequency of play action from under center. If you were 8% of the time play action from under center last week, I would reckon to guess that you were probably up in the neighborhood of like 25 to 35% in this football game. And what a major, major difference it made on the offense in this game. Some easy throws in space there that you gave Darnold in this game at times. Taking advantage of the defense, loading up like they were against the run and catching them back across the formation on the rollouts. It's just a vital part of this playbook and not one that can be clothing optional week in, week out as to whether or not you use it. It's got to be built within the fabric of this offense every week. It's foundational, and most definitely foundational if that defense is going to load up to stop the run, because that's where it's going to work off of its best. Oh, 5 guys in the line of scrimmage. Oh, an extra safety down the box. Oh, a bunch of linebackers stepping forward post-snap if they feel even just a hint of play action. You should be able to crush them on that at that point. And that is one of the places that Kubiak adjusted in this game and really understanding they were doing that and then working some of his play calling off of that. The throw to JSN deep down the field. Partly that's set up from the fact that he knows he's going to have a one-on-one opportunity down the field there, and there's no safety over the top because they're squishing everything up on the front side of the run. Think that Cal Watkins good? I need more cowbell addicted. After a win like this, ding, ding. Ding, ding. How's it taste, Rogers? How's it taste? Cowboys get the victory. Russ's fine day goes for naught. Oh, wait, no. Here we go. 46-yard attempt. 4 seconds to go. It's either going to be a tie or he's going to kick it through. And he got it. Tough for the Giants team. Can't catch a break, man. Can't catch a break. John Naylor, thank you for that. Those donations. I really appreciate you for that. You're awesome all day here on that. Appreciate you. Moo, thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. Moo, he says, hey, Brandon, got to listen to the game during work. Seemed like a pretty balanced game. How was the first Darnold interception? The second one seemed on the line. Yeah, there's a little bit of explanation to it. I don't want to let Darnold off the hook with this and sort of excuse it away with the 2 interceptions. I will say on the first interception, especially when they showed the all-22 angle, I think I'll be able to show this pretty clearly, is that what you have is Cooper Kupp crosses the face of Jalen Ramsey. He's moving up the field and then moves inside and then bounces outside. And as he crosses to the outside, Ramsey has a little bit of a stumble. So my thinking on this, and I can't say it for sure because I just saw the angle of Cooper Kupp running the route, but I think what happens on that is that Darnold's hit is into the rhythm of the play, right? You hit your back foot. It's a timing-based passing approach at times. You're making the read with a snapshot, quick moment there. So it's not that you're looking at it long, making sure there's an opening of separation. It's quite literally you're reading off of, okay, he made the cut. Did he create some separation on that cut? Yes, Cooper Kupp did. Jalen Ramsey recovered beautifully, got his feet back under him, and undercut the route and made the interception. I think the place where you would probably ding Darnold on in that move is going to be in regards to, you probably want him to put the ball out in front. Put that in a position where Kupp's got to continue to go roll forward out in front and go get the ball. Don't let Ramsey have an opportunity to undercut it. But it was just a hell of a play as much as anything to me on Ramsey there, because you do want the quarterback to make that read in that way that quick sometimes. And it looked like it was going to open. When you watched it, if I was Darnold and I saw a Kupp make that cup and cross over Ramsey like that, I'd probably look to make the throw as well. It might have been a hair late as well. He might have just kind of waited a beat late versus letting it go in anticipation of the cut. But that's something that Darnold does a good job of anyway. He's usually a good anticipatory thrower with some of that stuff. The second one was probably less excusable, maybe. But again, I think that was also a fourth down play. It's a lot like Rodgers' fourth down throw at the end of the game where, you don't want the quarterback to just simply hold the ball and take the sack or just throw it into the dirt because you're turning the ball over. So you're going to tend to be like, you're going to tend to be like, let me try to make a throw there. And really the problem on that play was as much as anything, I thought it was a great call. I loved it from Kubiak. I was asking for that call in the moment, but it was really upended to me by the fact that you had a blocker who completely whiffed on Hayward, and then Hayward just got a free run into the backfield on Darnold, really forcing that decision fast. So on both of the interceptions, I think there's an explanation for it. It isn't, though, to say that you necessarily just let Darnold off the hook all the way on those picks, because you need him to play clean football. You need him to be a guy that's not a turnover machine. It is a bit of a prerequisite to how you're going to have this offense, not this team designed to go win football games. So you got to get that stuff cut down. But outside of those two throws, there wasn't any other turnover-worthy plays from him on his side, in my opinion on it. And he did make some really nice high-level throws around that too. So there was a lot of good. There's much more good than bad to turn over, but they're complicated, those two picks. Definitely Darnold shoulders a good amount of the burden on both of them. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. If our D-line can finish those sacks, we'll be scary. Indeed, it would be nice if we get a few more finishes in there, especially watching early on in this game with him dancing around the pocket, being Rodgers at his age and his mobility, going, we got to bring this guy down. Come on, we can bring this guy down. But I think it's also a little bit of what you have happen if you're going to be a team that's going to lean on the front four to get the job done, and they're going to go after the passer, that you're telling those guys, look, there's just four of you. You got to get home by any means necessary. And sometimes what you ask those guys to do is, in getting home by any means necessary, they're a little out of control. And they might generate a pressure, but they're not in a position to really make the sack. And if a quarterback who's really smart about subtle pocket movement can sometimes get around that. So it is a little bit of, I think, what you get as far as just the price of doing business if you're a front four team and you're operating off a four-man pass rush, and you're basically going to kind of try to live there the whole game if you can, remembering with McDonald that he's last year he was blitzing at like a 23rd rate in the league. He's a low guy on the blitz rate stuff, so he wants the front four to do it. But that is what can happen with that. And we got a couple times in this game we got dinged for it. The Jalen Warren play, for instance, you're running a twist, and the edge runs the twist in the inside, but then the defensive tackle doesn't get to the outside on his twist, and then that gives Rodgers the exit through the pocket there on the front side to go then flick that ball over there to Warren and let him go make a play. I will say this, Tease, I'm pretty confident to say that through the first 2 weeks of football, whether it's sacks or not, there'll be a team that'll have more sacks than us, but through the first two weeks of football, we will probably have the highest overall pressure rate in the NFL. I don't think I'm out too far out on the ledge on that one. Mark Sanchez, thank you for another $2 donation. Mark says, God damn it, B. That hat is awful. Yeah, look at this thing. Just look at this. For those that don't know, I lost a bet on the NFC West Roundtable. So now I have to wear this damn thing on my head. He's going to own it. He's going to love it. Ah, we're going to make him wear the hat. Ah, 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 ah. It's all right, though. I'm not a welcher. I'm many things, but I'm not a welcher. I am not that. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the donation, man. And thank you for all of your support today. You guys are just unbelievable as ever. on all the support here at the channel. I really do appreciate it, and thank you guys for all you guys do. It's another great game today, but a really great where the chat was at, and just always respectful in here. Everybody's being in that way. It's good to see. The real Jackson, what? Pretty injured? How bad? Turf toe and a left shoulder injury. So non-throwing shoulder, and I guess it must have been a pretty severe turf toe. See, Bravos, I can't fully root for Russ, but watching him play well brings some nostalgia. Yeah, me too. Henrique Canelli, 3 years follower from Brazil. Thank you, Henrique. Very kind of you. Watch every game on TV and with my cell phone hearing you. Go Hawks. Well, that is awesome to hear. I really appreciate that, Henrique. I love what I do on this. Hopefully we're getting better bit by bit on the play-by-play here through these 3 years period. That's always the goal, is to keep getting better at this. I love doing it, though. It's one of my favorite things to do on this channel, is being able to watch the games with you guys and just do the play-by-play and just go through it. But appreciate you watching out across the world, down south out there. We got a few folks out in Brazil, and hopefully you're having a good one out there today, Henry. Get to celebrate this win. Feels good, doesn't it? Feels real good. Yeah, I wanted Russ to win that one too. Quinn, I'm hoping for a fast recovery from Sundell, although if we're going to lose any O-line, the center is the one to lose. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back quick. He was definitely pulling that leg along a little bit. And I'm hoping it's not the hip, because they were tapping to the outside, and hips can be a little bit gnarly. So hopefully it's not too major, but Olatimi's got a lot of run out there. He's well suited to be able to step in and hopefully not miss too much of a beat. That fight was down to the line between those two guys. Be wise for life. All the Walker haters and Sharp lovers, welcome dose of reality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. SL Hazard says, now do we get a sorry stretch of teams to beat up on like the rest of our division? Well, you got some theoretically easier games. We'll see where the Cardinals are at. I mean, the Cardinals might be 3-0 by the time you face them in week 4, but you do get the Saints at home next week. Very winnable game on the road against the Cardinals. And then you got the Buccaneers. So, but it's a balanced schedule in this way. There isn't really any incredibly tough stretches, but in the same point in time, there's always kind of a tough game right around the corner a little bit, even when you've gotten through some of the easier parts of the schedule, I would say. John Naylor says, Christopher Walken's watch scene, but switch in the hat. There we go. This watch was in your daddy's ass 5 long years. He died of dysentery. Give me the watch. I held this comfortable hunk of metal my ass 3 years. Now, little man, give it to you. I make it funner. I just do walking the whole time. I make it a little bit less painful. Just commit to a whole roundtable show with the walking. Alan, thank you for the $10 donation, Alan. And much like you and John and many more here, you've dropped one donation. You dropped many donations today. I really, really thank you for that support. Very kind of you. I remember when our D couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. A lot better. Sam and Clint need to keep improving and give Job more playing time on defense. It's going to be hard to move Job off the field once you get back both Witherspoon and Emanwari. Mike is in a bit of a pickle about what he chooses to do with that. It's a good problem to have. First world problems in certain respects of things. The more corners you have, the better. The more pliable, useful corners you have, the better. So we'll see how he goes with that, but I think you're probably onto something, and it's been mentioned below on the chat on this too, that it's going to be very hard not to go with Job over Reek at this point if it's got to come down to those two guys and who's out there over the other. And would love to see Reek turned around. The talent's still absolutely true there, and I don't think he played a bad game out there today necessarily in Reek. Again, I don't even know if he was targeted much in this game, to be honest with you. But Job's been very impressive. So very impressive. And yeah, the D did a better job of getting off the field in this football game. A little more stout on third down. It felt like a little bit early on in the game that the Steelers were able to find a little bit more of the third and shorts, and that even if they did find the third and shorts as the game wound down, that you started to get a little bit more stifling on the third and shorts. But 5 of 15 on the day in third downs were the Steelers. Seahawks were 6 of 14, just a little bit better. Both teams struggled in this avenue of things. But that was a big deal to you stopping the Steelers in this one, because you take out the Jalen Warren play, there just wasn't a lot of big plays for the Steelers down the football field. You kept DK under wraps. I think you had the Fairmouth catch down the field on kind of a broken play. But aside from that, you kept him to really, really, really a short passing attack on the game. Very impressive. And yeah, just keep improving. Clint, Sam, it's going to get better as the year goes along. It's going to get better the more time you guys work together. Hopefully the roughest part of this will be the earliest part of this in the schedule. And then as we get on through the season, we're like, all right, it's coming together. I can see how these guys are starting to get onto that same page, and they're operating in unison. And look, they were pretty good unison through a lot of this day, with Sam up there around 300 yards passing, and outside of the interceptions, playing very efficient football. But Job's got to probably give a nod to Job on this one. You're right about that, Alan. Hard not to have that guy where you give him and say, hey, you've earned it over week at this point. You know, if it's let the best man win, how does it not go to him on this one a little bit? But again, tough call for Mike. I know he's driven to probably want to keep Reek out there if he can. Now, if Daddy Mac Jones beat the Saints, he did. McCorkle Jones beat the Saints. How did that happen? Florida Bravos. Oh, Brandon, you poor man. That is ugly. Yeah. If you guys saw what I was going to try to put Jesse in, I was tossing in him the same kind of thing with it. So I was going to make him wear something goofy as hell as well. So I got to own it. Nas says, I'd understand if you instead chose to retire from YouTube rather than wear the hat. It's an option on the table right now, Nas. Okay? It's on the table, okay? I'm ready to bring out the nuclear option here. Nuclear. I'm going to bring it out if I got it here, Nas. Anything to avoid that hat. Maybe I'll just have my internet connection magically go out as I'm just about to go on screen. Brian says, B, do puppet comedy all round table and have the whiner talking weak sauce. I might transition into that halfway through. I could legit sit here for probably about the next 45 minutes and just be going back and forth too. I don't know how entertaining it'd be for you guys, but it'd just be like, why isn't your window done yet? Because we're not done yet. We're here to still win this year. No, you're not. It's our year now. It's our time. Now's our time. No, it's not. It'll never be your time again. Never. It's the Niners' time. You're just going to have to deal with that. Suck it, Seahawks fans. You suck it. Don't talk to my people that way. You, huh? Who are you? Thomas, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I still go through double or nothing bet. Yeah, it's hard because Jesse's got to wait all the way to the end of the year on that one now. And I got to think of something for the next bet that I can come over the top of. I lose this one, but I've got to come back at him at the end of the year. Though I don't know. He might completely bail out of me on this one where he's like, he's like, no, I got my win. I'm good. I'm just going to stay 1-0. That's where he got me on this one so bad. I don't know if I can bring it back, but I'm going to try, Thomas. I'm going to try. You could say, though, I should probably learn my lesson on this one. With having to already wear this ridiculous monstrosity that I should have probably already take my L and stop betting. Just always that. This is why I don't gamble as well very much. I wasn't born with the luck gene. SL Hazard bro wearing a homeless guy on his head. That's right. Sourdough Sam. Thank you, though, Thomas. I'm going to try to do the double or nothing, but I'm still going to have to own up to it this week. So many funny bits you can do with that. I know. I was kind of thinking that too, because it is kind of like a puppet. So you can kind of have a little fun with it. Misfit, the hat is $2 short of a chicken suit. Phoenix says, I'm Christopher Walken here. I am. Even if I got to wear a hat, I will. Skeptic Face says, Brandon, I still can't believe you don't have a Nick Cage impression. He's hard. Face off. He's got such a unique mannerism and cadence to how he does it. There's certain guys I just can't quite catch. And he's kind of chameleon-like at times too, and sort of changing a little bit, but he's a hard. If you see, there's not a lot of people who do a Nick Cage because he's tough. I should try to bring that one into my stable. I've been working on my Alan Rickman lately. Tell me the code, Mr. Tanaka. I'll cut his heart out with a spoon. It's dull. It hurts, you twit. I still don't have it right. He's another tough one. I'm trying to expand. It's hard to nail these impressions. Yeah, the Cowboy kicker saving the day for the Cowboys. Boy. Vapor, bro, I took a nap when it was 7-14 Steelers and I woke up to a beatdown. Hell yeah. The power of the nap, Vapor. We had one guy in here, Nolan, who, said like, every time I go and work, we're doing good in this game. So I don't get to watch this game live. I got to go work because this is the rules of the universe driving this potential victory. You likewise went to sleep and potentially drove that victory in that manner in the same way, man. So you helped them get there just a little bit by not watching. Sometimes that's the way this works. I don't understand these rules. I don't understand why it's this way. It's the unpredictability of the universe. 1 second here. Kitty's freaking. Misfit says, F the Giants. They ruined my trip to Seattle last season. Bravo says the Cowboys just hurt their draft position with that win, but oh well. Yeah, they're probably going to be just good enough to get themselves like 5 or 6 wins and get out of that top bundle of picks. And that's Jerry for you. Captain Purgatory. Never leaving the station. Yeah, Cup had to kind of slow down off that cut. He made a nice cut, but the ball was just a little bit behind on the interception there. Cardinals have 11 yards. Addicted, Cup, GSN, Barner, Horton all showed up big today. They did. They did indeed. Good to see Cup get in there and get some catches and some connection there with Darnold a little bit. It looked a little rough after week 1. Sea Lord of Bravos. Honestly, I would not have enjoyed the various Seahawks podcasts I'd listened to this week if we had gone 0-2. Will be much more pleasurable listen now. Yeah, indeed. Definitely would have been some doom and gloom on the other side of it if you came out of this loss, even if it was an ugly loss especially. But a little bit more optimism now. Hope comes alive. Smeagol, Holani with the touchdown, laughing out loud. Hell of a TD for him. Smart ass play on his part. Smart to recognize the guy had touched the ball. Smart to get to that ball and with some hustle because that thing's trickling out the back of the end zone and he got there before that. changed the whole trajectory of this game, that point and that moment. I mean, it was monumental. Rendaz, let's go. Thanks for the game, Brandon, in chat. See you next week. Let's go. I see what you're doing there. He says SEA, you next week. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Misfit says, still want to see more boots and rollouts. Hey, I won't turn them down. I think that they can be a common part of this offense, and I got no issue with it. The impact and effect you felt when it was going really good in this game, I think it can be building block as far as your strategy and utilizing it to that level of things. So I'm the same way, Misfit. Let it roll, man. Especially if you get a defense that's going to if they're going to gas up so much on stopping the run, if they're going to dedicate so many resources to stopping the run, why not? Gwen says, Darnold's not Mahomes or Superman, but once he's chilled out, he can make the right decisions even if they aren't easy. Yeah. He doesn't have to have things perfect for him. He is a quarterback that works at his best on rhythm, hit the back foot, find your read, make your good read, and let the ball go. You know, if you ask this guy to do, to me, a ton of improvisation and a ton of having to work off script, that's not his bread and butter. It's not where he's at his best. But it also doesn't mean he's not incapable of doing some of that stuff too. He showed you he can. It's just that he is at his best when you can allow him to just really work off the play action, hit the back foot, you know, let him be a smart decision and quick decision maker in his reads and choices, and you can have him at his best. Frogman says, DK looked rough today. Glad we aren't paying him $150 million. This was one of the reasons I had an issue with potentially paying DK and why I was not on board. I have the man's jersey behind me. Things are complicated. It isn't easy. He was one of my favorite players on this team throughout his time here when he was here. But that doesn't mean that necessarily equates to you now need to sign him to that extension this offseason and pay him that kind of money. Is it the right time? Where's his age? How's this fit to the offense you're bringing in? Is it a great fit to this offense? And I think he could have found a fit to this offense, but I don't know if it was the ideal offense for DK Metcalf. But the two drops in this game, at the start of the front of this game, big drops. He had a third ball in this game later on that I don't know if you're going to call it a pure drop, but another one that was kind of in his hands. He made some tough catches here and there too, but you know those ones that are in your hands that you got to have. You know, I can't have multiple over a game happen multiple times over a season as a receiver like that. I don't have enough of that room for error for you, even for the good you're bringing on the other side of it. Kind of comes down to, again, too, just the fit to me between Rodgers and DK was always a bit of an odd one from the Steelers' perspective in going this route. I don't know if this is a marriage which you saw him on some of the trust throws that Rodgers can throw to DK, that can work on some of that. But outside of that, I don't know where these guys' chemistry is really going to work well together. But I'm glad we didn't either, Frogman. Didn't want to in the offseason, don't want to now. Money better spent in other places. Moo, okay. Yeah, I didn't get the chance to see the first interception. The second one I got to see a bit of, and all I saw was Hayward in his face laughing out loud. Offense scored what should have been 27, so I couldn't be mad. Yeah, both interceptions, there's some stuff at play there. It's in that nuance where it's a little bit of, yes, you can put on a Darnold, that throw was not in the right place. This is a little bit late on this, or just find a better option with it. But it is a fourth down play. Hayward's right in his face. There really is no win on that play that's not going to result with the Steelers not getting the ball back, basically. So it is within context on that one, Misfit Cardinals threatening to eclipse 25 yards of offense. Ooh-wee. Well, they're up 10-7 right now on the Panthers here with 4:24 to go in the second quarter. C-Lord, but we cannot be overconfident whatsoever playing the Saints. Remember the Giants game last year? Oh, yeah, I'm not no-brainer. This is going to be a win. We're going to sleepwalk, moonwalk our way through this one. Quite the opposite. We're going to have to earn this win. We're going to have to earn this win, and hopefully we're not trying to do that whole, it's the Saints, so whatever. We can just kind of not show up and we'll still win. O'Dwyer, the underthrow pass was Darnold's fault. The play action, batted down pass interception where he's rolling to his weak side was a bad play call. I'm with that. I definitely can't knock the play call because I was asking for it before the play and saying, like, I want to roll out here off of, because I thought that the Steelers were going to load up on, I really thought they were going to load up on the run there. So I was looking as silly as maybe Kubiak did on that play. Just good job on the Steelers, good call on the Steelers there. great pull on their part. But yeah, I think you're right on that, where the ball's got to be out in front. He's probably a little bit late getting that throw off. Needs to toss it with a little bit more anticipation. Misfit, if Kyler didn't have Trey McBride, he'd be the worst quarterback in football. Bravo's puppets are creepy, in my opinion. 49er puppets, even more so.
Are they Bravos? Do you find them creepy? Do you? Because we are. We are creepy. We're not going away this year, Seahawks fans. We're not dead yet.
Yes, you are. You're done.
No, we're not.
We're going to get ready to take this division. Shut up. Stop playing with the doll. I'm having too much fun with the doll. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation. Alan, elaborate a little on that special teams play a little, if you will, from a Brandon's perspective. Oh, the fumble? So first off at the front of this, you have what we're seeing from the kicking game, and this is the fun part of the changing of the rules with the kickoff, where if it's in the end zone now, it goes to the 35-yard line. And so now you're seeing kickers go through their different options here as a way to counter that. And rather than you just kicking it up high and having it land at the 2-yard line and then just trusting your defense to roll from there, your coverage unit, you are getting more of the squib kicks now. And then you're mixing that in between the two. So the kick returner doesn't really know what to expect prior to the kick. He's got to react to it live fire right after you kick it. And these kickers are really good on those kind of kicks at being able to roll that ball over in a certain way and how it leaves their foot. And it just can take that one bad bounce. I was relating on the live stream, Alan, that it's just like a baseball infielder. And anybody that's played infield in baseball has been in this kind of position where the ball's hit and you're tracking the roll, you're tracking the bounce, and you inherently will kind of feel that bounce and that roll. The more you play baseball, you'll just naturally it's like you're kind of moving with the ball as it's rolling with you. You're reacting to those and you're anticipating a bit of the rolls. And then it gets to you. Maybe it hits a rock or something in the dirt, or it comes in and it hits that little marker between the grass and the dirt, and it causes it to just suddenly jump up, and then it's right past your face. And you'll see the fielders try to sometimes get their glove to it quick, and then sometimes they're not fast enough. The same thing happened to the kick returner there, where it's rolling in at that nasty just spin, and it hits that one good spin point like Myers is intending to, where it hits it and it hits total chaos mode. And so then the returner's trying to get his hands on it. He can't get his hand up fast enough because it's coming with some decent speed to it. Not to mention it's spinning over and over and over. And then the returner at that point puts the hands up. You don't even think about it there, right? Like if the returner knows it's a roll like that and he can't get his hands on it, gets out of the way, lets it roll through the back of the end zone, and you get the ball back at least the 20 at that point. But it's so built in as far as second nature from a human instinct when you're there in that moment to reach those hands up and still try to make the grab on it. And then you see the dead-on indicators as soon as the ball rolls past, as he starts to do that one little, it's this move. And then they stop because they realize two things. I can't get to the ball in time without it at least being a safety. And maybe also the official didn't see me touch it. Maybe it was so subtle, the touching, that they can't tell. And so I'll get away with this. All of that happened in his little body language there in the moment. And then Holani, to be Johnny in the spot, recognized the fact that he had touched the ball. Recognize this thing's a live ball at this point. Get your happy ass into the back of that end zone before that thing rolls out the back of the end zone, and you can go get a touchdown. It reminds me a little bit of like if a player's not always quite showing that I got to get the ball, got to get in bounds, got to get possession before I'm out of bounds. I remember many years ago playing the Indianapolis Colts on the road where we had a block punt, and we had Deron Johnson, I believe, was running in the back. It's rumbling through the back of the end zone. He gets back there and he falls on the ball, but he doesn't get himself inbounds with possession before he rolls to the back of the end zone. I think he did. It was a bad call, but they gave him a safety instead of a touchdown on that play. And if it's a safety there, instead of you getting the touchdown with Holani, how majorly does that change the complexity of this game? Now you have a 5-point lead. You do have the ball back, but now the Steelers are still within one score of you there. Whereas that touchdown there puts you up to 2 scores. And as I said, I think it just at that point, I think it deflated the Steelers. Already a day where you're really struggling through it at home against the Seahawks team. A play like that in that moment of the game, after you're so deep in the game, fighting so hard up to that point, that was a backbreaker for that Steeler team at that point. It was tough sledding as it was against that Hawk defense. Now we got to basically go get 2 touchdowns to go win this. It was kind of Dunsky at that point. Biggest play in this game by far. By far. But smart all the way around. Nice kick by Myers. Love the squib there. I almost kind of want him to squib it every time for that. That happens like 3 times on a season off the back of squibs. Sign me up. Hell to the yes. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John, Jake won't be able to stand it next week. He will have puppets. That's right. That's right. They all think they're celebrating me having to wear a stupid ass hat. Instead, I'm going to freak Jake out with his puppet fears. I'm gonna drop some of those childhood, is there a monster under my bed kind of feelings there with him.
Hello, Jake.
What is it? Clowns and puppets for Jake, I think he said. Are those the two that freak him out, if I'm not mistaken? Thank you, John. Appreciate all your support, brother. They're definitely getting some puppet talk this week. I wear that stupid thing on my helmet. They're going to get some puppet talk. Ethan, Tech World, thank you for the $5 donation. Ethan, I'm so fired up. Both running backs are good for this offense, but Sharp can't do what Kenai did on that touchdown. Rodgers without the turtleneck ain't it. Let's go. Hey, let's go, Ethan. And I agree with everything you're saying. We are always in that kind of world of, is it this guy or that guy? It'd have to be this one or that one. Who's the one? And with this one, it is a both situation, and that the plan here and the plan should be here to utilize both of these backs throughout this season. And there's multiple reasons for it. There'll be weeks where Charbonnet might look better against a particular defense. There might be weeks that Walker looks better against particular defenses. You want to bring the load balance up because of how much you're going to be committed to running the ball. There's going to be plenty of touches for both of these two backs within the context of this offense. That's another reason. But to your point, and as I've said for a long period of time here with it, Charbonnet is a really hell of a back. This is no slight against him that you talk about Walker like this, but Walker has a game-changing element at play to him. He's got a skill set that makes him dynamic, and you've not been able to utilize that throughout his time here in the way that you should to maximize him, especially on a rookie contract. But you got that opportunity now, and he showed you today with an 8.1 yard per carry average that you get him some of these holes, you get him a little bit of daylight, and it wasn't like every time there was daylight on every run, but you started to see even in that second half, people had talked about last week Walker having a little bit of a lack of maybe confidence in how he was running the ball, and some of the stuff getting into his head over time. You got to see the flip side of that though into the second half, where he started to get some confidence in that game. Hey, I'm breaking some tackles. I'm making some smart choices with my vision. I'm extending some of these runs a little bit past. I'm running with a little bit of power that I'm getting through on these tackles a bit. Starting to feel good. Starting to feel in that good vibe, and then only makes him more effective than when he can run with that kind of confidence. And we need him to be this kind of back, man. This offense needs him to be that kind of back, because it can help take this whole thing up another notch from where it sometimes looks, where it's like a little stilted, missing maybe a little bit of dynamicism as far as playmakers go. But he can kind of lift that thing up at that point. Well said on your part. Not a slight against Sharp. Sharp can do his own stuff that's very cool and is going to be effective for this team. It's just Walker's got a little bit of a different component he brings that's as much as vital to this team as any part on that offense, I would say. Y2K, thank you for the 26 months. 26 months as a Hawks Nest member. Aubrey plus Seahawks D equals fantasy wins. There we go. Yeah, Aubrey holding it down for you there, like the Cowboy kicker in this particular game. Very cool to see. Very, very cool to see on that side of it with, not cool to see with Aubrey. At least the Seahawks D got you the fantasy wins. I would have liked to see Russ get that win out there with the Giants, especially throwing for 450 yards. But hell of a kicker the Cowboys got. Might have cost him a couple of might cost him some draft pick positioning when it's all said and done. That's one of those ones where you go, well, how much is it worthwhile at that point? He's taking us from 3 wins to 5. Whoop-de-doo. Ian Lance, Ian Ince. Sorry, Ian, mispronounced your name on there. But Ian, thank you for subscribing up to the channel. You are the man for doing so. I really appreciate you for that, folks. If you can for me today, hit that like button, sub on up. We're getting up over almost right on the cresp. We're just about to get over. In fact, by probably next week, we're going to get over 20,000 subscribers. Please help me get there today by subbing on up if you're not already. I really appreciate you for doing that, though, Ian, and jumping aboard here. We're just on the edge. We're right on that edge. I can taste it. I can taste it. Quinn says, yeah, our defense looks sick as a unit. Hopefully they keep delivering all year. Hopefully so. First two weeks of the season, under 20 points for both games. Impressive. Addicted Brandon, for the NFC Roundtable, a big bottle of Jack Daniels and camera view wearing a hat. Look passed out. Jesse would get a great laugh. There we go. Great suggestion. I was going to do the slow turn. So when I'm going to do it with the chair turned, with the chair turned backwards, but maybe at some point or other when we cut back, I'll just, I'll find myself like an empty bottle that I'll play it out on with that. Like when they cut to one of the guys talking and then they come back to the 4-man shot. It's a great idea. I love it. I love it. Standard Champion put some pins in it for some voodoo pain. Hey, that's a good idea. I like how you're thinking. Let's go. Sean S. Turf toe can take some time to heal. Just ask Deion Sanders, man. He literally got one of his toes, I believe, or a couple of his toes amputated, at least one, off of a real hellacious turf toe from his playing days. He had one of those like toes that went up over the other toe like this. Your big toe goes up over your toe like that, like a woman that's been wearing high heels her whole life. And it's tricky. It's very tricky to get around it. And it's kind of important too, because Brock Purdy's a guy that relies upon that mobility to get him around. And the cutting, especially with the turf toe, I got to cut left, got to cut right. Oh boy, that's where the pain really can set in, and you can really feel the burn, as they say, with that one a little bit on those kind of injuries. Yeah, I can take a little bit of time to heal, man. It's certainly not going to be 100% 4 or 5 weeks down the line when they bring him back. It's probably going to be dealing with it to some degree throughout the rest of the year a little bit. John Ruiz, need to get Emma on back. Amen. Good to hear that he did, at least John, avoid the IR. So no Nick Imawari on the IR. They think they have it as more of a week-to-week kind of situation. And I would look to potentially maybe the Cardinals game as a game that they look to try to get him back into the swing of things at that point. So maybe the Cardinals game. Ryan Ball, I think the NFL stopped helping the Chiefs after a lot of people were starting to catch on and complaining about it going into the Super Bowl last year. It definitely was reaching a point last year where it was going beyond realisticness. I mean, and especially that, look, it happens throughout the year. People are sensing it. You have stats like the Patrick Mahomes stat that no quarterback in the sport has had more interceptions wiped off the board due to a penalty that worked in their favor than Patrick Mahomes since like 2019. And there was enough data here on this that just made it to where the NFL is going to have to be careful on this. And then you get into the playoffs and you have the Houston Texans game where it's a joke. And then you get to the Buffalo Bills game and there's a variety of different calls in that game, which absolutely looked like you were trying to set up the Super Bowl for a Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl. And I don't know that it's true. I'm not speaking with some like ultimate confidence that I know that they were trying to set them up, but it's an awful look for the NFL. And it starts to challenge legitimacy and realism when it's happening for one team so often working in that favor of them. And people want to go to certain things like, Chiefs opponents being penalized more than them. But it's, as I always say with this type of stuff, when there's sort of a quasi feeling of there's something dirty at play here, it's not just about the total number of like penalties. It's about, when and how they're happening and how they're swinging big moments in a game. Oh, we were going to have an interception that goes this way. And instead, it's going to be an auto first down for the offense. It's quite a bit big of a change factor there that you have seen the Chiefs kind of benefit in those moments from. So you might be right on that. I think they were really pushing it past. And boy, to have you see the Chiefs have that benefit happen to them against a Bills team especially, who looked like the better team on the field on that day, who would seem to kind of more earn it throughout the course of the year, the right to be the representative of from the AFC in the Super Bowl. And a small market team like the Bills that have had to struggle for so many years to get to where they've gotten, it just is not a good look. And it's one that, just call it straight up. Stop trying to manipulate Super Bowls. Stop trying to get the teams in that you want to get in for your marketing. It's not going to make that big of a difference. And at the end of the day, this sport is the number one sport in the world, or in the United States. Maybe not in the world, soccer is maybe still number one, but in the United States, number one sport. Because every team, unlike other sports out there, unlike NBA, unlike baseball, every team in the sport to a degree feels like they got a chance every year. Can't let that part of the game ever go away. It's a very key part of what keeps people so connected to it. Thomas says both running backs are talented, but I believe should be based off hot hand in the game. I'm with it, Thomas. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Smart approach. Very smart approach. JMG63, 49er system makes most quarterbacks look good. Garoppolo. Yeah. And Mac Jones has got a skill set that can work within that offense and what it asked him to do. And it's a Saints defense you're going up against, which maybe isn't going to be a particularly good defense when it's all said and done this year. So, it's making it work. But props to him. That's also not a Niner team at full 100% strength either. No Kittle in this game. You got to kind of, I think Jesse said if he didn't have Brock Purdy playing, he didn't see it as being a win against that Saints team. Skeptic resting face. Brandon, please do Nick Cage. I wish I had a good, I gotta get one of his good speeches. I'll work on it. I'll work on trying to get a couple of his speeches down if I can and see if I can nail his, all I can think of right now, face off. But I'll try to see if I can get a little bit of his, he's got a couple monologues out there that'd be worth maybe playing around. Maybe if I can nail a little bit of his monologue, you can get a little bit of his voice locked in a little bit easier. I'll try to come up with something. It's a great suggestion. The Bomber story of this game is edges have no sacks 2 weeks into the season. Starting corner should be Spoon, Kendrick, and Job. I kind of see that way as well. And you like to get a little bit more pressure from your edges. You'd like to get a little more sacks. I think they're getting pressure. They're just not getting home. But I think you did a pretty good job today. You had 33 passing attempts here for Rodgers. You got 8 hits and 3 sacks. I'm not a huge fan of the pressure stat, as it got mentioned last week over and over again, 15 ways from Sunday. And I'm not the biggest guy on that carrying a lot of always the weight it does for other people, because sometimes you'll have like last week where you're not hitting the quarterback, you're not getting sacks, and then they just lean on that pressure number as being this thing that's like representative of the fact that your defense was really good on the day, or really good at getting the quarterback on the day. Like, well, they were somewhat effective, but they weren't actually getting the job, done. Lori Go Hawks, heads up play by Hololani. Really turned the tide in the right direction for us. Proud of you, Hawks. Well, thank you, Lori. That was a great game by the Hawks, and you're right. Hell of a heads up play by George Holani. Can't undersell the fact that that's not a play that every special team player makes in that moment. Just very smart, hustling your ass off. And when you hustle your ass off, it said to me back in the day in sports from all my coaches, when you hustle, good things happen. Martin, I think our defense can handle the Cardinals. Still worries me about our offense getting it done, though. Yeah, I agree. Probably going to be a tight, low-scoring game, a little bit like we saw in that first matchup at home against the Cardinals last year. The Bomber, also TJ Watt, only 2 pressures. Darnold makes it hard on you, King. That's one of the parts that's good, is that with that quick decision-making and with the willingness that he embraces to get the ball out of his hands quickly, it makes it a challenge for those edge rushers to get home on him. Because he will be quick with getting that ball out of his hands. And you're right, the offense does need to sharpen up a bit. There's room for improvement. Thomas, I went into the Locked On Steelers podcast, and it's fire Tomlin and very sad faces. And the usual, why couldn't they run the ball and throw over the middle? Well, people are a little bit with Tomlin on edge out there in that Steeler program. And this offseason was a little bit of an odd offseason, I think, from some Steelers fans' perspective and how they kind of ran it. And I get where they're coming from. I don't know if I'd say it's time to let Tomlin go, but, the Steelers probably would be better suited to be in a position to try to, if not moving on from Tomlin, at least kind of resetting some things there a little bit and stopping the yearly scramble mode, trying to race your way to contention rather than just, build it right, build it proper, build it true, build it like Steelers teams of the past. Quinn says also Abe's anime shoulders are hilarious to look at. He's like a Baki character. He looks good with the neck roll, man. Neck roll definitely adds a 5% toughness factor to him. Ronald Chump, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Jackie Treehorn with a $5 donation. Thank you for that donation. Appreciate all of your guys' support today. B, maybe go into the round table as your Niners alter ego nemesis. Nobnard, the biggest 49er fan. Nodnarb. You guys are on to something here today. I got to give this some thought. I only got 48 hours to come up with something, but that might be, yeah, I only speak with my eyes crossed, with the hat on. I like the Niners. They're really good. They're going to win a lot of games. Like heavy mouth breathing, I like it. You guys got some good ideas today. I got to bring some of this into effect on Tuesday. O'Dwyer, I could see us going 3-1, dropping 1 to the Bucks. I could see that too. Absolutely could see it playing out that way. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, impressed with Holani returning kicks. I think he looked very solid, if not spectacular, but we don't need spectacular back there. No, we don't. I thought he looked solid back there and what he brought. I think he's got some vision that helps him out from the running back position, and a lot of now running the ball back, I think with this new kickoff rule, is you really utilizing vision and making some real smart cuts. Knowing when you can kind of reverse things and go the lateral rather than north and south. So I agree. He's probably not going to house anything, but he can get you up there consistently in that 35-yard line range of things, which, as we saw today, once you get up that far in the starting your drives off, it's a couple first downs and you're in field goal range. Martin says the Steelers had 267 total yards of offense today. The defense wasn't the problem. Take away the explosive play by Warren, and the Steelers were really shut down. Amen. A mother effing men. Thomas says, dude, that's a freaking ugly hat. It is awful. But you guys should have seen what I was going to put him in. Then you'd be like, oh, yours was maybe even a little worse. Ryan says, okay, I have to give K9 the player of the game. 13 carries, 105 yards, 8.1 yards per carry. I'd be okay with doing that. It wasn't always made easy for him, and that touchdown run at the end sealed the deal. You put a field goal up there instead of, you're just hoping to get a couple of yards there and drain some clock, but you put that touchdown up, and that's done. And that's a hell of a closing kind of run there by Walker. He just wanted that. You could just tell. He was thinking touchdown from the second he got that ball. O'Dwyer says, Mike McDonald's going to have his way with Kyler Murray. Rattler, too. Love the confidence, O'Dwyer, and I don't disagree with you. I think Mike has a really good game plan set up for Kyler Murray. I thought this going into this season. Those 2 games last year, going back and watching the All-22 of what he did to Kyler, he had that guy in the spin cycle. He was not seeing things clearly down the football field. Gwen says, you got the first half of Rickman sentences, but it's less compressed, as the sentence says. Yeah, it's really a work in progress. I try to just go back to the diet. You try to go back to the stagnant ones like the diet.
Tell me the code, Mr. Tanaka.
And you're right. It just kind of, at the end, can't quite get. I'm close on him, though. I'm close. Just got to get my finisher. Brian Kennicott, easy to start Nicolas Cage impersonation. You watch Peggy Sue Got Married, then just talk like a guy with a terrible head cold, nasal congestion, instant Nick Cage. That's right. He made one of the more interesting choices in that role with his the squeaky voice. Man, I'll start with that one. Thomas, I believe the Seattle had the most impressive win today of the NFC West wise. Yeah, I think that's fair. I do. There wasn't as much of a challenge there with the Niners and the And the Rams, but you got to give those teams credit too, where they're playing on the road. It's never easy on the road, 10 a.m. either, and they took care of business, especially the Niners. I mean, Niners doing it without Kittle and without Brock Purdy and without Brandon Ayuk and, busted up Juwan Jennings. That's pretty impressive too. JSM is him. He is for sure. Gunny, how good was Kobe Bryant today? But a great game, man. Sealer of the interception at the end. Maybe even the better play was the knocking the ball down there that got tipped up by Darian Kendrick. Because that's a third down, force the fourth down. You're giving the ball back to your offense anyway. It's a turnover anyway, whether you make that pick or not there. So just get the ball knocked down. Ensure that the receiver doesn't make the play back there. But a hell of a finish at the end with him on that pick. Just kind of baiting Rodgers into making that throw, ready to jump in there and go take it. 4 tackles. Pass defense in addition to that interception. Pretty solid game from him. Yeah, pretty solid. Nicholas Seahawks got lucky. I don't know if a 2-touchdown win's a lucky win. Definitely a little bit of luck maybe on that, a little bit of that role play there with the, getting the touchdown in the back of the end zone on the kickoff. That was definitely fluky as hell. But I don't know if it was luck that was driving it today. I think that we took that game. He said mine. Alan says DK dropped the ball like we knew it. Yeah. He's definitely got those hands have never really fully come forward. Luke, these games are going to be fun watching the young guys improve every week. How's the starting center? Sundell had a pretty good game to my eyes, but he did go down to an injury late in the game, Luke. And Olatimi had to come out, so he's probably going to miss at least 1 week, it looked like, the way he was limping. Brian says JSN made the tough contested catch down the stretch that DK would likely not come down with. We've seen it many times with DK on that, and those are those kind of throws. I think you're right, where it's like you want him to win some of those through the years, and I think that it was very fair for some people out there to look at DK and go like, there's too many of those drops that just keep coming along here. Some of these you got to make. I mean, a couple of those catches in this game, you got to make those catches. He made some tough catches in the game too. A couple of the trust throws that Rodgers threw him, he brought in and was able to bring down. But those easy ones, you got to reel in also. As Thomas says, that's what makes you frustrated, DK. He took good just to be good. He took good just to be good or okay. Steelers fans should be frustrated seeing him catches 3 balls for 30 yards. Yeah, I think that's a fair outlook on it. Certainly not what you're thinking you're getting back in returns when you're paying that guy that amount of money on that big contract like they are. Dwyer, I see them moving on from Nwosu Mafe next season and drafting an edge in the first or second round. I could certainly see it too, O'Dwyer. I think you're looking for, as you look at this defense into the future, and you're looking for what's the part that needs to be added now. It's really good defense. Maybe one of the better defenses in the league this year. But then you go, is there something that we can add here that seems to be jumping out that would make a lot of sense? And I think that a real quasi close to as you can kind of get game-changing sort of edge, or the seeking of that, and the team has been seeking that, and drafting these guys in the second round like you did is definitely going to be probably the direction that you take. David Yang, trading DK was the best for the Seahawks. It was. It's why I was in favor of it this offseason. It's why I'm in favor of it right now. And it's not to say that DK is not a good player. It's not to say that DK is not going to go out there for the Steelers and help them in games. And he did last week for him. It's not as simple as people like to always drive bad player, good player, great player, or average. DK is a good player. But his fit to this offense, which is going to require precise route running, which is going to require probably more contested catch situations in tight spaces, not as much of his game at the forefront and how he rolls that way, as he showed you today on a couple of those throws Aaron made to him. But it was a smart move. It was the right move. And sometimes you got to let something go good out the door so that you can aspire for greatness. And let good go so you can go get to great. Ross, we need we need the interception in the end zone more than the free touchdown. Yeah, probably. Because you could make an argument that's a bigger play even. I could be talked into that. Yeah, it's deep threat's still a little bit missing there, John. Still does feel a little bit at times like you're not able to make these teams pay the price when they're going to squish things up front. It's kind of ironic because how many years were we dealing with the opposite problem where everybody was just living in cover two, and we couldn't. There was no space in the back end. There was nobody. Coverages weren't allowing you to throw it deep. John Santiago says Torrey Horton could develop as their deep threat alongside JSN. It's a possibility, and he does have some speed on him, so definitely a possibility. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Did Woolen get benched for a series? I saw Griffin. I'm not sure on that. I tried to look a little bit at it. I saw him out there a good amount. It may have been just one series, but it did seem like Reek was out there otherwise a pretty good amount in this game. So he did get a good amount of run with that. But Mike said Samuel this week, when they asked him if he was going to start, he said, we'll see. And I don't know if as we go in the future and get back Spoon and we get back Imawari, if that's going to be changed much into the future on this one. So, I don't know. I think Woolen's grip right now on starting is tenuous. And he needs to step up and operate like my job's on the line a little bit every week. And so we'll see where the grades are at coming out of this game. I don't think he was targeted a lot in this game. But it might have been. I did see Griffin out there too as well, to your point. And I will say that with Job, they mainly had Job, for the most part, locked up with DK. Like they basically had him kind of traveling. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. Quinn says, yeah, Myers 100% made up for that missed kick with a beautiful kickoff. Oh, it was a nasty spin. Nasty. King says also, Byron Murphy's the Seahawks sack leader. Let's go, Byron. And that's with him eating up still the majority of his snaps from a nose tackle position. One tech. Dwyer says, Byron Murphy, breakout season incoming. Wasn't expecting until year 3. They did a little King Bomber of DK last year in the slot. It was pretty effective through the early part of the year. Bomber Raiden Fisk with 0 sacks and can't stop the run. He's a liability there to that. He is. And he'll remain so. That's interesting. He's not getting much on the pressure front there, huh? Alan says, Brandon, that's so dope. 100% awesome breakdown, bro. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you. Alan says, I like the fact that the ball stayed in play the whole time on kick return. Yeah, me too. This is the thing with the kick return rules coming into play is like, I'm never in favor in football of automatic plays. I think every play should have a measure of you've got to go get the win on that play. And there's an equal push to stop you from getting it done. So you don't have an extra point on the 2-yard line. You don't have kickoffs that just always are going into the back of the end zone. So it's an automatic play every time. It's a lost opportunity to create a dynamic play in the game, to make that back to being a part of the football game, not just some sort of like part you just sort of get through on, Brian says the ball did not need to touch the player. It is essentially an onside kick that landed inside the 20. It's a live ball. Doesn't need to be touched by the receiving team. No. That's true, I guess. Yeah, that's right. Sean S. asks a good question. Says, hey, Brandon, how did you do with your sleeper picks? Well, it's a good time right now. Let's do a check-in on that. And I think my boy DK kind of sold on me with this one, My guy DK kind of dropped the ball on this one. So let's go over here and take a look. I actually didn't do too good today. I was not a happy camper. Not a happy camper. So, show today is brought to you by, of course, Sleeper. You can use my code today, NEST, N-E-S-T, and they will get you up to 100% of your first deposit matched up to $100. So $100 on me to you through the Sleeper app. They'll match you on that code, NEST. Yes, right now there are some restrictions on using the app in this month of September, but I am told that into October, this is supposed to open up more fully at that point in time. So look to jump on that at that spot, get the match, get the $100 in your pocket, show some love back to the channel, as it does show out really well to Sleeper, and they say we're going to just keep on sponsoring this guy with using the code in that way, which would be awesome. As we can see today, I didn't do particularly well down the line. I expected Metcalf. I thought he'd get 64 yards in his sleep today. And, maybe if he had just caught a couple of those passes, he might have gotten over the top of that. But unable to get there. I had Jonnu Smith at 27.5 yards. He got to 27, so I was a half yard off of that one. And then I had Charbonnet at 46.5 yards today, thinking that he'd be used a little bit more as a runner coming off last week than he was. But Walker was the hot hand, and that's the way it goes. $5 bet, not no big deal there. $50 on the line with it. But do use my code today, Sleeper, as they will be sponsoring us throughout the course of this year. And again, September, that thing's going to open up for you guys and be able to use this in the state of Washington for the first time. A lot of cool little options you get in. Doesn't have to be just the over or the unders. You can get in on the fantasy. So Sleeper's the best way to experience Connect Over sports together. It's a one-stop shop for all your sports needs. You can celebrate and chat games in real time with other users. Get the fastest scores, blazing fast news and alerts right at your fingertips. Play in fantasy leagues and win real money on pick contests, so you can enjoy sports the way they were meant to be, together. Download the #1 sports app today. That is, of course, Sleeper. Terms and conditions do apply. A little off today on that one. I had 2 losses on that one there. Nate Spelter, McDonald 8-1 on the road makes me feel amazing if we become a wild card team this year. Definitely the team you'd be traveling out to if you do go on the road, be looking at that record going, man, they're kind of good on the road. What's going on here? And that's a great stat. 8-1 on the road for McDonald to start out his coaching career. Not too shabby. The crappy part of this on the flip side is that we can't win at home. That's the only downside. O'Dwyer, what was the Lions game where our whole D-line was injured? That was last year. You had the quasi broken ribs from Leonard Williams. You had the groin pull, I believe, from his groin or a hamstring with Byron Murphy. No Nwosu in that game. I think you might have been down one more edge too, in addition to that. And that'd be the only loss. Yeah, that's your one loss on the road for McDonald's crew here. Ryan Ball says apparently that was the first loss by the Steelers after leading at halftime in 15 games. Yeah. By the way, Ryan, that was the second longest streak in the sport at that 15-game mark. So it's just shows you how hard it is to take that Steeler team down. I mean, look, you had 2 interceptions in the first half. I mean, there's so many. If you play this game out 100 times and you've got 2 interceptions in the first half, you're winning that game maybe probably 5 times. It's usually a death blow to have those kind of interceptions like that on the road, especially in a tight game. Alvin says, what do you think flipped the switch on the second half? That's a good question. I think it's a kind of a variety of different factors at play. I think that you're built as a whole team to win you football games. And that means that every week we need to see the whole team coming into play to get you there. It can't be a team that says, okay, defense, you're going to have to make this all happen on your own. Offense will just get by. Special teams will just do enough. You need to feel the impact of all 3 of these units. A special teams unit because it's by purpose, but also by investment. You put as much money into your kicking and punting position as anybody in the sport. You've got a variety of players on this roster that are there for their punt and their kick returns in defending and in opening that part of it up. So you saw in this game that the special teams did its part. Offense with 300 yards passing, having a running back go for over 100 yards in this particular game. They did their part. Yeah, the interceptions came in, but they did their part with that. And then on their side, and then you had the defense, which was suffocating, leading the way. So we want them to lead the way, but we don't want them to have to carry the whole day. Lead the day, not carry the whole day. But they led the way through this day. They were tight on Rodgers, save for that Jalen Warren 65-yarder busted play. You didn't let them have anything. You kept the clamps down on DK Metcalf. You stopped their running game. You were able to create pressure with just a front four. And I think that just kind of started to load up on Rodgers over the course of the game. There were some of those second half plays that you saw where in the first half he was able to kind of dance his way out of trouble. But then in the second half, you saw a 41-year-old quarterback that can't really move as well as he once did in the pocket. And you were able to take advantage of that with some sacks where you got your hands on him. So it's just, you play stout like that throughout the day. Sometimes things don't break in your favor. Sometimes you're up on a short field because the offense puts you on that short field with a couple of turnovers. But you just keep chopping. You keep chopping. And you might find yourself into getting in that third quarter where you've got yourself on the edge of kind of breaking that offense, breaking their spirit, breaking their confidence. And it felt a little bit like that today. For loss, I think Burrow broke his toe. Eee, that's not good. Alan says, shut them Steelers down today. Let's go, Alan. Nate, the major damning thing about the loss against the Lions last year was having backups not fill roles. But again, that was an early season game against a 14-3 team. Yeah. And it's, yeah, like I said, you're going that strong of a team that's pretty healthy walking into that game. You're not. It's also, I think, I want to say it was no, I don't think it was that. I was going to say maybe a short week or like a primetime game, but I can't remember for sure on that part of it. But yeah, your line was decimated. No Williams, no Murphy, no Nwosu in that game. I think you were missing one of Mafia or Hall too. I can't quite remember. Catalyst, I don't think DeAnthony Bell, yeah, he played. He had a tackle, I guess. I didn't notice him do anything. Sean, 10-0 Mariners. Let's go. You know, if we make the playoffs, I'm gonna be live streaming the Mariner games in the playoffs. So I'm committed. Nathan says Metcalf down. Saints have no chance. I think we're gonna be pretty hungry next week to get after him. King Bomber and Cooper Kupp has more receiving yards than DK Metcalf. Nate says, Mariners can't outscore us again. We got 31 points. You can try, Mariners, but you ain't doing it. Alan says, how about Derek Hall and Mafe? They complement each other really good. They do. Hall's kind of more of your wrecking, bull in a china shop, use your power, walk the tackle into the backfield guy. And then Mafe's a little bit more of I'm going to create and slice and dice my way with, great hand usage and dip and bend and quickness to win the day. Allen's his whole line, he deserved more playing time as well. Maybe. It's kind of hard. It's like, which running back do you take out, LeBon, the Hawks offense will be better by every week. Could be top 5 by January. Boy, if you finish off the season at top 5, that's a team that's absolutely in the playoffs and probably capable of making some big-time playoff noise if they can round into shape like that. I love the confidence, LeBon. I hope you're right, man. I do hope you're right. Alan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I saw Shaq Griffin out there, but he got huddled once. Yeah, I saw him out there for the one play, but I don't think that, I don't know if he was running out there a lot or it was just a formational. Maybe they'd gone to like 4 wide, and that's why he was out there on the play for that particular one. But I don't think that I think Woolen still ate up all of the typical snaps he gets in for the most part over the course of a game. But Griffin was out there a little bit. O'Dwyer, thank you for the $10 donation. O'Dwyer as well. Thank you for all of you guys that are donators as well, being members of the channel, just all the support you give here. Really, really appreciated. Helping keep the lights on over here, as they say. Says, thanks for the game coverage today, Brandon. It's going to be a good week after that win. Well, I appreciate you for that donation, and it's going to be a lot better vibes this week. Last week, man, it did get dark, and to start the season off with all the hope that we had kind of walking into this season, with the hope that they could get to being kind of a contending type team this year if things could break the right fashion. It was really kind of a kneecapping experience a bit last week and watching that play out. It wasn't a completely awful game. It's just the vibes weren't great. And the outlook on the season felt like you had to kind of recheck your expectations a little bit and not have such grand hopes. Not that you couldn't make the playoffs, but maybe that you couldn't get to make that contending type of run. But it's a long year. It's always hard to pin down how this stuff will go. The fact that injuries are going to factor in all the way around from different teams. You don't know what teams are going to be strong, which teams are going to be weakened. Look at a team like the Bengals here with maybe losing Burrow for some weeks there with a broken toe and how that can impact their hope for runs. So It's wild, the NFL in that way, and that what is on paper in week one and what ends up to the reality of things as you get 13, 14, 15 weeks down the line. It's just so hard to predict on that. But it's great to get a win. You're right, O'Dwyer. It feels really good, especially a very impressive win like this where all three phases of the football game came in and had an impact, had an effect, did their part. This is the plan. This is the blueprint you put together this offseason for how you want to win football games. And you're able to go out here and execute it on a day where you weren't perfect, on a day where there were two interceptions and providing your defense a short field for what was a very dangerous offense and the Steelers coming off that week one performance. I know it's against the Jets. I know that. But nonetheless, they still hung 31 up on that Jets team. So big win to Dwyer. Big win. You can set the stage to potentially go off into a 3-1 start and take care of the Cardinals, get yourself back right, even up in this division, and then get yourself turned around over there to the Buccaneers game, which, now starts to have a big, that looms large if you can get to that spot of things. Still got to take care of business, still got to handle the Saints, got to handle the Cardinals. But big win, not to be undersold. This was a big win going out there in Pittsburgh and going and grabbing that one. Big time. So cool to see. Thank you, though, Dwyer. It's been my pleasure, man. I've had a great time with you guys today. I always have a great time with you guys, chopping up this Hawks, looking and turning this thing over every which direction of it. And the chat's awesome today as ever, man. You guys are just unbelievable. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says both Randy and Mark Sanchez says week one, a dirty liar. I like it. Week one, you're a damn dirty liar. Week one. How dare you say those words? That was wrong. You're fibbing. I love it. And confidence and props to you guys. As even myself on there, confidence got shaken a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. It was shaken out stern. It was a little 007 for me this week. But I got to give props to my guys, Randy McDaniel and Mark Sanchez for having the faith. And look, just week one, okay, it's not a fun game, not a great experience for us, but it's just week one. We can get this thing flipped around. Story is not told of your Seattle Seahawks in 2025. There's time. It's early. I love the optimism, Randy. I really do. And you guys are looking pretty bright right now. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the double dip dono. He says, I bought a Wagner throwback jersey last year. Never felt right for whatever reason. At halftime, I dug out an old Hawks shirt. Everything changed. You better be wearing that shirt next week, Randall. We win next week. You better be wearing that shirt all the remaining portion of the year. And yes, you don't get to wash it at that point either, Randall. Again, I don't make the rules up on this. This is just ethereally charged energy that you took advantage of today, and you need to keep that momentum going. So, Randall, I want same shirt next week from the jump. No Wagner thing there. Just stay with the same shirt, and you don't get to wash it. You got to tell your wife, I'm sorry, but tell her that this is the price that has to be paid to build a winner. She'll understand. She gets it. Way to go, though, Randall. That a way to change up that energy a little bit. You got to do some things sometimes. Got to do little alterations. Got to try to change that energy up a bit. Appreciate you, though, man. HHG, you got to get the robe and the cane bling, B. That would be pretty cool. I got to go find a store where I can locate that. Of course, they do have the Halloween stores opening up now, so maybe I can find one of those, what do they call it, Halloween outlet stores or something. Nathan Delabot, all the NFC West teams are 2-0. Definitely need the win today. Yeah, that would have been a great point. Would have been a tough look. You come out this week, everybody else is at 2-0. You're 0-2. And yeah, you're getting yourself further and further about having to make up a lot of ground at that point. It's kind of putting yourself in the hawk to find your pathway eventually. Alan says Buccaneers didn't look solid to me last week. Good, yes, but also beatable. Yeah, I think so too as well. It's going to be a hell of a tough game. Ain't going to be easy, but you can win it. It's not, there's some teams out there in this league that, we go face the Ravens. We go face the Buffalo Bills. If we had them on the schedule, we face the Eagles even right now. I'm going to struggle feeling super confident in those teams. But just about everybody on our schedule, whether I'm confident or not, I feel like we have winnable games all the way throughout the schedule. And it's kind of the one thing that stands out with it where it's, and now that we especially, I think, have gone through the first 2 weeks of the season, Cardinals, Buccaneers, Jaguars, Texans, Commanders, Falcons, Colts, Panthers. You got tough games on the schedule, but you don't have some of the daunting opponents that are out there. No Philadelphia, no Kansas City. Some people are a little freaked out about by Denver. Some people a little bit freaked out by a Green Bay, maybe rightfully so there. Buffalo, Baltimore. We're kind of able to avoid some of those teams that I think would have been ones where you're definitely scratching in a hard L there when you're looking at trying to make a prediction on the schedule. Where all these games are definitely winnable. We should be in them, all of them. King Bomber also, we smoked Ramsey all game long. Excited to see what he gave up. Indeed, I was like at first, man, he's on it with that first pick, but the team was not hesitant in going right back after him, to your point. They were picking on him, if anything, at times in this game. I think he's going to end up having a good amount of yards he gave up in coverage. He'll have some good plays too. He had the interception. He had the one when he dislodged on the third down where he came up and hit the guy and knocked the ball out. John says Mariners need to win a World Series, at least one. That'd be great. Catalyst says, I can't believe K9 scored on that conservative run play. I know, man. It was kind of wild to watch. And what was weird is it seemed to catch the Steelers off guard. For some reason, they thought we were going to pass there, which to me, it looked like a kind of a no-brainer run because you want to just, at the very least, burn another 45 seconds off the clock in that moment. But the Steelers sort of drop in coverage, and then they're all kind of a little bit late to get over to Walker. And Walker, man, he wanted that touchdown. I mean, he supercharged the engine on that one. He slammed the pedal to the floor. And the Steelers are like, damn, man, he's fast. We thought we had a chance to get over here. We didn't have a chance to get over here. No, Metcalf was not a slot receiver. But last year, through the first 6-7 games of the year, John, you used him a lot more within the slot. This was the one kind of cool thing that Grubb was able to do. And part of the reason that Metcalf was, top 3 in receiving yardage before he had the injury with the Atlanta Falcons game was because there was more of a usage of him in the slot than you had used him in prior years. I'm not saying he's a slot receiver or that's necessarily the best place to align DK Metcalf. But if you're going to utilize a number one wide receiver in this sport, you're probably going to have to move them around a little bit. If you just have an outside guy and you put him to the outside, like Seattle showed on DK Metcalf today, the trouble with that is it's so easy to run press trail on the front and then roll the safety over the top. And there's not a lot DK can do about that at that point, the 2-for-1. Whereas when you move him into the slot, it gets a lot harder to get that double team closed in on the guy. So, I mean, he ran a lot of it last year through the early part of the season and had a lot of effectiveness. And then what happens here went on, he got injured, and JSN's emergence from the slot then just refitted him more into that slot throughout the rest of the year. But it was something you never really tried to use much of DK except last year there for a little bit of time. That boy, this defense is going to do ugly things next week to the Saints. I hope so, man. Especially being at home. Cattle said, yep, saw JSN and Zabel down there blocking too. Let's go. I'm looking forward to looking at that play, watching those guys. Somebody else was mentioning about Zabel on that. I'm looking forward to taking a look at him on that play. Allen says, I would extend Kobe. He's been elite all season. He adjusted from cornerback to slot to safety corner, 100%. It's a possibility they do that. I mean, it's certainly an option on the table for them, especially considering maybe some of the other guys that they were looking at maybe extending right now, they're not as on board with doing. With Walker, I think you're definitely going to wait for him through the end of the year to make sure what you got and where you want to be with him. And then Reek being another guy there that you think you were going to come in maybe into the season, think about that one, or a Mafe. So if it becomes one where one of those guys that you thought you were going to extend, you're not going to extend, maybe that causes the team to pivot more in the direction of going to a guy like Kobe instead. Tell you what, you would solidify and set your secondary up for the foreseeable future in a major way at that point because you have your starting safeties, you have your starting corners at point, you have your starting slot, you got Emma Wari there as a guy that then go back out there and fill in for either of the two safeties if they go down injured at that point. So, it's it is a direction they could go. I would be a little bit surprised if they do it, Alan, just because that would take them back down the pathway of paying two safeties pretty much top-end money or close to top-end money. I don't think Kobe's going to break the bank, but he's going to probably be paid top 10 safety money at that point. And you have Julian Love just about ready to hit the books into this. I think if not this year, next year, he's going to start costing like $13 million a year on the cap. We got the money to do it, though, if we want. O'Dwyer, I'd be happy to rest Spoon next week if he's not 100%. I'd be in favor of this as well. Don't know what the knee injury is. Always hard to say on these kind of ones, but at the end of the day, is next week's game going to come down to a difference of whether or not Spoon plays or not? I don't think so. Early in the season, rest a guy like that, give him an extra week. I don't think that's the worst idea in the world. Catalyst says Kobe's much better as a strong safety. His limited athleticism kind of shows it. Probably a little better in that role, a bit, yeah. He can do some things. He can do some different stuff. He's not a pure free safety, though, as much as he is probably a little bit stronger as the slot. Kevin O'Connell, I really hate this fan base. You have great players and great coaches trying to make it work. And then look at the Jaguars, Titans, or Panthers. How are their fans better? People have been pretty positive on it. I don't know. I don't see a lot of negativity today, Kevin, on them. It's like people are celebrating the win and players on this pretty good. Are you kind of speaking to Kevin like the stadiums are being more filled up by their fans out there? Brian Kent got George Holani, very solid. D. Williams status, New York Giants practice squad. Mumbles. Thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles. I appreciate you for that. He says, I got some stats. Away losses, just the Lions. Home wins, Broncos, Dolphins, Cardinals. Home losses, Giants, 49ers twice. Bills, Rams, Packers, Vikings. Pretty hard teams at home, minus the Giants. Won't happen again. Yeah, I don't think a Giants-type game would happen again. That was kind of a special situation, and some of that one did have to do with the fact you're playing, I believe, 3 games in 15 days, and that was right in the middle of that. But great stat there. I mean, you look at the home losses, let's remove the Giants. Niners twice, Bills, Rams, Packers, Vikings. So the losses haven't come at home to necessarily weak-kneed teams that should have no business standing toe-to-toe with you, but against teams that in the Vikings case and the Rams case, the Bills case last year were playoff teams. And the Packers right there on the edge of it. So great stat there, man. Great stat. And so John's got it roaring on the road. We just got to figure out the home thing, and maybe if we don't face such daunting tasks at home, that'll look a little bit better too as we go along. Great stat there, Mumbles. I love it, man. Hell of a start to a coaching career, Mike McDonald. He's done a very, very good job here. First-time head coach, young guy like he is, and he's been impressive. Fun watching what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball, too. I'll tell you what. But thank you, Mumbles. Appreciate the 10. Great stat. I hadn't realized it as much with that. That Giants one hangs so much over your head that you don't consider as much the other games that you played against very quality opponents here in last year at home. It has been kind of daunting. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Game day attire doesn't get washed on a win streak. There we go. I'm just saying, Randall. You know what I mean? It's like how this goes. It's just the rules of the universe. We don't know the rhyme or the reason for why. Ours is not the position to question why. Ours is the position to just do what we know that causes the right result. In this case, you're going to have to wear the, little bit of the pig pen shirt through the rest of the year. It'll be kind of fun, Randall. We get to keep tracking with you the stink. Where's the stink level on Randall's shirt today? Have we crested over a 7? Are we pushing up to 9 status by week 7? And then does the more nervous games throughout the year, the more that it's got you sweating a little bit, Does that just add the funk up a little bit more by the end of the year? But it doesn't get washed while we're on the win streak. You know how this goes. It's like the whole Bull Durham thing, you know? It's like if you think that that's what's helping you win, then you stay with it. There's a whole joke in the movie where the guy can't sleep with his girlfriend because he's had a winning streak when he's not slept with a girlfriend. And so he tells his buddy, like, well, I guess I'm going to sleep with her tonight because, you know, she's kind of bothering me about it. I probably should. And the buddy goes, no, you don't do that. That's not what you do. You protect a winning streak. These are valuable. These are hard to come by. You don't mess it up. Such a good movie. But thank you, Randall. Appreciate all of your support, brother. Diego, hopefully the offensive chemistry will keep improving. I would like to think it will. There's no guarantees on this, but you do think that, logically speaking, new OC, new quarterback, that won't be at its best in day one. That will be improved the longer that you can give it time for those guys to grow together. CJ, why does Mafe never get sacks? Shouldn't he be one of our better sack artists? Can't remember when he even last had a sack. He's a streaky shooter, man. He really is. When he's hot, he's running and he might have you 6-7 straight games in a row with a sack. And when he's cold, he might go 6 or 7 straight games without a sack. And it's been part of the thing that is, I think, a little bit frustrating with him as a player. The pressure numbers are going to look really good through the first 2 weeks. I'll guarantee you that, CJ. You know, when you look at the pressure numbers, it's going to be probably 11, 12 pressures the first 2 games, which will put him up as some of the highest in the sport. But you're not getting the sacks. You're not getting the quarterback hits. Sometimes it seems like maybe there's a little bit of an issue in closing the deal with him. Maybe he has to get a little bit out of control to create his pressure. And in them being out of control, he's not in a position to then bring the quarterback down when he does get to him. I'd like to think that they're going to come a little bit with him. And I don't think he's playing badly. But I think you'd love to see him, you know, able to get a few more home. Emily Watson says, hopefully we'll go 5-1 or 4-2 before our bye week. Our offense still has some work to do. We did a lot better this game. That would be tremendous if we could, Emily, because not only does it put you in a position to make that playoff run through the back half of the schedule, but it would also put John in a position, sitting on $30 million of cap space approximately, to be able to go out there and then go make another aggressive move to help this team out. Versus if you're more in a 3-3 phase of it, then he's probably going to play this a little bit more conservative when it comes to the trade deadline. Sean says, those damn Mariners trying to outscore the Seahawks again. 11 runs through 5 innings. Let's go. I think that Mariner team could smell it. I think they can smell that playoffs right there. It's just, they're right on the edge of it. Mick says, I love Metcalf, but it felt nice to be able to beat him today and be able to almost completely shut him down. I think that the frustrations that we had with DK here were a little bit what you had today, where it goes quiet. If you can just roll the double teams to him, you basically get him neutralized. Then you have a few moments worked in there too as well, where you throw him the ball and he's got 2 hands on it and the stone hands come into place and he drops it, and they're not backbreaking drops, but on top of a very quiet day, just makes you feel like you're struggling to find a way to get his impact to the utmost. And it's the frustrating part with Metcalf. It's the frustrating part through the first few years. Through 5 of his first 6 seasons here, he was the second most targeted player on the football team. You never made him really that number 1 targeted guy, and it's hard to do so. And maybe he's not capable of it. That's the other part of it too. But you got a little bit of the full meal deal of what can be the frustrating part with him as a player, especially when you're talking about paying a guy $30 million per year. You don't want limitations on a guy when you're paying him at that money. You don't want to pay a guy that money and going, well, he's does this and he does that and does that, but boy, there's this, that's a struggle and that's a struggle, and there can be this moment that happens that's kind of a negative, and then it gets counterbalanced. You want to be paying top market prices for that. Yeah, hopefully Sundell's okay, Diego. I agree. Josh asks, yo, what up, bro? What up, B? You're still streaming when the Eagles are done? I'll be here. Sounds good, Josh. I'll probably be here. Probably be rolling along. It's only 45 minutes away. Mick, it's always nice seeing Aaron Rodgers whining throughout the game. I love watching a great physical defense. Yeah, he was doing a lot of work in the officials there, especially at the end. And yeah, it's always good to be Rodgers, man. He hates us. Like, he looks at us as with the Fail Mary play year and then the conference championship year. He looks at those 2 games as having like costed him 2 Super Bowls that he should have in the, on the books, so to speak. So he's always spoke about having a little bit of a hate for Seattle. King Bomber Woolen has a great next to 5 games, but so does Job, Kendrick, and Spoon. You get a 3rd round pick for Woolen. Do you trade him? Yeah. Kind of comes down to like Woolen goes out and has a good year here going forward, and maybe he gets 5 interceptions and in line to get that contract. I'm growing to a place where when it comes to then giving these players these big contracts, I think that there's a lot more of a dial it down mentality that exists once the player has gotten his deal. There's a lot more of the, hey, I'm a little bit knocked around. I'm kind of sore this week. I could play. And if I hadn't signed my contract extension, I probably would be out there. But, money's in the bank. I'm good. I think I'm just going to, sit this game out. I think that there's a little bit of a mentality of play that you can get on players once you get them paid. And if they have shown a little bit of the glimpses of that prior to being paid, it's as was said by one player once, when you pay a guy more money, they just become more of who they are. It doesn't change who they are. They're just going to become more into that direction of things. And so, once you sort of remove the reasoning behind earning that deal, do I trust him on that contract? Do I trust he's going to lock it in? And I don't. If I don't, then probably not part of the long-term plan. And if he's not part of the long-term plan and you go get a 3rd round pick this year, yeah, I also say nothing of the fact, King Bomber, if you got that 3rd round pick, could you hold it? Sure. Could you also then take that 3rd round pick and then maybe pivot it for another player to help your team in another place out there? Like immediately for this upcoming season, be it maybe a wide receiver, can help out the core a little bit, or, God forbid, another offensive lineman that's quality, flip 3rd for a center out there, maybe if you got a bit of a depth issue at center. So, yeah, I think I'm in that place of it, King. I don't think you'd have trust either on this one. I don't think anybody could. Where talent's true there with Woolen, but do any of you feel like if you pay him $25 million per, $20 million per, that you're going to get a player that's going to be cranking it up every week and giving you maximum intensity? I kind of feel the opposite. Maybe I'm being unfair on him, though, but I do kind of feel the opposite. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for 40 months as a Hawks Nest member, that long time dedication and support. Really appreciate you. Members of the channel will be getting off PFF scores to you Monday morning. We also got a call-in show this Thursday at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So please do join me for that. If you want to call in and talk on the show, keep an eye on your community posts for that. But Jeffrey says a win is a win, but it needs to be said. Our pass blocking was horrible. And sometimes our run blocking got our running back hit by unblocked rushers. I am a little worried. Well, indeed, when it comes to pass protection, that's not going to be, the strength. That's not going to be the strength of your unit. Part of the reason why you have to keep your volume of passing attempts over the course of the game down to a relatively good spot. If Sam Darnold's up there throwing 40 times over the course of the football game, it's probably not going to end out too well for our team in that respect of things. So you want to get down to the low 30s. You have a lot of scripted throws in there, which should be quick passes, getting the ball out of his hands. What helps us this year versus last year in this regards, Jeffrey, is that you have an offense that can mitigate some of this year. This offense naturally will help out your offensive line with pass protection issues. And that's even at times when, like you mentioned, you're not always able to run consistently with the ball. But because there's so much scripted easy throws within there for a guy like Darnold, he can essentially get that ball out of his hands before the pass rush can get to him. And you'll see with Darnold through the first 2 weeks of the season, he's probably going to be a top 10 quarterback with the time to throw, with the getting the ball out of his hands as quick as humanly possible. So I don't think it's ever going to be grade A. Can it improve with time? Hopefully. Has it been somewhat of an issue here and there? A little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, couple sacks on 33 dropbacks, 8 quarterback hits. It's pretty consistent, to your point on that. But I don't think it's ungodly or not something that Darnold can work around with some of the other scripted stuff in there that does give him some successes at that point. Give me a second, 1 sec here. Mom came over to my house here and made me breakfast. We're 5.5 hours in, so I'm going to eat a little bit here while I talk to you guys. So I have to deal with it. I'll try not to chew directly into the mic. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation, JRD. And Jeffrey, to your point as well, unblocked defenders in the backfield have been a problem in the first two games. So both of your items, I think, are valid as far as concerns going forward. Something this offensive line is supposed to do, and hopefully this can improve with time, is create less of the negative rushes, that you're getting more of the positive plays in there. Maybe it's not going to be an 8 or 9 yard run, but that you can count on there being 2 to 3 yards in there. You can count on getting yourself into more of the third and makeable down situations. And right now what's happened instead on the other side of this is that we've been in more of the 3rd down and 8, 3rd down and 9s because we're not getting those successes early downs because of the penetration you talk about. So, I mean, both of these factors are kind of worrisome. I think the pass blocking I'm less concerned with because of the fact that there's more of an opportunity there for you to find some success kind of working around it. With the unblocked rushers, with the guys in the backfield, I mean, that's not a good Steelers team at stopping the run. You know, that's not what they do well necessarily. But they really did take it to you. I mean, there was that run at the end to Charbonnet where he lost 8 yards. My man takes the pitch play, and the guy's literally, as soon as he's got the pitch, the man's got his hands around him, ripping him to the ground. Yeah. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation, JRD. Give flowers to Job. He was all over DK. Other than the one touchdown, he was basically non-existent. Amen. Amen there. I thought Job played a hell of a game back-to-back weeks. He's been as good a defender for you as anybody on the field. That's just absolutely the truth. And he's out there being competitive. I thought he was tight on Metcalf. It was impressive because you didn't just have Job, JRD, in off coverage dropping to zone depth. You had him up in DK Metcalf's face pressing. And we know with DK that you get up there and you press him weakly, he's going to punish you for it. You press him a little lightly, he's going to whoop your ass. But every time he'd lay that press, get those hips flipped, get himself running down the field step for step with DK, Job's been awesome, man. And he's putting Mike in a position of giving him a really difficult decision to have to be made here about what he's going to do in regards to Woolen or Job when we come down to the Emawari and Witherspoon coming back healthy. So that's as good as you could hope to do against a guy like DK in this kind of game when you know they're going to target him, you know they're going to work him. That's an outstanding performance by that secondary. Really good job. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Sam Darnold is a bum, but he's our bum. Well, I thought he played pretty well today. I've been okay with Darnold's performance in the first 2 weeks. It's not perfect. I think you certainly see the issues that are there in his game that can be troublesome and not always the easiest to overcome. But I think as things get a little bit more improved on this offense, I think is that they better understand and better learn the system, and he can have more of the on-time stuff work. You know, I like him for what he brings. I think he's giving us exactly what we kind of hoped that we were going to have with it. I think if you looked at the first 2 weeks of the season coming into this year and you're like, well, we're going to kind of struggle in both weeks a little bit to quite find the consistent running. Like Walker had the big runs in this game here and there, but there's also a lot of tough sledding and running the ball. And then you go, well, the first 2 weeks pass protection is going to be okay too as well. I mean, Darnold mitigated last week and this week at times the pressure that was there by getting the ball out of his hands, by being so quick with it getting out of his hands. But those are kind of debilitating factors, at least a little bit, to finding success at the quarterback position. And despite those being a little bit debilitating, I'm not saying that they're upend him necessarily, Jeffrey. I don't want to overstate it, but limiting factors, he still found success overall in the grand scheme of things. And throw 300 yards when you're under probably a pretty good amount of pressure on the day, you got to be a solid quarterback to be able to pull that off. And he made some big time throws in there too. That Jackson Smith throw down the field at the end, man, put it right on the right spot. That's a big time throw. Big time throw. And even the touchdown pass to Barner, it's a relatively simple throw, but it's the quick read. It's the back foot recognizing what's going on in the coverage and then ripping it out. It's one place Darnold doesn't get a lot of credit for, but where he's actually, one of the reasons he threw for so many touchdowns last year had to do with his effectiveness in the red zone at throwing the football. I think this is one place where people mention so often how Geno was so better than Darnold. This would be the one place I think I'd give a very specific nod to Darnold over Geno in. I think Darnold's better down inside the red zone at throwing footballs. Just a better decision maker, smarter decision maker, willing to, I think, make certain throws that I think Geno would be a little bit hesitant to make down in there in the tight confines and those restricted windows. So he's not always given credit for that, but he played a fine game. 300 yards passing on only 33 attempts, pretty much. So high yard per average attempt, 8.9 yards. The 2 interceptions do suck, but he got you out of some bad pass protection issues at times. I think he played pretty well within himself. And even on both interceptions, there is at least a little bit of some stuff in there where you go, it's not a completely just awful, oh my God, what are you doing type of play that you can at least explain a little bit of, what his thinking was that had him arrive at making the throw to this guy or to that guy. We'll see with Darnold this year. John Santiago. Sam looked decisive today, and Abe Lucas came through with his fourth quarter limiting Watt's pressure. Good to see on that with Lucas. He had a bit of a tough week last week. It did seem, to your point, to me that he was improved this week and able this week to do a little bit of a better job against Watt than how he did with Bosa last week. And I thought he was strong out there, especially as was kind of noted on my stream. It didn't always look like you were, John, committing to giving the chip out there to Lucas. Some of it was out there, but it wasn't like snap after snap, you're just drawing it over there, which if I was an offensive coordinator, that would have been definitely a bit of a driver for me in this game. Would have been, how do I just move that chip over that side? You have Highsmith for the Steelers that's out in this game halfway through. So it's like Watt becomes the only really true threat. And they still didn't fully commit to that. They still trusted in their offensive linemen to kind of hold up there and run their other guys into the routes. So very impressive by Abe. I think he's going to be much better rated this week on the PFF side. Tough task that he had to deal with out there with Watt and working him. But I thought he did a good job. Watt didn't get much done in this game. Where was he at here? 4 tackles, 2 quarterback hits. So you'll take that all day if you're going to go up against Watt. All day long. Goldie Cobb, Cameron Scott, DK getting frustrated. Well, he can definitely get frustrated. And I think a guy that probably is going, man, I thought I was going to a place where I was going to finally get utilized. And I'll tell you what, if I'm Tomlin and I'm looking at Arthur Smith after this game and I'm going, Arthur, look, I get it. DK's got a couple drops in this game. I get that that's a little bit limiting for you on this one, but 20 yards, 3 catches. I mean, you came out of this game with DK with 6 targets. We're paying $30 million a year for 6 targets. There's got to be more of a conscientious. I'm paying my receiver $30 million a year. I need more of a conscientious drive to get that guy worked down, whether it's the slot, whether it's running him on bubble screens, whether it's just making sure that we've got some just basic scripted stuff in there to get him some easy completions. We certainly did a good job and we neutralized a lot of this. I think as well, though, the Steelers are kind of learning DK Metcalf and they're falling in a bit of that trap where you go, okay, we line him to the outside. They run the press coverage. They run trail. They run the cover 2 over the top to DK's side. Well, this should then open something else up. We've got 2 guys basically ascribed to DK. There should be something on the rest of this field that we can attack. And as we learned here in Seattle, it doesn't always kind of quite work that way with the rolled coverages. But look at how we used, Jackson Smith and Jigba in this game. And inside, outside, and 10 targets and 8 receptions. You almost double the targets of DK on this to what you gave him versus the other. And you moved him all over the place. And you attack deep with him and you attack short. And that's what you do with these receivers, utilize them. Goldie Cobb, Walker does wear you down. And by the fourth quarter, is ripping off back-breaking runs. Yeah, that's amen. Yeah, Jake Bryan's a good quarterback, Goldie Cobb. Going out there and getting that win against Jacksonville. He's done it last year too. So he's had a couple moments that he's been able to show out. John Santiago, we didn't win the turnover battle, but we won the game, 100%. I think we actually technically won the turnover battle because they have the turnover on the kickoff. So that gives you 3, technically speaking. But to your point, it wasn't, you didn't have to win that slate to win the day, kind of, in general terms. LeBron, John should trade for DK. Pumpkin no show today. She's out. She's out about right now. 1 second here. Check on her. She's out hanging. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation, JRD. Question, is this Witherspoon injury long-term? I'd expect not. Usually you're going to tend to with a player, if it's going to be something you think is long-term, you're going to put him on IR for 4 weeks, try to get him back at that point. But it's also hard to say, JRD, what exactly the nature of the injury is. You have your MCLs, your ACLs, your LCLs, and then you even have the meniscus in there. And any of those 4 things can kind of be problematic. He's not got probably anything going on with I don't think with the ACL, obviously, but if it's the MCL, that tends to be a 4 to 6 weeker. But I wonder if it's even that, because you would have just automatically have probably then put him on the IR, understanding that that's the time that takes to get over that thing. It's not just 2 weeks and you're going to bounce right back and it's good to go. So I'm not really sure what it is, but that they're taking the approach of week to week on this tells me that it's not a long-term injury. It is a bit of a guess. But we'll probably learn a little bit more of the details of it this week, because if there is going to be a call, if you put him on the IR and it is an MCL, this would be probably the week where you just call the ball and then you go with it and say, all right, we'll get him back, after the Cardinals game, basically. But they're not giving us a lot of information on that one quite yet. So it's hard to say. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the back-to-back $2 donations. He says, Job is better than Woolen when Spoon is back. I think you're going to have a hard case to be made that Woolen should be out there instead of Job at that point. If it's down to competition, it's down to who's playing better on the field right now between the two of these. Job's playing better. And he's taking the job as much as anything else. It's not as much of Woolen losing it as much as just Job saying, I'm going to make it undeniable that you got to put me on this football field. At the end of the day, you're trying to put your 11 best players out there on defense. Not the guys you hope can be the 11 best players, but the 11 best pure players you can put out on defense. And I think Mike's going to be in a hard press to not go in that direction of things once Witherspoon comes back. We'll see. The team has a lot of love for Woolen and a lot of hope. I think that this upside can be realized at some point in time. But time's running out too. Last year of a contract, going to be a free agent after this year. Got to start jumping, man. Kind of now or never. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Sanchez. I appreciate you for that, brother. All of your support today. He says, I hated the play before the Walker touchdown. Why are we throwing it? Horrible play call. Yeah, I think I'm not a fan of playing it safe, but I do think that there are times where it can make a lot of sense to play it safe. And going out there at that point, running it 3 times in a row, eating off the 2.5 minutes off the clock there. I mean, that doesn't guarantee a win there. There's certainly a way that the Steelers can cobble their way through to get a couple of touchdowns to make their way back. But boy, you're making it so hard on them in that moment to accomplish that. They've got to play perfect offense at that point with how much time you've been able to pull off the clock. And as well, to your point on this, you got a defense selling out. And when you have that defense in that sell it out mode, you might be able to catch them with a free guy and go get the touchdown there, but they're also not going to be like buying into like play action, for instance. You know, you just saw them on that play where they're like, the hell with the play action. Let's just go after the quarterback. Let's be aggressive. So it's also one there where it's like, well, you're not getting the normal conditions on a drop back that you would the play action stuff. And Seattle was doing the same thing to Rodgers, and it was absolutely causing hell on earth for Rodgers on the play action game because the Seattle defenders wouldn't go down on the running back on the play action. They'd attack Rodgers, and Rodgers would come up from the play action to throw, and he'd have a Seattle Seahawk in his face, which I love that approach, by the way. It's hard to do because you're losing a defender in the run game, and if teams are committed to running the ball, those other guys on the front side got to get it all cleaned up. But I agree with you there. That could have been a tragic play, especially if Sam tried to throw it when he was under pressure, as it happened on the second interception in this game. Luckily, he just held on to it and had the wherewithal with Sanchez to say, oh, let's keep this in field goal range. Let me get down. Let me make sure that the clock continues to roll here. I can't throw an incompletion and stop the clock. I mean, that's 45 seconds worth of time there, 30 seconds worth of time there by making sure that you have a down play there. So it's just vital as that clock's running down so low there to me. Be aware of that as a QB in that moment. So good on Sam as well, just to take the sack, keep the clock rolling. But I agree with you on that. It was a strange play call in the moment there. Don't overthink it. Just let yourself wind the clock down. See if on the 3 runs, one of them can break out and you go in the end zone. And, you know, worst case scenario, coming out the other side of that, kicking a field goal, taking the 10-point lead, bringing the clock down to about 3 minutes to go in the football game. You should be able to close that one out considering how good your defense has been playing up until that point. Shit. I was muted. My bad. Sorry, that's what I get for eating. Sorry, guys. Thank you for texting me, Megan. Sorry, I get a little tired here, folks. I was trying to eat some food here. I was getting starving, so I had to get some food in me. That's my bad. What was I just talking about? I was making a great point. Mick, you're great with the coverage, Brandon. It's nice to be able to mute the TV and listen to you calling the plays the way they should be called. The broadcast teams get worse and worse. I love doing it too, Mick, and hopefully I'm getting better and better at it. You know, that's the hope with this is that we just keep improving on doing this. And I love doing it. It's one of my favorite things, might be my favorite thing in doing this, being able to go live with you guys. And never thought it was going to be this way when we were doing this at the start of this. But I love doing what I do on it. That's for sure, man. And I'm glad that it seems like it's resonating with you guys. So I appreciate that. Sorry you guys had to do a donut on the muted thing. I had to get some food in me, guys. I was this 10 a.m. game going 6 hours later. It's like, I was dying. Quinn, thank you. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. I appreciate you guys donating. Sorry you guys had to do that. Megan gave me a text message, so I appreciate that. Chris, also thank you for letting me know on that. He says, thoughts on Kupp and appreciate the donation. Cooper Kupp played, I think, a pretty solid game. I do. He made some really tough catches at times. There was one catch where Darnold threw it to him and kind of had to throw away from the leverage of the defender that was closing in on Kupp, which made it a harder catch. It's the right throw by Darnold, but it makes it a tougher catch because he's got to throw that with some gusto on it. He's got to put a little bit of heat on that thing. I thought he was good today overall. Even the one where it was intercepted, I think, it was intercepted on the back of, mainly the fact that I think Darnold needs to kind of throw that ball probably a little earlier, and he needs to put that a little bit more out in front of Kupp. Not as much of Kupp's fault. He makes a nice cut there on Jalen Ramsey. But he was efficient today. He did a good job after the catch. 9 targets, 7 catches, 90 yards. So he did a really good job to me of you might catch an 8-yard pass and then go rumble for another 8 or 9 yards there with a guy on his back. You got to feel a little bit of the yak that Cooper Kupp brings to play. So impressive. Very impressive. Key-Bomber agreed, Brandon. I think Reek Woolen is a prime example of that. Once you get paid, you don't play at 100%. Don't make the plays that might risk your body. Yeah, I just think it's a natural thing that could exist, and especially when the monies get to funny number monies. When you're making guys 40, 50, 60, $70 million, I think there's much more of a natural human instinct in there to dial it back, to pull back on the stick a little bit. It's just almost like a human tendency a little bit. And I think it takes the very uniquely wired individuals who can have those millions of dollars in the bank, but they've got the passion for the sport. They got the love for the sport. They're still out there playing their ass off. Like O'Dwyer mentions Leonard Williams looking like a Pro Bowler again. Has it looked like to anybody the second that you made Leonard Williams a $20 million a year player that he's pulled it back, that he's dialing it at, that he's not giving you 100% all the time? I'd offer the same with a guy like Julian Love that you put on a contract extension. And you want to pay your guys, you want to reward your guys, but you don't want to just be paying everybody. And you want to be doing this math of who the guys are you're paying. You can feel as assured as you possibly can get. There's no guarantees, but you can assure it as you possibly can get that guy's not going to be a guy now who's going to go into becoming a lesser of a player because he thinks I've made it. I've gotten it done. I've accomplished what I've set out to do. I've got my generational wealth. And again, it's an understandable mentality at play for people to operate in that way. I might. You pay me $50 million, I can't guarantee I'd be as hungry as ever, right? I mean, it is kind of a natural human thing to kind of have sort of happen a bit if you get that. So I worry about that with Woolen quite a bit, though. If I'm already seeing the signs of this now, here and now, when you're on the rookie deal, why would it not be more so once I pay you? Power B is a legend. Will go down in the books as such. Oh, thank you, Power Code. I appreciate that. Very kind of you saying. John says Leonard Williams' impact pressuring Rodgers up the middle altered his mobility in the pocket on multiple plays. Yeah. He's had a hell of a 2 games here to start this year off, picking right up where he left off last year with a defensive player of the year like kind of showing. Tony Kaku, if Seahawks don't make the playoffs, I'm low-key rooting for the Bills. Understandable, man. It's a fan base you definitely have your heart goes out to them, Tony says, by the way, I drank a lot before S&D during the game. I'm just happy for a physical win. Let's go, Tony. So that's a victory drink right there. King, I'm not comfortable extending Woolen, Walker, or Mafia at this point. Bryant's wait and see. If you can get him in a bargain, it's a great signing. Yeah, maybe along those lines. I'm kind of open up all the way along on this, and the Hawks have so much, I think, flexibility on this, having so much cap space that they're kind of sitting on as it is right now, to be able to kind of either wait this out to the end of the year and jump then, and you got the franchise tag and let it get it all sorted out, or halfway in the year, if guys emerge, you can feel a little more confident to push at that point. Dune Moose in the house. What's up, Dune Moose? He says, just joining in. I was busy. Finished the game at late after recording it. I don't have the ugly feeling like last week, but rather mixed feelings after the win. Thank you, Steelers, for choking for us. I feel good about it myself, Dune. I think you really took this game from them. I mean, they certainly, that blunder with the kickoff looms big over this, but you did a good job of also forcing the action to happen at times. Even that kickoff where it's a great squib by Jason Myers. I mean, there's a lot of kick returners in that moment that would have what happened to Caleb Johnson happen to him. It's the ball moves in funny directions sometimes, especially when it's coming in hot. In Power Code, I really appreciate how quick Darnold progresses through reads and gets the ball out. Kubiak is making his life easier. Good to see scheme complementing personnel. Amen. It's a neutralizing factor for Darnold, because if you have a quarterback that's so good about getting that ball out so quickly, it forces the defense to change how it calls football games. And you don't feel as good about blitzing and pressuring a guy like that, because he's going to have a hot route read he's going to go hit, and that might end up punishing you for doing it. Yeah, I'm still on breakfast. McFurr says, exactly, Brandon. Cameron Hayward has made $145 million in the league, and he was crying about that contract extension because he said he wanted financial security, acting like he hasn't made much. Yeah, that's where the players are getting into a weird place of this at times on the contracts, and general managers have got to be adjusting with this. The holding in, the thinking that you're going to have the fourth and fifth option on a rookie deal, and that the player's not going to make a tremendous amount of noise to force your hand in that situation. And then also with it, make sure you're able to identify the players that are going to be the good soldiers on this and be like, look, we've taken good care of you. We've taken really good care of you. And now you're going to come in here at the 11th hour and kind of hold us over the barrel with leverage that you don't really have. And Hayward, look, the Steelers initially asked him to take a discounted pay, but they came back last year, the start of the year, after he had the good year, and they said, if we ask you to take a discount and you perform well, then we'll give you a reward for it. We'll essentially bump your pay up. They did so last year. They did right by him to their word, and then he comes back this year and goes, no, I'm going to need you to guys give me more. And that's where I think you're going to see on the new CBA, there will being a lot more push from owners to get this a little bit more hard-lined in and just remove all of the gray area out of this. And maybe it's impossible with the hold-ins, and it's like, I got a back. It's like, no, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Well, now that we paid you, do you? No. It's a little bit hard to prove on that kind of thing, I would say. But this is a place where when you're spending money, there's a lot of players in this sport that I think dial it back and that you don't get their best effort after you pay them. And I'd much rather have a hungry team of youngsters all across the board and paying very select few spots than paying a bunch of guys just because you got to pay them and without taking into a little bit of that math. Tony says DK tried to bait Reek, but Reek said no. Yeah, Reek's not a fighter either, He was trying to, I'm not going to be punching. What do you think of DK? I'm going to start swinging on you here? Come on. DK was doing his DK thing with that. Nitro Rock, does Cameron Hayward just blow $1 million every single day? It's a big family, man. He's got a very, very expansive family. A lot of hands. Car Wash Channel, let's go. Seahawks win one record. Well, we got it. 1-1, man. We're on our way. Congrats to you guys. Nice win today. It was good to see Chenna out there make his plays. Yeah, we got a little bit of Chenna back out there. Got his beak wet. Dipped his toe in the waters. Kevin O'Connell, by halftime, the majority of the people in the chat were calling to bench K9, bench Darnold, fire Kubiak. How can we be so negative when you have diehard fan base out there like the terrible Browns? I don't know, Kevin. I don't know if I saw that exactly myself at halftime here. I mean, maybe it was out there in the ether and other spots out there, Kevin, but the chat here was pretty even-keeled about it. It's a reactive sport, and I deal with it every week, Kevin. This sport has got, as much as any sport out there, a drive within it to pull knee-jerk reactions from you, whether it's appropriate or right or not, whether it's true or not. It's just a sport because there are 17 games and it's so limited, and every single one of them matters so very much that it just leads to a little bit of overreaction at times. It leads to quick overreaction at times. And we as fans all got to try to fight that urge. But I would just say that I think in general terms, it's something that you get in most fan bases a lot, and that it's just kind of part and parcel of being a fan at times is that comes with the territory. I've got kind of used to it because I've seen it through the years, and I don't know if it's just done something that's akin to us as a fan base. I see it in other fan bases too. And I think it's the sport, kind of forces it to happen in that way. Dune says DK proved today why DK had his way and left. Cannot hand catch despite his touchdown. Up to that point, he was 2 for 4 in catches. Not good enough. Not $30 million a year, dude. That's for sure. Oh, Dwyer, yeah, I'm not judging the offense as a whole until later in the season. It's still early in the season with a new OC, new quarterback, new receivers. Amen. Kyler always throwing goofy picks. If there's one thing that Kyler does, it's throw goofy picks. Got some eggs going, yeah. Martin says, I thought our O-line did a really good job overall. I believe we are seeing some small improvements. Hopefully it continues for the season, and we end up with a good unit as the season goes on. Me too, Martin. Well said. I'm looking for the same thing. Tony says Steelers showed fight, especially with the injuries they had up and down. Seahawks DBs had injuries too, but I'm really curious with Job and Kendrick. Yeah, we were able to overcome our injuries a little bit better maybe than the Steelers were, Tony, but maybe some of that was because we have a little bit better depth there to be able to call upon with the guys we brought out. But I thought the Steelers fought well. That's where I come to. I don't think the Steelers just sort of like laid an egg here at home. I look at it more of that like you took this game. They had opportunities, you had opportunities, but you went in their house and you won this matchup. You ran the ball better. You threw the ball more effectively. You got better pass rush. You won the turnover battle. You took this game, Bomber, Gray has allowed 1 pressure and 1 hurry in 2 starts. Hall of Famer, question mark? Sam, underrated thing I noticed, we didn't get offensive penalties. Bradford cleaned it up. Bradford had a good game. Probably going to be well rated here by PFF, and that's after being well rated last week. Bradford might have just kind of turned a small corner here a little bit. Dune says Jason Myers letting us know it's an odd year without saying it's an odd year. Addicted, yeah, Brandon, the fact that McDonald hasn't given a detailed spoon update makes me more nervous and not less nervous. Knees are weird too. Knees don't tend to be 1 or 2 week things. Knees tend to be a minimum 4 to 6 week things, to your point. So I'm a little bit worried by it as well. Tony says, random perspective of the day. I moved to Ohio about 20 years ago and I miss a lot in Seattle. Hope your environment, enjoy your environment while you can, fellow Hawk fans. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to go from Seattle to Ohio. That'd be a tough sell for me, Tony. But Seattle's a special place. I do miss it too as well. I'm down in San Diego, but there's definitely still a missing of the old home. That's for sure. Dunes, it's good to see Jake Bobo out there on special teams. I thought for sure he had a long-term muscular skeletal injury on the punt return in preseason. He's rolling. Tony says, also happy Chenna made it past the first game. My eye test sees that he puts a lot into it, but that also can cause injuries. Yeah. Good to have him back and filling out this rotation right. Colby says, I think it was the third quarter. The screen showed something along the lines of 4 of 10 on third down with an average of 7.8 yards to go. Solid win nonetheless. Yeah, you're still having a hard time getting into more of those third and short, third and makeable situations. That certainly has been a bit of a part and parcel of what we're dealing with right now. There's no way around it. That's been at play, and that's leading you to third down and longs, and third down and longs are hard to convert in this day and age. So the fact that you were able to convert those, like you say, averaging almost 8 yards a third down, it kind of shows some of the impressiveness on the day of both the receivers, the pass protection, and Sam Darnold, and how he was executing things. So it's a stat that you're not going to live in with a lot of success when that's your down and distance on third down on average, especially for an offense that's set up to move the chains and to move the chains just consistently over the course of a game. Hard to do that in that third and 8, third and 9s, but they overcame it this week. It's worth noting, though. It's something that through the first 2 weeks of the season, it's been a bit problematic. And it's really especially on the back of mainly not having early sacks. It's really on the running game, not only not getting positive yards, the running game too often having too many negative yards associated with it. You get a first down run, turns into a 2nd and 12. You complete a 5-yard pass, you're in 3rd and 7. It's a little bit of too much of that going on. Megan, thank you for waking me up when you did. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you letting me know. Sorry about the muting, folks. Appreciate you understanding. Dude moves, hey, Mark, we get some meatloaf. Yeah, she was nice enough to come over and help me out. She knows it's a long day for me. She's like, I'll come make you some eggs. Thank you, Mom. Give the kitties some love. Vapor Freezy, Cooper looks good. Obviously not 2021 Cup, though. No, but we don't need him to be that. We do need him to be effective. We need him to not be a shot fighter. We need him to be able to win some matchups in there, to be able to be strong after the catch like he was, extend some of those catches. I mean, that's really where we need him to be at. And from that perspective, he looked pretty solid this week. And yeah, I love it. Just repeat the last 10 minutes. That's my bad. Jeffrey says, I don't think we played particularly well against the Steelers. They just happened to play worse than us. I mean, we didn't play a perfect game, but it's hard for me on that one, Jeffrey, with it. It's you ran the ball, they didn't run the ball. You passed the ball, they couldn't pass the ball. You rushed the passer, they couldn't rush the passer. You won the turnover battle, It's on the road at 10 a.m. I mean, I don't think the Steelers necessarily played a great game, but I think that you also did a pretty good job in this game of making this win happen. I don't think it was the Steelers, to me, fell on their face and handed you the win. I think you took it. And those particular statistics, to me, jump out as big harbingers for how that victory came about. And it says, Hawksnest, JSN, Tori got me blasting in Fantasy B. I bet. I don't even look, Megan. I had Burrow starting today. I can't even look at it. We'll never know what Brandon was saying to the puppet. Kyle from South Park. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you in the house. Says, glad I was wrong about Walker, at least for game 2. I think he showed some of that to those folks out there that were a little bit down on him, why this team's had that faith in him. And I say, if you have him getting some holes and he's getting some legit holes and he's getting some legit room and then he's still failing, I'm going to jump right on board with everybody else that's on the Sharp train and woo, let's pull the bell and let's go. But on the other side of that, if I can see him in moments and instances like I have in the past where you do give him those holes and seeing what he does do with them and the capability he brings to the table and the unique game-changing ability he does have, it does still just lead me into that hope and prayer that we just go, this guy can have that breakout year. This guy can be that dude for you, can be one of the difference-making elements for you on offense. You don't need a lot of them, but a difference maker of a Walker, a difference maker of a JSN, the steadiness maybe then of the other playmakers within this offense from Cooper Kupp to Barner to Arroyo, who are just doing enough, Charbonnet working in there well, and you're kind of cobbling together what can be a respectable offense at that point. But he's one of those, to me, dynamic centerpiece points of this team offensively that can help really drive this thing to the maximum. Chad Alpha says, shout out to Caleb Johnson, Seahawks MVP. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Caleb. Have a good night, Martin. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for all the support. Henry Diesel, I'm such a slave to this team. I'm going to be so happy this week. It's going to be weird. Last week, I avoided any contact, shaking my head. I had the same week, man. I was struggling last week. That was a tough loss. This is the nature of the NFL, man, is it's such a fun sport to watch because it takes you through the emotions. There's no show like this that can do that. There's no mini series or whatever. It's so unique in that way. And you are, as you say, a slave to it when you care so much and you love your team so much. You ride with the ups and downs of those teams week by week. And it can be a little bit of a roller coaster ride. John Santiago, Woolen has to keep running with the receiver and not freeze like Brandon mentioned before turning for the ball. It was good to hear that Woolen owned it last week, John. As I mentioned that in the wrap-up videos and said that, look, I'm seeing this. You can't lie to me that this was this. Woolen himself said it. Where he goes, yeah, I had him. I was step for step with him, and I kind of lost track, and he owned it. And I think that's the part I got to give Woolen a lot of credit for, is though he's kind of driven me maddeningly crazy at times, I've got to give him credit for the fact that he does stand up to it and take it on the chin. He's not a guy that's trying to come up with excuses, but will own it and try to improve from it. And that part's cool. John Santiago says, Seattle should sponsor Life Alert for these close home and away games. Probably everywhere in the NFL, there's probably a couple of dudes that go down a year. A couple of dudes and probably a few women too. Go down to a couple of heart attacks every year watching the sport. The nature of the beast. New Blacks. Ooh, 1 second here. Chat just updated on me. New Black. New Black. Where was I at there? I had your deal there, noob. Mahomes looking really good with barely over 100 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Oh, goodness. New Black says, people want Darnold traded when Mahomes is out here with 117 passing yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a 53.6 rating. Yeah, New Blacks, I think that when it comes to Sam Darnold, he's got a little bit of that scarlet letter A on his chest that these quarterbacks get when, they're not successful at one stop, and maybe they're not successful at another stop. But even if they have then success, like he did with the Vikings, it's too hardline for people. They're too much in that spot of saying, like, I can't trust it. It's 1 year. And I have to admit this with Darnold. I was kind of one of these people as well before I actually went back and really dived into the Viking tape last year and tried to unpack a little bit of how he had his success. And that when I did that, it caused me to have a little bit of some change in my outlook of Darnold and seeing the growth that was coming forward and seeing that he was executing things not by accident, not because everything else around him was allowing him to be successful, but not in spite of him, but partly because of him. And that's where I think people just, with narratives on quarterbacks especially, that stuff can just stay hardlined in there so thoroughly, New Blacks, that you just can't move people off that spot. I saw it with Geno Smith. It took Geno Smith for a lot of the people in this fan base up until the 3rd year to where they finally embraced him. And then they embraced him so much they didn't want him to leave then. They couldn't get him out the door fast enough through the first 2 years. And then you suddenly saw that narrative almost flip and change over. And that's just kind of the difficulty, I think, in the assessment of the quarterback position as it stands in the NFL right now. It's hard for people to see clearly what sets up a quarterback for success or failure. And if the quarterback's not always out there just lighting it up, that there's a little bit of a draw to come back to that QB and go, well, it's his fault. Well, he's not getting the job done. And you mentioned Mahomes being a guy that gets eminent benefits of the doubt because he's got the pelts on the wall. He's got the championships. Well, he's already done it, so he can have these kind of games. It's a good point, though, on your part. King Bomber, every Seahawks receiver had more yards than Metcalf. Nice stat. I like that stat. Let's go. Even Horton with 32 yards more than DK. Even Arroyo. Even AJ Barner. Well, maybe not Barner. No, even AJ Barner. 2 catches, 26 yards. Great stat, King Bomber. Alan Brassi, thank you for the $5 donation. What's your point of view on Jarek Reed since he's made it to the Seahawks practice squad, but still hasn't had near enough plays? I think that the team likes Ty Okada a bit more. Okada got some run in this particular game, Allen. Okada probably had a bit more of a solid preseason. I mean, he had that great Packer interception and played a pretty good game throughout that game beyond that. So I don't know if it's as much of really Jarek's not done more to step up to the plate on this and prove himself more, as it's probably an example of the fact that Okada's just really stepped up and has really developed as a player for them, and they love what they see from him. So it's kind of sometimes the one or the other. It's a little balance like the Marquez Valdez Scandling versus the Torrey Horton battle. Was it Marquez as much losing it as much was maybe Torrey Horton taking the job? and you can almost, more than losing the job, the other guy just kind of wins it. And I think that's the case with Tayakata. But Jarek's a solid special teams guy. I think he's maybe still got some ability as a safety. He could probably do both the free and the strong safety stuff you need on this team if you were to call upon him. But he's probably got a tough road at this point to finding his way onto the football field with the Seahawks. He might have to wait until he gets a different opportunity with another team, if that opportunity is out there, to show what he can do. Dune, thank you, Alan, too, for the donation, man. Very kind of you for all the support. Appreciate you again. Chris Olson, me, Quinn, Megan, thank you for letting me know about the muted mic. I'm sorry about that on that side of it. Megan says, Hawks Nest, not sure this game was worth the 3 a.m. wake-up call, but a win's a win. I'm happy to share it with you in the 12. Let's go, Megan. Shout out to Holani. Pound the rock, Seahawks. That's right, Tony. Pound the rock. And big shout out to Holani being Johnny on the spot, being a hustler. I'm a hustler, baby. I'm going to get that ball. Back of the end zone. Y'all don't know. Yeah, Cup had a great game. No drops. He had some tough catches out there. A little bit of the yak stuff. Just be that complimentary number 2 in there. Steady number 2 that you can go back to. And ideally, as JSN draws more of the maybe number 1 corner off the other team, that Cooper Kupp can get the opportunity to work off the number 2 corner out there from time to time. Yeah, Lions boat race Chicago today. I guess they really are bitter about that Ben Johnson thing, huh? Dune Moose, how did I miss who this Kendrick guy is making great plays out there? Can you speak to him a little bit? Yeah, he comes out in this game to be your slot replacement because you got no Amawari and you've got no Witherspoon, so he's out there handling those duties. You got to play a slot like you do sometimes like a Sam linebacker. You got to be taking on blocks, getting off blocks, being ready to make the play right around in that front 7, in that mess of bodies that can exist down there. Then also needing to be strong in coverage at times. And you saw him out there tipping the ball up on the one where Kobe Bryant almost had the 1 pick in the middle of the field. And then ready to go make the interception after the tip ball by Josh Jobe. I think it just shows a lot of the spirit I look at with cornerbacks is I want to see a feisty, competitive spirit. You're not going to win every matchup out there unless you're a Darrelle Revis or a Richard Sherman type. You're going to have some times even over the course of the game, you might lose a rep here or there. But can you be just feisty? Can you keep coming back at it every time? Can you be always kind of just tight there in coverage and make any catch just tough? Even if there's a little separation, you're still finding a way to make it a tough grab. And with a guy like Josh Jobe or a guy that we saw in Darian Kendrick today, it's a little bit of the energy that you feel from these guys. You got this guy off the back of the Rams practice squad roster, and the Rams were trying to, kind of stash him away there. And he had played a really solid, I think it was rookie year, and then he was out all of last year with an injury. And so he was just coming back now this year, and the Seahawks liked a lot of what they saw from him in that rookie year. I'm like, ooh, we got a guy that can maybe be a player here. And it looks like a hell of a pickup because when you picked him up at the time, you have Witherspoon, you have Amawari. I mean, you're too deep already at the slot as it stands. And that you're thinking, maybe, did you really need this guy? You're going to really have to go to him. But then the foresight of John Schneider to pick that guy up and then him coming in there and then not missing a beat from the slot position in this game. That's a big part of what helps drive you for the success of this one. Because let's remember, like I was saying earlier, you had a lot of the Seahawks commitment in this game to running press coverage on DK and then rolling the safety over to the other side. That meant your guys that were going to be in the slot one-on-one were truly going to be on one-on-one situations. They had to stay clean then because of it. Megan, Hawks now got 45 minutes of sleep, so apologies if I'm not snappy as I'm running on coffee and not much else. I get it. I know it goes, Megan. No worries. No worries. Chris Cam, let's just bleed the clock for no effing reason and kick a 60-yard field goal to win the game. You had to drive further down the field and they didn't. Weird. Is this something going on with the... Take the score off here and look at what's going on with these games. I'm guessing this is the Chiefs game. Oh, that game's getting tight. Mahomes not getting a lot done, but that's still a tight game. Cardinals-Panthers game's coming down to it here at the end as well. 22-27. Panthers do have the ball. 1 minute left to go in that game. They're at around the 50-yard line. Ooh. Getting tight. Panthers recover the onside kick, so they got the holding call there. Oh, then they got the roughing the penalty call. So there was a holding call on the Panthers, took it back 10 yards, but now Josh Sweat just got a roughing the passer penalty. And that has pushed the ball up to the 32-yard line into Cardinals territory with a first down. Still 1 minute to go on the clock. Here we go. Come on, Panthers. Come on, Panthers. We'll see if the Panthers can do it. They still got to score here. They need a touchdown. It ain't going to be easy. Yeah, Mahomes got 2 Super Bowl wins. They're perfectly happy with that contract. It's tough with the Chiefs. They're still rebuilding that line. They still got some questions about playmakers. The running backs aren't the greatest. You got to give Mahomes probably a little bit more to work with. Jeffrey says, we knew the Cards were going to get boat raced by some teams early in the year. When they do, they will fall hard off. What they do, they fall off hard late, though. Big facts, man. Certainly ain't trusting them down the line, even if they start out kind of hot with this one. Interesting game. Bryce sold. He says, oof, what happened? The Young toss and interception. Intentional grounding. Timeout. Gamecast for the stinking. I'm going to bring this game up on the TV here. Let me bring that up. 1 second. Come on, Carolina. Come on, Dan Canales. Do us some favors here, Dan. Come on, Dan. What is the telecast doing? Come on, where's the down and distance here? Ugh. Ugh. That was an ugly throw there by Bryce Young. We do have a flag, though. Cardinals bail him out here. Offsides. Cardinals bailing him out a bit. 38 seconds to go. Telecast is doing an awful job of showing the down and distance. Time to drop off sides. I really don't like Bryce Young as a quarterback, man. Yeah, I ain't feeling it. 3rd down and 15. All right, so get yourself 10. Get yourself in a position to kind of convert this. It doesn't have to all be at once. Scramble, scramble, scramble. Ugh. It's just, there's no juice on his throws. Everything comes off with this just, it's the same thing of like Tua. It's like, I have an undersized, slight guy, limited arm strength who's short. Number 1 pick. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, B, the Cardinals are trying to melt down. They're trying. They're trying. They might be able to make this hold up, though. You got 4th and 15 now here for for Bryce Young, and it's not looking good. Oh, I get sacked by Calais Campbell. Game over. Ugh. I shouldn't have turned it on. I mean, that was my mistake. Cardinals will go 2-0. They escape out of this one with a victory. I don't like Bryce Young as a quarterback. I don't know. I just don't get the draw there, you know. Thank you, Mark, for the donation. 49ers Cardinals hanging on for dear life today against the Saints and Panthers. Amen. It's a little more understandable, I think, with the Niners situation because you just look at their injury situation and where they're at in positions, and it's like, yeah, you know, with the Saints, you're still taking on an NFL football team on the road and, you know, no starting quarterback, and you're getting by. You're going to have to just kind of get by through that one. Tony says, I don't wish any team to have severe injuries, but Seattle's D seems to be punishing opposing teams. Niners got banged up as well as the Rodgers. You're a physical team, man, Tony. You know, there was that stat back in the day facing Coach Carroll teams with the Legion of Boom teams is that those teams the week after you played them would tend to have lackluster efforts, would tend to lose the next games, would tend to have the injuries kind of mount up a little bit. When you're going to play like a physical, beastly kind of team like that, that's what you'd expect to see to the other side of it. Jails of the Cardinals are lucky we even remember they exist. Yeah, Brian Kennicott, Bryce is so bad. Like, it's a guy I did not understand at the time as being a first-round pick. I mean, at least with Kyler, I didn't fully understand him as a first-round pick, but at least you could go to him and you'd be like, well, okay, he's undersized, but he's 4.3 speed. He brings to the quarterback position. Bryce doesn't bring that, you know? He's like average speed guy. I'm so anti at this point. In the last couple of years, I was already anti it. I'm more anti it than ever. Like the undersized quarterback, you can miss me with that. I don't want to sign up for that at any point in time. And Russell was great for us, but I'm good with the undersized quarterback. Felt like it felt like he got smaller every snap there at the end, Bryce. He got smaller and his arm strength got lesser with every throw. Brian said, I never thought Cardinals would win that one. They tried to lose it. They gave it a shot. Brian says the stats for Bryce weren't that bad, actually. No, I mean, he threw 55 times in the game. That's a lot. Got 3 touchdown passes, 90 rating. It's not a completely awful game. It's more of an eye test thing for me than a pure stat thing. I watch him play and I just kind of, I don't see the draw to him and what he's going to bring that will eventually tap into that thing. He'll be a guy that can shepherd a team to, if not a championship, to contending status even. Brian Kennicott, my pleasure, man. Thanks for hanging in with me throughout the stream today. Josh Sass says, go Birds. What up, B? Congratulations to your Birds. You hung on. You know, you got to play that Chiefs team to the nth degree of the 60 minutes. They're going to push you right up into the end on that. You guys were able to get out of there with a win. Nice job on your part, 2-0. Going to be as dangerous as ever out here in this NFC. And I'll tell you what, that division, look at the Giants team. You're looking at the Cowboys team. We're running roughshod through them. Washington's maybe not as strong as they were last year. I mean, things are really set up when you look at the rest of the divisions in this conference. It's really set up for the Eagles to be able to go out there and, you know, be a 14-3 type team this year, if not even better. Very nice way to open up the year for your team, man. Brian says 328 yards, not terrible. No, I mean, he needed 55 attempts to get there. He's averaged about 6 yards an attempt, but it's a good day overall. And again, you don't have a run game to fall back on. So, you know, makes it hard playing the quarterback position when that's the case. Ryan thinks he can be great. A great coaching staff and team. I love it. Love it. Maybe I might be wrong on it. Sometimes you just get your ones, certain quarterbacks you just can't see the vision on, you know. Dan, which game are you watching right now? I was watching the Cardinals and the Panthers game there at the end. John Santiago says, as soon as Rodgers was folded and hit into the ground by Hall Williams, his age was showing, getting cranky and frustrated. Yeah, that was a painful hit. He didn't get up like limping, but that thing hurt. And you see the age on that play in general with Rodgers, where a 28-year-old Rodgers scrambling like that goes and gets the first down, no problem. You see a 41-year-old Rodgers, though, look like he's running in place. And 320-pound Leonard Williams can catch him from behind. And it's tough, man. Father time undefeated. You slow down. You just can't. Your foot speed ain't the same, and there's nothing you can do about it. That play you once, it must be damn frustrating, you know, this play that you once could go do, and especially quarterback position, because the older guys still have the arm strength. They still feel like they can make all the throws, but your legs lie to you and say, hey, you can go get that. You got that all day. It's like, no, I didn't come close to getting that. Josh says Chiefs 1-3 incoming. All I'm going to say, Josh, is that I had one of the bolder takes that you'll hear coming into the season when I said I did not believe that this year the Chiefs were going to make the playoffs. I think too many things now have kind of added up on them. Too many deficiencies are being loaded to bear. It's a little bit of an aging roster in bad places in certain parts. It doesn't mean that they can't turn this around into the future, but this particular year where they particularly stand right now, I think that they missed the playoffs this year. Mike Skinner says the Chiefs 0-2. Wow, I knew they were going to be downgraded, but this is crazy. Yeah, you look what they've got skill position-wise. Xavier Worthy's injury that's held him out. The other kid that they had that's been, dealing with injuries a little bit, the receiver position, they're kind of trying to throw to a bunch of just like try-hard guys out there a little bit right now at the receiver position. And running back, not much there. And Kelsey's kind of old at tight end. And that offensive line, not the strongest it's been there for the Chiefs over the last since Mahomes has arrived. I mean, this may be one of the weaker offensive lines he's had to deal with, in addition to those other factors also. And to me, that's what led me to prognosticate that this would be a team that misses the playoffs. It's hard, no matter the magic of Mahomes and no matter how much the NFL wants something to happen with that, it's, they're in a little bit of a reset place, I think. Ryan says, Bryce is definitely not your prototypical quarterback, but I don't count anybody out after the career of Russ has had or Breeze has had. He might find it. And last year, to your point, found a little bit of success as the year went along. It seemed to find a little bit of some comfort and some rhythm. So I may be selling a little bit on Bryce on this. There certainly was a reason he was number one. There's certainly a lot of people that liked him a lot. I just felt like when he came out, everybody said, well, if he was 3 inches taller, he'd be Patrick Mahomes. And I was just kind of like, no, he wouldn't. But we'll see with him. Definitely not the best of landing zones out there with the Carolina Panthers. Not a lot of success there with too many quarterbacks. Josh says first time since college, Mahomes has had a 3-game losing streak. It's tough. That offensive line got old. You've tried to, since you moved on from Tyreek Hill, it's a story that's not talked a lot about, but the Chiefs have not really been able to replace Tyreek Hill since they moved him. You've shuffled through a variety of different guys through there, but you just can't seem to find too many answers out there at the receiver position. Guys that are getting open and creating separation and giving some Mahomes some easy completions. You watch Mahomes and it just feels like it's really hard right now. Like nobody's open and the pass rush is bearing down and we don't have much of a ground game to go off of. Today in this game, they found a little bit of success in running the ball, but that was really on Mahomes. 7 carries, 66 yards. Aside from him, you had 18 carries for 53 yards between Kareem Hunt and Pacheco. Yeah. Again, that factor, it doesn't matter whether you're Mahomes, superstar quarterback, whatever. When you bring certain things into effect for a QB that are failing factors, even the best will then fail. We like to think of they can all succeed and overcome no matter what, but you take away a running game. You make the pass protection shoddy. I don't have the guys on the outside that can create separation and give me some easy wins and passing the ball. Oh, I suddenly look much worse as a quarterback. Mumbles. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Very kind of you, man. He says, hey, B, I'm okay with the Cards winning just because I have 5 G's on the line. Might drop something big if I win. Hold me to it. Ooh, 5 G's on the line. Let's go, Mumbles. Mumbles got a hot bet going right now. Hot bet. Butt cheeks are sweating. Hands are getting nervous. Sounds like he's getting down the line on it. But congrats out there, Mumbles. Way to go, man. Picking them right. Picking them right. It's a good time to mention. Sponsor of the show today, Sleeper. Sleeper right now. Utilize my stuff, my code, my things. I didn't win today on my bet, but that doesn't mean you can't win. And you can use my code today, NEST, N-E-S-T. They'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. $100 in your pocket from me to you. And you support the channel at the same time. Many of you are saying, but Brandon, we can't use the app in the state of Washington. What good is it to me to use the code then? I say to you, in October this year, it's supposed to finally open up a little bit and give you the opportunity to be able to use the code a little bit more in full and be able to have some fun out here like the rest of the country is. Thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring this show today and for showing some love to the channel here throughout the season and their sponsorship. Appreciate you too, Mumbles. Good luck to you, man. Josh actually thought we were going to lose. I didn't see the Chiefs going 0-2. You guys are tough right now. You know, I mean, you handle the Cowboys without Carter there. That's missing also without Sweat or without Melvin Williams. You know, I mean, didn't miss a beat. Didn't miss a beat. Yeah, I just thought with the Chiefs, they just felt like they're kind of due, Josh. You know, they did that whole restructure of the line thing a couple of years ago, which kind of saved them and got them back to the Super Bowl where they got Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney signed as a free agent guard, the drafting of Creed Humphrey. But then from there wasn't as much of, they had to win in this offseason with that same kind of reset in position to like, oh, we got to rejigger this offensive line again now. And, oh, we don't have the ability to just go pluck a Orlando Brown out there. Oh, we don't have the ability to just go sign a Joe Thuney out in free agency at the guard position. And so now you're stuck a little bit. And now you're going to be relying on like a rookie or a rookie left tackle in place of a guy like Orlando Brown, which means it's ups and downs. And as talented as the kid is, it's probably going to take him some time to realize, you know, the consistency to play the position right and well. It's kind of all led into me in my mind on this one, Josh, of them probably having a little bit of an uphill battle this year. Dude Moose says Rodgers might be washed. Dude got banged up good today. Boy, he did. He was already getting smashed left and right. And then at the end, you had DeMarcus Lawrence coming in and hitting his hand. And he was, flexing it and all that and during the game. And it looked like it was causing him some problems. And the Steelers just can't keep him clean. You're right, Deuce. Dude. They don't run the ball well enough. Then they got to pass the ball too much. And then when they got to pass the ball too much, they cannot pass protect him well enough. And it's a bad prerequisite for hoping a 41-year-old quarterback is going to stay upright through the course of a season. Yeah, I think he's definitely in for a long one this year, Aaron. Tony says Derek Hall whispered to Rodgers' ear after the big hit saying, "You forgot your hall pass." No hall pass. No ticket. Josh asks, certainly could see LA taking that division. I could too, Josh. I'm a little worried about them with that Rashawn Slater injury eventually coming up and biting them on the butt, especially if they happen to get another injury on that offensive line, because it's a team that is driven as much by their offensive line as some other factors on it. But I could certainly see LA being the team that, makes it happen there. Very possible. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan, as well as being a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for that. Even at 2-0, the Cards and Niners do not look like threats. No, I think certainly the Cardinals look susceptible through the first 2 weeks despite winning twice. They were going up against two of the weaker opponents to begin things, and both those opponents really hung in there with them. I mean, it took all they could to keep the Carolina Panthers shut out there at the end. So I certainly think that the Cardinals, to me, look kind of similar to how they've looked the past couple of years when it's all said and done. Maybe they're marginally more improved, but they're not strongly improved. With the Niners, we'll see with them. If the Niners can weather this early storm of injuries and get back Brock Purdy, get back Juwan Jennings, get back Brandon Ayuk, get back Malik Mustafa. They've got reserves coming back on board here down the line. Kittle comes back down the line. If they can just weather that storm through it, they'll be a stronger team as they go through the year than they started out. But it also depends on them staying healthy in other spots too. Certainly they're not the juggernaut they've been, to your point, Jordan, in recent years. John says, I should have started Tucker Kraft, not flipping Kelsey this week, shaking my head. Oh, brutal, John. Brutal. What did my man have? Like 100? That would have won you this week alone with a Tucker Kraft starting. That's a tough call, though. And you keep thinking Kelsey's in for maybe a little resurgence, right? Mike Skinner, 2017 Russ on the Chiefs this year. They would make the playoffs. Possibly. Yeah, I could see that. His escapability at the time kind of overcome some of that offensive line play right now. Yeah. Because as escapable as Mahomes is, 2017 Russ escapability is just it's a different level. You know, it's one of the better all-time escape artists in the pocket that you'll find. Max Bailey says, Bryce Young just doesn't pass the eye test. Russell did. That's how I feel about it. I felt like with Russ, when he needed to load up and let that arm go hunt, he could let it load it up and go hunt. I feel like when Bryce loads his arm up to go hunt, there's a little bit of this like sound that comes out of his gums. A little bit of a that's how it sounds when he shoots it off. When it comes out of his arm, that's what I'm hearing in my head. It ain't the Brian, he says, yeah, I never had Bryce Young picked at number 1. I thought that was a pipe dream, especially considering what they gave up to get him. But who knows? After last year with Canales, might be able to get the most out of him. It's possible. And look, he did, like you say, he did start to play a bit better as the year went along last year. So maybe I'm short selling him a little bit on this. As was said above on him, maybe it's just that the eye test just isn't passed for me on it. And I just slight quarterbacks with marginal arm strength that aren't terribly mobile. I end up looking around going, what are we doing here? You know, what are we doing here? Got a lot of moxie, a lot of guile in the pocket. Can't make every NFL throw. Yeah. But, you know, he's heady. Not the most mobile. Yeah, I know. Probably easily broken at that size of a body. Yeah, I know. Josh says, I've been saying the same thing. He got his dominant reputation because he had a Hall of Fame tight end and an unguardable wide receiver to throw to. That helps. It does. Let's toss into it, Josh. Very competent, cogent offensive line that was pretty strong 1 through 5 throughout most of his time here as a quarterback too. That's also been a bit before it was, walked in with Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz as his tackles. Mitch Morse in there initially. You've transitioned over from Orlando Browns to Creed Humphreys to Joe Thuney's. You know, he's had a pretty solid line too. Makes the Hawks Nest. I make sure Mumbles comes good on his promise of a big dono. Oh, hell yeah. Well, he don't have to. I think it's just good that he's winning. I just want to see him win. Dave Wolf surprised the Cards, surprised by the Colts with Daniel Jones 2-0, starts spreading the ball around and winning. How about Daniel Jones finding some footing out there in Indianapolis? Very impressive. Impressive. Where they take down Denver 28-29. Daniel Jones almost 23 of 34, 300 yards passing. What a hell of a game. And Tyler Warren, 4 catches, 79 yards for the rookie there for Indianapolis, going off. Mike Skinner says, last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks, Heath Ledger was still alive. Josh says, tight end is a safety valve. Having a top-tier safety valve is game-changing for sure. Absolutely. And in Kelsey, you're talking about a guy that's going to have a lot of people making the argument that that's your greatest all-time tight end when he was at the height of his powers. Michael Myers, M's win, Hawks wins, Broncos lose. Today was perfect. It's a good day. Yeah, it was a good day. M's win, Hawks win, Broncos lose. Hell yeah, it was a good day. King Bomber says, guys, I'm a bad person for rooting for the Chargers tomorrow. No. Not at all. I feel like I should be rooting for Carroll against Harbaugh, but I hate the Raiders and I like the Chargers. I think that's fair. No, you're not held to have to root for the Raiders team because Carroll's there. Josh, I'm sorry I missed all the Seahawks talk. I'm sure you're sick of it by now. Not at all, but they looked strong in the second half. There are props for defense, keeping them in early. Defense held it in there for the offense to kind of find really, the offense wasn't bad in the first half, but the 2 interceptions kind of put you behind it in a way that, didn't have to be the way it was going to be. But the defense was strong throughout this game, Josh. Complete team victory. Special teams came in and did its part in addition to this. The offense, almost 300 yards passing from Darnold, over 100 yards officially gotten by Kenneth Walker. I think you can really look at this game, and there's a lot of people that contributed to the win versus maybe your stars kind of carry the day to get you to the dub, or your quarterback carries you to the day to get the dub. It felt like today you had a lot of supporting parts that got you there, that this was really truly a team effort. And I do feel like that this is the way this team is built. It's got to be done. They got to go out there and get these victories through the team-centric nature of how it happens, rather than it being star power that gets you there. I think there's a lot of teams in the NFL that are driven too by the star power to get them there. King says, I feel like we had a much bigger rival with the Raiders than we did the Chargers. We did. It would have been the pecking order. The AFC West would have probably gone, might have been Broncos first, because just that was kind of a little bit of that way. But then you would have had the Raiders or Broncos as 1 or 2, then the Chiefs as 3, and then the Chargers as 4 on kind of the most hated. Like the Chargers were the Arizona Cardinals of the NFC West back in the day in the AFC West. That's how you kind of viewed them. Josie says, Pete jacked up smashing a whiteboard before the game last week. Let's go, Pete. Turn him up. Turn him up. Phoebe, you can tell this team is bought in, and we see everyone celebrating on the field together and yelling before the press conference. I love it, man. Yeah, I think that this team has shown you they're going to do everything they can control in their power to try to become a great team. I don't always know that I can say that for a fact with every Hawk team that's come through in recent years. I don't know if I could say that about the 2019 team or the 2020 team, or when Luke Wilson came in here for a hot minute before he retired because he realized that something had been lost in the late 2010s. I don't know if I could say that every season. I say it with a lot of confidence right now that this is a team that everybody showed up for OTAs. The voluntary OTAs, you had full participation. By all accounts, throughout training camp, you had intense training camp practices. You had these guys getting after it, grinding day by day to get to that next spot of their development, to push this thing forward. There are no guarantees in this sport. It's kind of the cold-blooded nature of it. You can make smart decisions. You have a well-fielded team. You can have all the buy-in in the world, and sometimes it just don't work out in your favor. And what this team has done is it's controlled the factors within its grip and tried to take as much of that as it can and ride with as much as it can to put them in that position to have that chance for success, to give you the best opportunity to get to that place that's hard to get to even when you're getting so much stuff right. And I think a game like this shows you that, where you don't have a defense that goes in the tank when they see that the offense is going to put them on a short field multiple times in the first half. That you don't have an offense that goes in the tank when they've thrown a couple interceptions and it's hard sledding and you're not getting anything done in the run game, but just stays with it and keeps chopping and trusting the process and trusting the scheme, trusting each other, staying resolute. I think that's the feeling we got from him today, and then it's impressive. It was great to see. I agree. I'm with you on it, Phoebe. I got the same feeling. John Sandiego, I'm familiar with Kraft mac and cheese. You can make an argument on this, King, if between the Broncos and the Raiders were definitely bigger than the Chargers back in the AFC West days. No doubt about that. It comes down between the Broncos and the Raiders on that one. It's very tight between which one was the bigger rival when we were in the AFC West. New Lax just goes to show you how bad Richardson actually is. Kind of does, yeah. I mean, how is it not reflective of it a bit, right? How do you not? Josh says, ooh, a cheap shot. I didn't see that one. Laughing out loud. It's true, though. I couldn't tell you the last time we beat the Hawks. Just kind of had you guys' number. I think you guys had us, though, for a while. I think like the all-time series on this, I want to say is, I swear you guys had us I think you had us in the 90s a couple times. I think you had us in the early 2000s a couple times. I think the all-time series is probably pretty balanced. Cal hit a home run in the game for the Mariners. Let's go, Cal. They make the playoffs. I'm streaming baseball games here. I promise. Josh, is it weird that the Hawks played at 1 and the Eagles at 4? Laughing out loud. Usually it's the opposite. That's why I'm a fan of the Hawks. They're my late afternoon team. Hell yeah, Josh. Yeah, kind of strange. They wanted to probably get that matchup of the Eagles and Chiefs where maximum eyeballs were watching. at 1 o'clock. Not half the country, but all of the country on that one. Because that's probably the national game over here on the West Coast too. Or was the national game. Ryan Paul says, I don't think we had a rivalry in the 90s. Our rival was the end zone. It's funny because it's true. Glenn Carr and Brandon, I'm hiking alone the Elawa River, going salmon fishing tomorrow. Listen to the Hawks Nest after a win. Yeah, it's a good day. Hell yeah, catch yourself a big old mammoth sucker out them waters. Some good eating. It's all you need for this dub is some good eating on top of it, Glenn. And you're good to go. But appreciate you, man. Hey, Johnny Robinson in the house. He says, Robbie Utes is a grown man. This Robbie Utes. Let's go. Yeah, how about that big run there to Spring Walker in the game where you can see the benefit of you get a 2 tight end package with a fullback, heavy amount of cluster of bodies up around each other there around the line of scrimmage, very tight confines, not as many clear pathways to get to the ball carrier on an angle. You get 2 defensive players that get stuck kind of coming down the same angle. Utes is able to neutralize one, gets a 2-for-1 on the play, springing Walker. And that shows you that when you sometimes get the big on big, the heavy formation on heavy formation, it's not always then that you go, well, now we got to audible to a pass play here. We got to throw. They got too many guys around the line of scrimmage. You've got a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage too. You got a lot of big bodies down there as well. And there was a couple times here where they said, we're still running on those kind of plays. And that one in particular showed you, again, back to the benefits of having a fullback, mean linebackers in the hole. If that linebacker that's coming behind the first one that's met in the hole doesn't take the right angle to come around, he could get his ass neutralized too. He's a grown man though, John. You're right about that. John says, Moose, Clint Kubiak called some play action, mostly worked out. And when it did work out, it worked out well. Improved play calling, but still got work to do. Yeah, more play action today, more under center stuff today, which was good. It was a big time improvement of what we saw last week, which just that game plan made absolutely no sense. Josh, Raiders used to be a very popular team, actually, once upon a time. They did. Yeah. Years of bad ownership there, years of bad play. It's definitely kind of, I think, harmed a bit of that fan base. John, pitch plays aren't wide zone. The time I saw them run the stretch wide zone immediate penetration, maybe that's why they don't run play action. They don't trust the blocking technique. I think they're still a little bit worried on it, John. And certainly anytime you're still getting to the edges, whether it's a pitch play, whether it's wide zone, either of those 2 plays are kind of allowing for penetration and push into the backfield right now. Something that needs to probably get corrected and fixed. So we need those runs within the rushing attack. New Blacks, Cal tied mantle for switch hitting home runs today, by the way, for Mariners. Let's go. Yeah. All-time home run for switch hitters. He ties Mickey Mantle. That's good company to be in for Cal Raleigh. And what an all-time type season for Cal. Absolutely unbelievable. So happy the Mariners are going to, I think, fully take advantage of this as much as they can and trying to make a playoff push and kind of rewarding this because, boy, if you have him kind of pull this kind of season like he is and Julio coming in and pulling a pretty good year like he is and you let it all go to waste, that would have hurt. That would have been a hit. John, it takes a long time working as an O-line to master the zone blocking. What week you think they'll hit their stride? You're probably about halfway through the year before you're really like feeling consistently, especially, John, I would think to the outside type of runs. I think it's going to take a bit of time. It feels very much right now like a work in progress. And doesn't mean you can't have some success around the work in progress. I mean, you had Walker averaging 8 yards a carry today, but it is a work in progress still. I agree there. And I think it's going to take some time. Thing that stands out to me with this, John, is with this penetration in the backfield, with this push, like this is not a Steelers team that's good as a run stuffing unit. They're not, that's not their strength. The 49ers might be a good run stuffing unit, but I think that's still not a defensive line that's like tremendous. So, I am a little bit worried about what's going to happen when we eventually do run up against a defensive line that's legitimate all across the board and has really got multiple threats they can throw at you. But work in progress. You know what I mean, brother? Josie loved how Job wasn't afraid to be physical with DK. No, sir. He was being physical as a tackler too, Joe. He had the one tackle in the game where he knocked the guy off his feet, kept him in bounds, kept the clock rolling. Job's been a godsend. And very hard to keep him at this point, Joe, off the field. He's playing so well. Max, glad to be born 1990. I started paying attention to football right at the end of the Seahawks dark ages. You got in at the right time. You certainly did, man. King Bomber says Mariners are 3 games away from having a first round bye. Ooh. They seem like they can smell it right now. Seems like there's just that sense of like, it's time to dial this up now. You know, you got that marathon of an NFL season, and now you're coming down the home stretch. And like they do down the home stretch in a marathon, suddenly those guys turn into sprinters. And they start kind of cooking it up a little bit. And it feels like the Mariners are kind of realizing that. And you got to feel like that's a hungry team that really wants it. Dune says the passing game was spread out to more catchers. So glad to see that. GSN, CK, CA, AJB, TH, to name a few. Loved it. Great job today of spreading it around a lot more. And another point that is just a centerpiece of what this offense has to be. It's not a work it to the same guy over and over again kind of offense. That's not how you're structured to be. But you got 3 targets to Barner, 3 targets to Arroyo, 4 targets to Horton, 9 targets to Cup, 10 targets to JSN. I mean, that's just how you'd like to chop it up, ideally walking into the game. That's just how I would like to cut that thing up myself. I've never heard a single person hate on the Chargers. It's true, man. So I'm saying they were just kind of like, yeah, they're in our division too back in the day. And they had pretty good teams. You know, Junior Seau was rocking it, and Marion Butts. You know, they had some players, but for some reason it was just the other teams in the division that drew a little bit more of the ire of the 12s back in the 80s and early 90s. Ken Behring was our biggest rival in the 90s. That's true. So true. Josh, JSN doing JSN things. That kid is a beast. He's nice, Josh. He's really nice. And boy, he's looking like he's ready to go take that. He's ready to go take that next step in his development to where it's like, I am a top 5 receiver in this sport. You're mentioned in the top 5 receivers, you better include my name. And it's a great development for us on this, but him and Sam have got a great connection right out the rip here. Sam is realizing this guy gets open, I'm going to get him the ball. And it'd be nice if we eventually potentially can force some of these teams with a slot to try to go down and double team the slot. Because I maintain, like, you start doing that with a guy like Kubiak and showing him doubles down to a slot wide receiver, he's going to destroy you in other ways. You just can't afford to do that as a team. Max, my top favorite Hawks wide receivers, JSN, 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 and JSN. Ethan says Walker has 9 yards per carry in the second half. He did, yeah. He ended up averaging just for the whole game 8 yards a carry. He ran well in both halves. You know, he didn't have as many holes at times in the first half, but still busted off a couple of 9-yard runs. King says, yep, it sucks because there's still going to be some hate towards him because of the 2 picks that weren't really bad decisions. In regards to Darnold. Yeah. There's going to still be the people on that road with it. I think it's hard for them a little bit, King, on this, where he throws for 2 touchdowns on the other side of it, makes good decisions on the other side of those mistakes, throws for almost 300 yards on the day. But, you know, it's just like the Geno thing. I got used to this with the Geno thing, so it's kind of prepared me for the Sam thing, where it's like all that time those people took to sign up on Geno, all those people that were outright hating Geno from the jump, who then slowly by year 3 were like, oh, okay. And it's like, I kind of go, okay, I think I understand the general fan will look at a quarterback who's washed out in his first chance, and they're going to let that be skewed in a heavy way to where they're going to let it slant their view of that player. And that player's got to go above and beyond to disprove that. But that doesn't mean that that's really the reality of the situation of who that player is. And I think that Sam's showing you that on this. It doesn't have to be perfect with him. You'd obviously love to see him cut down the interceptions there a little bit. There's on both of them, I think the first one's more worse than maybe the second one is, because the second one, 2 King Bombers on a 4th down, where you're still turning the ball over on downs there if you don't throw the pick. But you obviously wouldn't want to throw the pick and let him return it back to the freaking 25-yard line. But I think he's played fine through the first couple of weeks. I do. I think he's giving us what we thought we were going to be getting in him as a player. Chris, kind of hard to hate on Dan Fouts-led Chargers back then. It was the beard. It was a strong beard. And it's a fun passing attack, man. Eric Coryell, letting it rip, you know? In a league where it's all about running the ball. Who didn't like that? Dude, I realized Derrick Henry may have decent stats previously, but today I felt that I realized Derrick Hall may have had decent stats previously, but today I felt Derrick Hall's impact was noticeable, popping off the screen. I was well pleased. I hope he's not hurt after limping off. I think he came back on the field at some point, I believe, after he did limp off, and he was okay under his own power with that, but he's looked solid. Yeah. Both, I think, with Boye Mafe and Hall, they'll be the people that are going to knock him a little bit on this for not having more sacks through the first 2 games. But both these guys are supplying a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Which is good. Two, I think, like I was talking about earlier on this, dude, it's like the Clowney role in this defense. And the Clowney role in this defense is that you line up over there. Usually, I believe it's on the kind of the strong side of the formation. And then what you're doing is you're like a wide 10, wide 11 in your technique. And then you're running like hell on wheels post snap to try to get that tackle on skates. Essentially just try to skate the tackle back into the backfield, into the pocket, and disrupt the play. And what that will allow you to do is disrupt the play, but then you're not always the guy then making the exact play when you're disrupting it on the other side of that. And I think he's kind of serving that role, and it's very articulately designed within this defense. It's very specific to what this defense wants you to do from kind of that role. Max, I think the Chargers never won enough to be hated and are very likable style-wise. Nice uniforms, San Diego, nice city, cool players. True. I think you're onto something with that. Ryan says, imagine if K9 had 25 carries, he'd have 200 yards. Probably well over 200 yards in this type of game, Ryan. I don't know if we want, with his body and the way he breaks down, I think about 10 to 15 touches a game is about right where we want to be with him. Right in that sweet spot. Champy, congratulations to your cards this week. Well done. Way to hold on. King, my biggest fear was that we might not have anybody other than JSN as a receiver, but today was a good game to fight that narrative. Cup showed you he's got a little bit of something today, King Bomber. And Torrey looked good on that and fast on that crossing route touchdown that he was able to make. So maybe you got something to work with, hopefully, too, with a guy like Horton that he can continue to develop as the season goes along as a rookie, get more comfortable, and then he'll get better and better like this offense, like we're hoping it can as we go on through the rest of this year. That'd be my hope. No guarantees of it. You may get down to the trade deadline, King Bomber, where you got to make a move for a receiver. Kind of have to see. King, I hope Byron Murphy has double-digit sacks this year. Me too, man. He's on the road so far pretty well. Sack and a half today was nice. I think he had a half sack yesterday or last week. So he's got a couple on the books as it is, which is cool. Very cool to see Torrey get his first touchdown, Catalyst. Off the play action, quick through the crossing route, just clears through the coverage so fast. It was nice. Glenn, Cooper Kupp's 30 years old, I believe. He should have a lot left. He should have something left, and I think he does. As long as he can stay healthy, I think he can be productive for you on the field. Doesn't mean he's going to be vintage Cooper Kupp, but it does mean that he can find effectiveness. That part is for sure. For shizzle. Joe, Byron Murphy, 1.5 sacks. Great to see. Great to see. And not just the 1.5, by the way, not just the 1.5 sacks there, Joe. 5 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hits. And if he's got 3 quarterback hits, you can, a lot of times the pressure numbers, double those on top of that. So it's probably 5 or 6 pressures in addition to the 3 quarterback hits. Maybe the best game from Byron Murphy that we've seen so far. John says, Soto Mojo, love my Mariners right now. Me too, man. So great to see them kind of capturing the spirit you'd like to see them at this time of year. Baseball is hard after a long season to kind of realize a sense of, hey, it's winding down. We don't got any more room for error. We got to lock this thing in fully. Everybody needs to be connected and let's go time. And you really do feel like watching the Mariners right now that they've got a good understanding of that's what's at play. Megan Hawksnest beats the Energizer Bunny, but he keeps going and going and going. He does. He does. He might just coach forever, Megan. He might coach to 100 at this point. Yeah, Mary's got such a good vibe, John. It's true. Catalyst Kubiak's line Like, okay, I'll call play action more. Yeah, he's like, I hear you. All right, I know, too much shotgun. I get it. But yeah, good of him to make a bit of an adjustment this week. It was good to see. Champy, I can see 3 NFC West teams making the playoffs. I could too, Champy. Who knows? Maybe this could be the rare one year we get 4 in. Do we dare get greedy and just put 4 of them in there? Huh? What do you think? We got pretty easy schedules, I'm just saying. Dude, it's a feeling, but I think the Steelers are going to see more Mason Rudolph. Rodgers was one of the best to ever do it, but Father Time is undefeated. Yeah, I think whether or not it's performance related or whether or not it's just Steelers kind of realizing it's not going to happen there with Rodgers, or whether it's just that his body wears down and he's just too beaten up over the course of the year. Hard to see him lasting for a long period of time, taking this many shots in the pocket, having to be this elusive and getting away from pressure as he was today, as he was in week 1 against the Jets. That's not what you're setting the stage for him to find success. Look at the Rams and what they do with Stafford on the other side of it for an aging quarterback. Try to put him in positions of limiting the passing volume attempts. Try to limit the amount of pressure he's under, running the ball a lot more consistently and all of that good stuff. So, yeah, I could see it going that way from a variety of different angles here, Dune. And Steelers are kind of showing you that scramble-based approach that they took to this offseason. It's another point there that kind of shows you of like not the proper way to run your organization is scrambling year by year and trying to remake up a new plan every year that's highly reactive to what happened the prior season. Much better to have your 2 or 3 year plan in place that you're running by. And on the back of that, Ryan Ball, Dan Wilson's the key. Go M's. He's been seemingly a very good, steady coach for them on it. And a lot of people had some issues with service at the end, which was understandable. So definitely an improvement beyond service on that side of it. And just cool as well. Former player in there coaching the team. That part's just awesome about it. John DK had a DK day. He's still body catching. He's got good hands. I don't know why he does that. Don't think he trusts his hands at times, John. I think that it kind of comes and goes. He can make those high pointed balls where he goes up and he rips it from the top of the roof and hands are good. And then he has the ones where it hits him dead center in the hands and his hands turn into brick hands. And it just seems to be a variance with him when you don't really, it's just hard, very unpredictable about when he's going to be able to reel it in, when he's not going to be able to reel it in. And it's not always about whether there's a guy hanging off him or whether there's tight coverage. It's just whether his hands are going to fail him or not. I love DK. But those 2 drops he had today are a lot of what we saw here pretty consistently over the course of the last couple of years. That stuff just popped up way too often. Bring back the Sonics, says Chad. Amen, brother. Bring them back. Jesse, funny when DK brings up his knees to help catch the ball. You gotta wrap it all around like that, You gotta just wrap the whole body and then sure. It can't drop out. If you got it legs, feet, fingers, hands, just clutch the whole thing around. Clutch the whole thing around. Catalyst, how K9 managed to get a touchdown off that conservative outside toss play was an all-team effort. The blocking was great. Walker also with hey, I've got a chance here. If I run this fast and hard, I hit this hole quick, I go. I'm not messing around here. Let's get upfield, get downhill, and attack. And then the guys finishing their blocks down the field from Zabel to Barner. Absolutely a great play, and a play that you put the game away at that point. That's game over. Done. Dude, I'm hoping that our first regular season win gets the monkey off Clint's back and our offense gains confidence. We have good talent. It's been underperforming to its potential. Hard how it would be for him to not look at this and see a little bit of, struggles in the week 1, a lot of shotgun, not a lot of play action. You come back into week 2, a lot of play action, a lot of under center, a lot more success. So you got 2 different weeks where you ran it 2 different ways with 2 different results. How can you not kind of arrive and land at the spot where you say, all right, this is the way. Lean more into this. Paul says, Brandon, as you know, I love the draft. First pick, nose tackle. Next pick, center. Run the ball. Stop the run. Could be that. Could be the direction they go for sure. So center is one of those ones where this is going to be seemingly a deeper class for centers than it was last year or where it's been for recent years. And that's going to be probably a very major position the Seahawks are going to be looking at. I could see it. Nicholas, where do I sign to get the Sonics back? I don't know if there's a petition right now, Nicholas. I think right now it's on the commissioner's desk. The petition's been signed. He's just like, we're bleeding money. We can't afford to expand right now. Maxwell, Seahawks blitzed on only 4 dropbacks, managing to generate pressure on 40% of the dropbacks when finishing 4 or fewer defenders. They finished the game with 13 pressures and 3 sacks on such dropbacks. There we go, Maxwell. Great stat. Thank you for presenting that. And again, it will show that the Seahawks will, through the first 2 weeks of the season, be one of the highest pressure-based teams in the league. Maybe they don't have the most sacks in the league, but they'll be one of the more higher pressure-based teams in the entire league. And like Maxwell is saying, they're doing so without blitzing. They're doing so with the front four. And that's very impressive, because typically I think when you're going to see the high-pressure teams throughout the league, it's going to be like a Vikings-type team that also blitzes at a very high rate on top of having guys that can get home. Catalyst says, I love football and I like baseball. Basketball, I hate it. It's gone in the tank, man. It's gotten into be a worse version than it's ever been before, and it sucks that the NBA decided to go the direction that they went from the mid-'90s, where the sport was being played at maybe the apex, into now what it's become now, which is just a three-point fest and no defense and officiating that doesn't really call the game to the letter of the law. And it's a tough watch, man. I get it. Yeah. I get it. Dragon Flame says, do you think we move on from Woolen? Job looking legit? I think it's going to be a tough call for Mike in a couple weeks when Witherspoon gets back and ready, Dragon Flame. Because it's how do you have Job off the field at this point? It'd be one thing if Woolen was playing solidly and Job was playing solidly, and it's like, well, we have 2 solid cornerbacks and somebody's got to go, and that's the way that is. But if Woolen's underwhelming, if Woolen's not taking the step forward we thought he was having the ability to take the step forward on the back of, then you got to at that point, I think, look strong and hard at the part that Job's earned this job. He's earned the right to be the starter at this point. The Woolen, as much as anything, needs to earn the right to be the starter. That you're in a prove it mode. I don't care if you're in a contract year. You're not just going to be given the job. You got to prove to earn it. And I don't know where Mike's mentals are at with this one, but I think it will be a tough call for him not to have Job continue to go back out there. I mean, it's just, he's playing better right now. Flat out. You weren't trusting in this game a guy like Woolen on Metcalf. I mean, like you were aligning him opposite Metcalf a lot of times, kind of almost protecting him in a way. I think that's kind of telling a little bit. Catalyst, Brian Flores and Fire Zones got together like peanut butter and jelly. They did indeed, man. They did indeed. He loves his blitz. Loves it. Dune says we ought to make a rule that if we are on the rival side of the field and within 1.5 yards on a 4th down, we tush push. Why didn't we do that the second time? I don't know. Using AJ looked good. I agree, man. Go to it until somebody stops it. Barner looks pretty good with it. Good job on his part on that one where it stymied at first, kept his feet driving, and was able to go get it. You know, I'm with you, man. Use that thing to the utmost, especially because we seem to run it pretty well. VP, good day for Seattle sports. Mariners win. Seahawks win. Yeah. Yeah. Joe Z says, Rattler, get ready to be rattled. Get ready, man. Get ready. Dragon Flame, Kendrick also looked good today. Excited to see the secondary when Spoon and Mawari get back. He did as well. Another guy kind of bringing some of that same sort of effort and tenacity that you got from Job. You got to see from Kendrick today. Very impressive performance from him as well. He made a couple of different plays out there. He was strong from the start to the game to the finish. And Mike's going to be in a position that first world problems, Dragon Flame. You know, we got too many good cornerbacks and only so many spots to start them. But I think that you end up arriving at the place where very well you could end up with Woolen being the odd man out. And I have to look back at the tape today and see what he did in this game and how good he did or didn't look and kind of review for all that. But yeah, it's one where Woolen is not set up as much as he's been in the past, where we just have nothing left on the roster, so we have to trot him out there. We've got some pliable guys now that can, workable guys out there that can go in there and fill in for you if you're not willing or able to do the job. Yes, we snatch more Rams defense players because they're good, not because they let them go. That's right. The Rams got a hell of a roster, and that's what happens when you have a really great roster. Is you're going to have the good players that you have to let go, and they're going to go to other teams. You know, it's if you're building a Super Bowl ready roster like the Rams have, that's what you're expecting to kind of happen if you do that. Max says, I think we put Woolen on their fast guy a lot. Calvin Austin. Figured Mike, Job, and Kobe and Brian could handle Metcalf. I like that, Max. So you kind of go, okay, we're going to run the double to DK, and we'll pull Job over there, and then we'll just one-on-one with Tariq on Austin, and he can shut down Austin. That sounds about right. Absolutely, it sounds about right. Addicted when Barner lines up for the tush push. When Barner lines up for the tush push, got to be playing ZZ Top's tush song. Just need some tush. BP, Woolen played better, but Job is hungry. Job's out there wanting it, man. And yeah, I don't think Woolen played bad out there today necessarily. I don't know. He might not even been targeted. So Woolen might not have had but a pretty good day overall when all things are considered with it. Dragonflame, I think Woolen made a touchdown saving tackle on Warren on that 65-yarder. Could be wrong, but speed still shows from time to time. Yeah, that sounds right. And I don't want to paint it as I know Woolen didn't have a good game today. I don't know for sure on that. Sometimes on this games, doing them live and play by play, I'm not able to get every individual performance tracked in live time without kind of going back and concentrating on those guys and looking at the tape. So we'll see on the tape review of where that's at. That Kendrick interception was insane. Didn't know he even made a play. The cameraman didn't get over there. I couldn't tell till a couple minutes after the play was made whether or not he made it or not. So it was kind of hard to pinpoint in there what had happened on the play. I had to wait about 5 minutes for them to get back to the replay that you could see that he actually had picked it off. But a hell of a play by him and a hell of a play by Job to tip it up. That's two guys, corners that are having the same kind of energy, the same kind of tenacity they're showing at play. That just unbridled, uncaged, I want to go get this, I'm going to go make this happen kind of energy. I'm going to go take advantage of this opportunity kind of energy. It's kind of a unique cornerback kind of feel when you feel it, but both of those guys have it. Dune says, for all the canine dancing that goes nowhere, once he gets 5 yards behind him, he can zigzag up the field. On a different note, I haven't seen him break this many tackles in a while, if ever. He looked at his best today, Dune Moose. He did. He looked like an RB1. And great to see for him because so much of the fan base was so low on him coming out of the game last week, but able to find some footing there. BB says DK does not look elusive like he once was, just big and out of shape. Certainly not a guy that's ever created a lot of separation in the route running wise either, but he is getting up there. So it could be the case, man. He's getting up to be 28. He's got a lot of years in this league. It's very possible. Very possible. Dragon says, I'd be disappointed if we paid DK $150 million for 20 yards and 2 drops. Smart move by John. Yes, sir. And a move that I supported this offseason and was in favor of having happen. And that's not a shade at DK Metcalf. It's just as much about where you're at as a football team, what you're trying to accomplish, what kind of offense you're bringing in, how well that offense fits to DK Metcalf, how much money you got to pay to DK Metcalf on top of it. It's all of those factors. And I think for many fans, they like things to come down to a simple nature of things where it's like, hey, player good, pay player. Player been good for us, pay player. But as I always like to say with this Dragon Flame, this sport is never about simplicity. And if you ever find yourself in some simplified territory when it comes to player, team, scheme, you probably not looked at it at the proper depth that you needed to understand it in full context. So there was a lot that went into that decision with DK. It was the price. It was where he's at as a career. It was the offense you were bringing in. And what John did is what every general manager should do when having to make those very big decisions where I'm going to make this guy the second highest paid contract on my entire roster. You make that kind of decision, to me, you need to not be having as many of those things that are the lessers that come with it. Older age, not a fit to the offense, doesn't run every route in the book the greatest of ways, doesn't have the greatest of hands. I'm paying $30 million for that. That's kind of a one too many detractions for that amount of money. And John made the right move here. Did the proper move on this one. Mick says, let's go Falcons. We can't have them on a losing streak. Yeah, come on, Falcons. Please stop. Don't make the pick look. Don't make the Rams pick good, please. 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 Does Torrey Horton get more snaps in the offense? Can he push for wide receiver 2? I don't think so, BP. No, I think he's firmly footed into wide receiver 3. Remember, a big part of what you get with Cooper Kupp is going to be the blocking, run blocking specifically. Don't undersell that fact. That's a big, big part of what you need to have out there on this football field. Remembering with JSN, not always the greatest run blocker. So I think he's going to be fit into that role, and he's hardlined in that role and to be comfortable within it. We're about 7 hours and 20 minutes on into the stream today, so I am going to start to get us winding down on this a little bit. I can kind of feel my voice starting to go a little bit here today, so we're going to put a bit of a button on this one. I know we go all night if you guys wanted to on this, but I've got to kind of save up the voice. I still got to do the wrap-up video tonight, so I still got a kind of a long day ahead of me here. Max, so glad we clamped up Decoy Metcalf. I've been saying he's underachieving for months. Indeed, we did. Alpha Sucks and Mock Drafts. Kendrick, Job, and Spoon should be your corners if Reek's subpar play returns. Amen. I agree there. AI, DK sucks. Glad we got rid of him. 2 drops. 2 tough drops. 2 tough drops. You got to reel those in. You're a $30 million a year receiver. Reel those in. Contested catches, I get it. Guys ramming you as soon as you're trying to catch the ball and knocking you off your spot. I get it. When you're wide open and it hits you in both your hands, you got to reel that thing in. And you guys are cooking. We are 7 hours and 20 minutes in, and you guys are just cooking in the chat. Let's go. New Moose, the beast of a tight end the Steelers have. Darnell Washington. That's like us turning Mike Morrison into a tight end. He's huge. He's unusually sized. He is. They've legit thought about moving him to offensive tackle, Dune. Hawksnest, no offense to DK, but I feel like we would be better receiver. Okay, no offense to DK, but I feel like we would be a better receiver in the late 2010 before the cover 2 shell because of more of the norm. Yeah, I mean, yes. The game's going to more short passing. The game's going to more precision-based route running. The game's going to go to more of the smaller receivers right now. The more quicker stop and start receivers are going to have the benefit right now as we're in the transitionatory state of running the ball being at the centerpiece, as we're in the transitionatory state of the cover 2 shell defense. And you're right. If we'd been back in 2003, been back in 2007 or 12, I think DK is able to find a lot more effectiveness because there's not as much of the cover 2 shell proliferation. There's more of the cover 3 with the single high safety up over the top. I mean, that's just part and parcel of what you got. So I agree. It is kind of the crappy part for DK on this one is that the game is moving into a direction at the same point in time that goes against kind of his skill set. I mean, this is also what upended Russell Wilson a little bit, is that Russell Wilson's skills kind of falter a little bit as he got past 2021 and you started to feel a little bit less of the mobility is there, maybe lost a little bit of arm strength. Yeah, but it was also that the cover 2 shell came in and impacted his game in a major way. Impacted the game in a major way. And my brain's going dead here, guys. We got to wrap this one up. So it pulled them back there. So no, we got that done. Definitely leaning towards the Falcons not winning, Josh. Don't forget the Falcons traded a first-round pick to the Rams. We don't want to see them go 3-14 or something on the season because then you're giving the Rams their future quarterback of the future, the franchise quarterback of the future that they can then move off of Stafford. PGZ in the house. Thank you for jumping back and becoming a Hawks Nest Pro Bowl member. That hat looking good. Hat looking good, PGZ. I'm just saying, man. Hat looking very, very, very good on that head of yours. Thank you for returning as a member and members of the channel. Just a heads up to you guys. We've got Monday morning PFF scores tomorrow morning. I'll get those off to you guys. Look in your community post. If you're a member of the channel, I will have those in there for you on Monday. We're going to be doing a Thursday call-in stream. So you want to chop it up with me, talk about this team, talk about what you think they need to do as far as the next step or where this team is going. Well, please do tune in on Thursday. I will post that at the community post where members only, patrons only. You will be included on that if you want to call in and say what's up to me and chop it up, talk it up. PGZ, thank you for a $2 donation as well as becoming a member of the channel again. I thank you for that, man. Very kind of you. $100 million for 20 yards and a touchdown. Salute, B-Dog. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Salute to you too as well. Appreciate all of your support. Not the first time I know you've dropped many donations before on this channel. And a lot of people got mad about the Geno and the DK thing. And that it really rankled a lot of people as to why they did it. And I was a guy that was really pressing back against the people that got so angry about this and trying to explain a little bit and trying to get people through into understanding the logic of what is driving John to make these decisions with these two particular players. And that I think that's the latest thing that I've gotten hot to trot on is just the fact that I found a little bit of kind of that thing you're looking for within these debates. That's sort of that thing that you're not, I'm getting so brain dead. It's hard to come up with the words here. You're looking for all of these variety of things of what it could be or what it couldn't be, or, and and you simplify things down to make it easier on your brain. I mean, we're all so busy in life, and we're trying to always segment things in our brain so that we can be most efficient to take on more in our brain. And so there's that tendency to always drive in life to finding a thing that you can label, put up in a box up here, and then that's done. I don't think about that anymore. Now I can think about other stuff. That thing's already been thought about. I'm not turning that thing over. But I think with football and with so many items in football, you've got to turn over the multitude of items to make the right decision. And if you're making your decisions off of a one item, like a single issue voter, for instance, I'm making the signing of DK Metcalf because he's had the best start to a receiver in Seahawks history. You'd be stupid to not do that. We've got Largent and Blades and Galloway and Baldwin, and he's had the Lockett, and he's had the best through the first 5-6 years of his career. If you're operating off that one point of data, which isn't a bad point of data, right? 50 years of history, the best starting 6 years for a Seahawks receiver when you have got a GOAT on board, on deck. But it's wrong. You can't look at football with simple eyes. You can't look at football to try to drive something down to simplicity when there's so much complication at play with it. And so when it comes to a Geno, when it comes to a DK, you got to break it all the way down. The cost, the price, where they're at in their career. You're bringing in Clint Kubiak's offense. Clint Kubiak's offense and getting the right offensive system in Seattle is more important than the number one wide receiver on the pecking order of things. Because I can have a number one wide receiver, but if I've got a craptastic offense, I'm not going to be getting the most out of that wide receiver, am I? As evidenced by the Shane Waldron and Ryan Grubb offenses. So you've got to have the most important thing is the OC thing first. That informs the other stuff. That will then inform whether or not you sign that player to that big old monstrous contract extension and keep it going. But you take it all into account. You take it all into account to make sure you're making the right decision, and you want to be sure when you're spending that amount of money for a player that's going to be 28 years old, that's moving into the aging portion of his career. Not that he doesn't have a few more years left where he can still be very good, but he's not a young buck anymore. He's not a guy that's just starting to draw into his prime anymore. Now he's kind of getting into the end of the prime there for a wide receiver. So you got to take it all into account, in my opinion. You got to, it's hard. It doesn't make it easier to have to kind of factor in the 16 different things. It's much easier to just take one piece of data and go yay or nay. Much harder to get into that nuanced place where there's so many items to turn over. But the DK thing had a lot of extra stuff that brought you to know. The drops you saw today, the struggle to utilize him to his utmost, some of maybe the extra advancement in his game from route running to hands that you didn't necessarily get to see. Some of the PI stuff, or not the PI stuff, but the penalties that could come up over the years, which was a good amount. DK is going to get as many unsportsmanlike penalties for a player in his career as just about anybody in this sport, including guys like Ndamukong Suh. It all goes into account. His fit into offense, a West Coast offense. I mean, you saw today on short passing attack and trying to throw a ball with high velocity in a short spot to DK, even when he's got two hands on it. It's a bit of a struggle. Nicholas has 516 likes. Love it. Don't forget to like and sub for this good man. Well, thank you for reminding me of that, Nicholas. I really, really do appreciate it. And if you can, I would really appreciate that, folks. We've got a ton of people who have rolled through here today. You can help this channel out. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers. We started the day out. I think we're about, 170. I'm sure we're cracked probably just about almost 100 away or so from 20,000. So we are right on the edge to breaking through, to getting up over the other side of it. Really would help and appreciate it if you guys can help us break over. It's a nice little number to get over. We've been shooting for this for a mark for quite a bit of time now as we've been just closing in bit by bit on it. So please help me get over that mark today. You hitting that like button contributes to this because this shows me up on the algorithm for YouTube searches for people looking for Seahawks content. When you hit that like button, say nothing for if you get subbed up. It's free, doesn't cost you anything, helps people like me in my position to a tremendous, tremendous degree. So thank you, Nicholas, for reminding me on that. I appreciate it. AI says, feeling better about Kupp. We need a pass rush finisher and to clean up dumb mistakes. Kubiak makes some dumb calls. That interception rolling to the left on third down was dumb. Didn't work out right. I don't know if I felt like it was dumb, AI. You've rolled out to the left a couple times in this game and found success. And if you were on a 3rd and 1 and it felt like you were going to get the Steelers the way they had played the game where they were really loading up on the run. To me, it felt like more of a play where the Steelers, made the right play in the moment. Hayward completely just owned the guy that needed to lay that block. I think he had a chip block trying to be laid by Barner, and he just kind of falls on the ground, and Hayward runs right past him for a free run at Darnold. The point of having Barner lay that block on Hayward is not that he's got to destroy Hayward on the block. He's just got to get kind of a hand on him. He's just got to kind of slow him up a little bit. because it's going to be a bang, bang play to the rollout to the left there. But part of that as well, I got to admit on this one too, AI, I was sitting there in the moment, literally calling for that to be the play call right before it happened. If you watch the live stream on me talking about it, I'm literally going play action. They're loading up for the run, roll it back, let's say left, so I'm also a little biased on this one and skewed. I got to admit. Josh says the skull chant's pretty dope. I can't lie. It is pretty cool. I agree. People want Sharp to be the starter, saying K9 sucks. We're pretty silent today. Not too many of them making very many vocalizations to us in here, huh, Jordan? Josh, that's all right. Take it easy, bro. Safe. Have a good one out there. Yeah, we go a little longer with you guys, but I just have that wrap-up video I got to do. It's going to take me another probably four hours or so to kind of put that thing together, 4 or 5. So still going to be a late night here one for me. Femi says, I met Sue. He came to my dad's friends 4th of July party 5 to 6 years ago. Dude is huge. He's a big boy. Yeah, he's a big bad man. Well, very just like soft-spoken, seemed like a gentle guy in real life, but an absolute manimal on the football field. AI says, I remember 5K subs. I remember back in those days, breaking through 5K. Yes, sir. We've come a long way, AI. 6 years, we've come a long way. We're making great progress this year too, as well. I'm really proud about where the channel is at. I'm really proud about where our community is at as far as the discourse in here. And, I talk to the NFC West Roundtable folks and, they come on in this chat and they see the love you guys have for them. They see the kindness you guys have for them. They see how the people that are in here operate with respect and even in disagreement, even though we have hyper disagreement in here. And even though we have, it gets, intense in here on some of the fights. Every one of those guys that's come in here has said to me multiple times over how much they respect our community here, how much they respect how you guys are and the way you go about it, the manner you are, and how I think unusual it is in this online hemisphere to be able to have this kind of open, honest dialogue as we do that can go every which direction. And then we're able to keep it respectful amongst people on the chat, not just me to you guys back to me, but within the chat with each other, in the discussions you have, in the disagreements that you have. And today to me was more and another representation of that. And I know I say it often, but that is what will make this place what it is. It's not me yakking away, even though I do a lot of that. It is really this community that we build up and that everybody understands what we're trying to do here, what we're trying to accomplish. There's nobody that's the grand poobah on knowledge of anything. The collective is what gets us to the better answers. The collective of the interactions is what gets us closer to the truth at hand of this team and where they're going and who they are and what they can accomplish. And I really think it's a testament to you guys that I hear that so much from so many folks on some of that feedback. And I really, really do appreciate it because it's not easily had in this realm of things as toxicity can drift so heavily into that direction so very easily. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, not only for all of the tremendous support today, so many different donations, up, down, left, right, hitting the like button as you guys are, subbing up as you guys are, but always knowing too to keep this thing respectful in here, even in the disagreement. We're just trying to figure it out. We all are. And at the same time, we're all part of the same family. We all want to see the same thing. We're part of the same community. And so it should be a brotherhood. It should be a sisterhood here. And I appreciate that you guys understand that. Let's keep that energy going throughout the rest of this season. Win, lure, draw. We all want to see the same things. We all want to see this team go and reach the height of its powers and get back to a Super Bowl. Hell of a win today from your Seattle Seahawks. Got themselves a team win, got themselves all different phases of this team going in and contributing to this victory. Had even some room for error where you could have 2 interceptions and a missed field goal attempt, but still you were able to go take the day because you were just so much better in certain other aspects in how you played it, how you ran it, how much more efficiently you threw it, and of course, how you played defensively. Great game. A lot of tip of the hats to be given out all across the board here on this football team, not just a star or two kind of carrying you through, lurching the rest of the team onwards to victory, but hopefully something that you can build upon now. It's a building experience with this team. It's a new offense. It's a new quarterback. It's them finding their way. But let's find our way through the schedule. Let's stack up some of those wins, put ourselves in a nice position to get to that little bit later bye, to turn this around to the back half of the schedule, to be able to really make some noise, to maybe make a playoff push, and oh my God, maybe even make a divisional push. You never know. Everybody's 2-0 in this division. It ain't getting easy, but we knew that coming in, didn't we? We knew we were going to have to earn this one if we wanted it, and that's just the way we want it. So let's see how it goes with this. And like I said, maybe you never know in this division, all 4 teams might end up making the playoffs here at this rate when it's all said and done. A big shout out here to the sponsor of this channel, which is Sleeper. Sleeper has been so kind here to sponsor the show throughout the course of the season. So kind in that way. They're sponsoring me right now with a 100% match code up 100% of your first deposit when you use my code on their site, NEST. So download the Sleeper app today. Use their code today. My picks didn't go out so well today, but it was hard to see on some of these ones. So I'm learning like we're all learning on this one. But we'll be doing the picks throughout the year. You can use my code, 100% match, NEST. Yes, it's a little bit tough right now that you can't use the code in full as it stands right now. That's for sure. But this is going to open up in October, I'm being told, for people of Washington State and how this is being set up. So hold on. It's supposed to open up here in October for you guys to be able to use this code in full, and you can sponsor the show. Get $100 in your pocket at the same point in time. That's what we call a win-win, win-win. We'll be getting the PFF Monday morning scores off to you tomorrow morning. So be on the lookout for that. If you're a member of the channel, I thank you to all the new members who signed on up there with that. So be on the lookout for that. We'll get a wrap-up video to you guys tonight on this game, kind of just distilling everything down in short order form. And we got a lot of shows lined up for you this week. Behind Enemy Lines with the Saints. Of course, you got the B&B show, the NFC West Roundtable, where I'm going to have to be wearing this monstrosity because I lost a freaking bet. But it's going to be a fun week, and all the better week because our Seattle Seahawks came away with the W. So celebrate, Seahawks fans. This was a win you took, not a win the Steelers gave you, but a win you took. Let that not be a narrative that comes out of this game. Your Seattle Seahawks walked into Pittsburgh and you said, not today, suckers. We're going to take this win. We need this. We want it more than you. And I think that there's something telling in that for 2 teams that want to make a lot of noise this upcoming season. I thank you for watching today. I thank you for the great discourse. I thank you so very much for all of the support, as you guys are just unbelievable to hear and so very kind to me. But I hope beyond all else, especially after a victory like this that was so very impressive, you do not forget, don't you dare forget, never. Go Hawks.